Hello and welcome to the preview of all the games featured at Seattle Indies Expo 2024. 6 is a one-day in-person celebration of up-and-coming independent games and game creators from the Pacific Northwest. At 6, you'll get to spend quality time with some of the friendliest and most down-to-earth game developers around, ask them questions, and play demos of their games. The best part is that it's a completely free and family-friendly event, no PAX badge required. Join us Sunday, September 1st, 2024 at the Hilton Motif Seattle from 12 to 9 p.m. for 6 2024. Then on Sunday, September 29th, we will present 6 Online, a live-streamed event covering the games showcased at the in-person expo, plus a few bonus games. This year we had so many amazing submissions that we expanded our offering from 25 to 32 games. Take a look at the 6 2024 nominees. Explosive locomotive dueling. Outfit your train, lay down tracks to your enemy's base, and obliterate them with a variety of explosive payloads, natural disasters, and family-friendly taunts. Unleash your engines in this wildly over-the-top deck and track builder.
My name is Joe Marabello. I'm the founder and director of Terrible Posture Games. We're working on a game called Battle Train. It is a deck and track builder where you build your tracks towards the enemy bases, build up a deck of crazy wild cards, and launch explosive locomotives. It is a exploding train battle game. You can learn more about Battle Train at social.terribleposture.com.
Captain Soda is a challenging arcade shooter filled to the brim with satisfying soda themes and customizable fizzy heroes with game-changing powers. Releasing on PC, Nintendo Switch, and Xbox Series S and S in 2024. Castaway Station is an exciting survival game that takes you on an unintended journey on a hostile planet. We took roguelite deck builders to a new level. Play 2 characters as a team, create your own cards, name the beasts you discover, and build decks where cards have limited durability, all while trying to stay alive.
My name's Andy Cargile. I am the founder of Bad Zombie Games. My game is Castaway Station. Castaway Station is a roguelike deck builder survival game where you're on a hostile alien planet. The goal is to find other characters, other crew members, and then you get to use those crew members in a deck building game, synergizing your decks. Unlike a lot of the other games in this genre, you can create your own cards. There's a durability factor on the cards because if you're on a planet, stuff is going to get used up. You get to name the creatures that you find. So there's a lot of new things in this kind of deck builder. So you can find us on Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, badzombigames.com, and castawaystation.com.
A fast-paced action platformer doubling as the most realistic chair simulator money can buy. Have you ever wondered what your chair thinks, what it believes, what it deserves? Learn the answers and destroy some dimensions along the way.
I'm Chris Roddy, and my game is Chairs. It's an action platformer racing game, doubling as the most realistic chair simulator your money can possibly buy. There's 6 levels to go through at the moment, and plenty of different ways to blast your way through them, so a whole lot of fun to see how you can speed run your way through. Steam and itch.io currently.
Step into the Demon's Mirror and enter a fantastical, nightmarish world in this roguelike deck builder. Strategy meets the arcane in a unique fusion of deck building and Chain 3 mechanics.
My name is Brad Johnson. My game is Demon's Mirror. Demon's Mirror is a roguelike deck builder with Chain 3 mechanics. You'll battle enemies by playing cards and chaining tiles. Some of the cards you can use are you can attack enemies, you can gain shield, you can gain powers, and you can also manipulate tiles on the board to set up some huge chains. Demon's Mirror is coming to Steam next week on September 5th.
A surreal slice of life about a mysterious computer virus and its effects on the gas station you work at. Navigate life's choices, fall in love with your coworker, and alienate your customers by being rude in this dystopian desert ring 'em up, featuring graphics created with a Game Boy camera.
My game is Gas Station Story, a surreal sci-fi slice of life set in a lonely desert gas station centering around a world-changing event, the advent of the update virus. Players take control of the lead clerk for the store and steer their store and their customers through these trying times. It also features graphics made with a Game Boy camera. You can go to gasstationstory.com to learn more, or look up Gas Station Story on Steam or itch.io.
Grappler's Relic Rivals is a fast-paced 2D PvP platformer with grappling hooks, inspired by some of the greatest party games of all time. The game offers accessible gameplay for players of all skill levels, coupled with a depth that demands dedication to truly master.
Hi, I'm Paul Kankwitz of Ally Productions. My game is Grappler's Relic Rivals. It's an insanely chaotic 2D PvP platformer where you'll fight each other, grab coins, and collect relics, which are power-ups hidden around the level, and dodge deadly traps along the way. I'm on basically all social media, so Twitter, YouTube, Blue Sky, all that.
A deadly plague threatens the village of Grimshire. Manage your farmland, forage the bounty of the wilds, prevent your harvest from rotting away, and keep the root cellar full. Can you help bring the community together and survive?
Hi, I'm Tim, and this is my wife Sarah. We're the two-person developer. Grimshire is a cozy dark farming game in which you, the player, must farm crops, raise critters, and stock the root cellar. You have to work together with the community to weather the plague or risk losing it all. You can find us on Steam under the name Grimshire. Please wishlist it.
Headwaters is a charming fishing game in which you travel westward through a fictional Pacific Northwest to rebuild a once great transportation network. Explore intricate scenes, upgrade your equipment, and perfect your technique as you help those you meet along the way.
Hello, I'm Ryan. I'm working on a fishing game called Headwaters. Headwaters is a 2D narrative-driven adventure game where you'll explore an alternate universe, Pacific Northwest. You'll fish your way across hand-drawn pixel art landscapes and meet new friends and explore secrets. You can find me on Twitter and Instagram at myartbytes, and you can also find Headwaters on Steam. Thanks.
Get ready to decide the fate of a disjointed crew aboard a stolen spaceship in Hope, a Sky Full of Ghosts, a point-and-click adventure with a story full of secrets, branching dialogues, puzzles, and minigames. Will you discover what lies beneath the stars?
So we're bringing today's Hope, a Sky Full of Ghosts. It's a sci-fi point-and-click adventure where you captain a disjointed crew aboard a stolen spaceship in the hopes that you will save humanity from tyranny. Your decision on wit will decide the course of the mission, your relationship to your crewmates, and if you succeed or not. And we're trying to blend the spirit of the old school point-and-click adventures with the new wave of narrative depth and secrets and characters that we're seeing lately. And you can find Hope, a Sky Full of Ghosts and all the information in Steam. Wishlist it there, and the demo is coming soon. Hope to see you there.
A rhythm game like no other. With an original soundtrack, fast-paced gameplay, and unmatched heart, Hyperbeat is a unique thrill for rhythm game veterans and rookies alike.
I'm Alice Botino. I'm the one of two developers of Hyperbeat. It's a action rhythm game, precision style, kind of like OS. It's got a surrealistic style, and we like to believe it's a game like you've never seen before. People can find me on Twitter at Botino Games, or find us on Steam under Hyperbeat and give us a wish list.
Lead your team of colorful chefs and dish up unbeatable Hawaiian food in Kitchen Sink Aloha. Tactically manage your kitchens, build relationships between chefs, and explore the island's tropical venues as you cook your way to the top in this cozy cooking RPG.
Hi, I'm Matt. I am the developer on Kitchen Sink Aloha. Kitchen Sink Aloha is a cozy cooking RPG set in Hawaii. You take on the role of a head chef in charge of your family's pop-up restaurant. You lead a team of chefs all across the island of Maikai, and you're on a quest to work together and show the island that you are the best restaurant around. Kitchen Sink Aloha is going to be available on Steam. We have a Steam page and extended demo if you'd like to check us out on Steam. We'd love your wish list. It helps us out a lot.
In a world torn by war, one sniper defies his fate. Journey with Rourke as he escapes the shadows, battles the boundaries of language, and fights to connect with those on both sides. Long gone days, where borders blur and humanity prevails. Draft a synergistic grid of cards, each with their own powerful abilities. Combine cards, arrange your grid perfectly, and think deeply about systemic possibilities as you try to rise through the ranks and uncover the game's mysterious origins.
My name's Mickey Sanchez. My game is called Order Automatica. I'm the programmer and the designer, and I did some of the art as well. Order Automatica is a occult auto battler. It's got roguelike and deck building elements. And the part of it that I think is really exciting is you can kind of bend the rules to further than you think you can. And so that's part of the fun of the game. The best place to find us online and support the game would be the Steam page for Order Automatica, and you can wishlist it there.
A light, physical card game with fantasy theming based around the English order of adjectives. Players take turns adding adjectives to a phrase until it's no longer grammatically correct.
Hi, I'm Christy Overton, aka Next Level Banana Games out of Portland, Oregon, and I'm here showing Oskakomp's Item Shop. It is a physical card game, very casual, light D&D theming, based around a rule of English grammar. Players take turns laying out adjectives to make an increasingly specific item for sale until there's no more grammatical place. People can find it. It is in production now. You can pre-order it. nextlevelbanana.live/Oskakomp.
Plant Therapy is a cozy plant collecting and decorating game. Starting from a single plant, care for your plant, collect coins, buy more plants, artwork, and furniture until you have a lush indoor garden. Additional apartments are available to unlock, and DLC adds additional content and features.
Hi, my name's Genevieve, and I'm one of the game designers of Plant Therapy. Plant Therapy is a cozy game where the whole goal is to get cozy. You have a New York City apartment, you buy plants, you decorate with plants, they give you coins, you can go buy more plants and decorate your apartment and furniture and artwork. We're adding wallpaper, and you can just really go to town. There's tons of apartments to choose from real locales all over New York City. So you can have the New York City apartment experience, but not go broke in the process. You can find Plant Therapy. It's already out on Steam, and you can get it now on iOS. On iOS, it's under Plant Therapy NYC Edition, and on Steam, it is Plant Therapy.
Puzzle Depot is a box-pushing, bug-squishing, problem-solving adventure game. Assemble an eccentric cast of characters to tackle the depot's devious rooms and deadly foes, or bring out your inner mad scientist with a robust level editor.
My game is Puzzle Depot. It is a box-pushing, bug-squishing, post-apocalyptic puzzle adventure game. It features fun characters, vast environments to explore, and a level editor for making your own puzzles. The Steam page is probably the best place to go. Please wishlist us. We are on all the socials. We are on itch.io. Laughingmanatee.com is our website. You can get everything from there.
Survive the horrors of the multiverse, alone or with your comrades, as you battle against an onslaught of insectoid-like creatures. Combine abilities in different ways each loop to overcome and return safely to your universe.
Hi, my name is Matthew Petermeyer. My game is Rift Loopers. It's a twin-stick shooter arcade game. We'll be battling insectoid-like creatures who have infested the planet. So killing bugs is always better with friends, so multiplayer is front and center for Rift Loopers. As you battle with your friends, you'll be leveling up, getting new abilities, combine them in different ways so you can survive as long as possible. For each fallen enemy, you'll gather crystals we can use outside of the loop to upgrade your abilities, equipment, and weapons, and other items to help you survive in future loops. You can learn more about it on our Twitter, M2 Studios, or find us on Steam.
Scala Match is a heartfelt dating sim about wizards that takes the deep, multifaceted relationships found in RPGs and other dating sims and packages them into a more streamlined experience.
Hi, I'm Stephen Dewhurst. I am the designer, writer, and engineer on Scala Match. Yeah, so Scala Match is a magical match 3 dating game. It's got a lot of heart and a little bit of spice. And what we're doing here is we've got 11 main characters that all have the sorts of deep, nuanced personalities and stories you'd find in a role-playing game, packaged into a very streamlined puzzle game. So you can find us at Dire Kitten on Threads and X. You can also find the game Scala Match on Steam, and we also have scalamatch.com.
A short dive into the deep depths of the ocean in an alien world. Slumber is a short, atmospheric 2D action platformer made in 10 days.
My name is Wayne. I'm a dev of the Aquatic Ranger Studio. This is my partner, Zhen Yi. He's the artist of the studio. So our entry to the 6th event is called Slumber. It's a short oceanic dive of underwater Metrovania. So I did all the programming, Jenny did all the art. It's a short, very short game. Lasts about 10 to 15 minutes. We made it in about 10 days for a game jam. We mainly focused on the art aspect of it. So hopefully you're gonna experience a pretty good experience underwater. You can find the game on itch.io by looking up Slumber. You can also find our studio Twitter by looking for Aquatic Ranger GS on x.com.
Swap Meet is a roguelite third-person shooter where you raid the galaxy's weirdest worlds and angriest aliens. Swap Meet with the enemies you defeat to steal their abilities and augment your hero on the fly, and fight alongside your friends to bring home the bacon.
My name's Jamie Stormbreaker. I'm one of the founders of One More Game. I'm also the lead designer on our new game, Swap Meet. Swap Meet is a third-person shooter. It's a roguelite third-person shooter, 1 to 4 different players. Our key mechanic is that we have the ability to swap your meat with the enemies that you kill. You have a head, a torso, and you have legs. Each one of those gives you a separate active ability and passive abilities. When you defeat your enemies, they drop a piece of meat. You can walk up to it, swap yours for theirs, and you can use their abilities against them. Every single planet you get dropped onto has very odd, interesting enemies to defeat. They have samples for you to collect, You can use those samples to upgrade yourself back at your base. And after you do enough upgrading, you'll fight some really, really interesting bosses. You can find more about Swap Meet at playswapmeet.com or on our Steam page. You can wishlist us now, and we're running a test from September 6th to September 10th. It's totally open, no NDA. You can stream it, you can make YouTube videos. We just love for you to come play.
Grab your friends and some rocks in Tether, a unique multiplayer physics platformer about conquering rock climbing challenges. Swap the old run and jump routine for a gripping new grab and swing adventure in this speedrunner-friendly game.
Oh, hi, I'm Logan. My game is called Tether. So Tether is it's a 2D physics platformer. It's inspired by rock climbing, which is a sport I really enjoy. So in the game, you play as this little chalk bag. You basically drop into a little climbing gym. You just sort of explore around. You like fling yourself around, climb rocks, and try to get to the top. It's actually an online multiplayer game too. So it is you can join in with your other friends and kind of like race each other, try to compete for the fastest time. And then there's also like a really big like adventure map where it's like kind of like the ultimate challenge of the game. It's like this really long climbing course. You try to like make it all the way to the top and go get like a fastest time. So you can follow me. I think the best way is on Instagram right now, at Whale Shark Noises. That'll be the best place to follow me.
Vagabones is a cooperative roguelike action-adventure game. Choose your class and play as ice cream dogs Neo, Kobe, Miley, and Chaz as you explore mysterious dungeons, battle fierce enemies, and uncover hidden treasures. Ascend the tower to defeat the Calico King and free the kingdom from destruction.
I'm Sean Riley from Calibrated Games, and my game is Vagabones. Vagabones is a 4-player co-op adventure where you're playing as 4 ice cream dogs, Neo, Chaz, Kobe, and Miley, and your goal is to defeat the Calico King. So you choose a class, swords by archer, priest, or rogue, and your goal is to travel through the Savage Garden and up the tower and defeat the Mad King. People can find my game online on Steam. We have a store page up, Instagram, Twitter, Facebook. Everything is on Vagabones Games, so just search for that and you'll find any social media.
Wish Upon a Llama is a cozy game for animal lovers. Breed and raise animals like llamas, bunnies, and capybaras while building relationships with the residents of Llama Town. What unique animal breeds will you discover, and whom will you befriend? Adventure awaits.
Hi, I'm Celine, and we're building Wish Upon a Llama. So Wish Upon a Llama is a cozy farm simulation that focuses on raising and breeding animals. You'll be able to build friendships with animals alongside town folks while exploring the local area and discovering and creating new breeds. You can find us on Instagram and Twitter at Wish Upon a Llama, and you can also find us on Steam.
Roam the desert as a creature of the sands. Wormsign is a short musical experience, playable in your browser for free.
Yeah, so my game is Wormsign. It's a short musical meditative experience. You can play it in about 7 minutes in your browser for free. So you can learn more about my game at my personal website, joshuarosen.dev, where you can find links to that game to play and also my other games.
Astro Haulers is a sci-fi package management game where you build and expand a delivery network across the galaxy. Deliver color-coded packages to the correct space stations, unlocking new stations and boosting your score. Strategize routes to become the ultimate interstellar hauler.
My name is Sean Casey, and I'm the founder of Fernsprout Studios. Right now, we just finished up our game Astro Haulers, which is a real-time strategy space package manager game. We like to call it Jeff Bezos takes shipping to space. It's really fun with cool music and fun vibes and bright colors. We are on all socials with Fern Sprout Studios, and you can find us on itch for free.
Uncover secrets, experience history, solve puzzles, and understand one another. Immerse yourself and explore a surreal and colorful world in this short first-person adventure.
My name is Lucas Fisher. I am the solo developer of With Shining Eyes. With Shining Eyes is a short first-person adventure game where you explore the historic Bellamy Academy, learn about its former headmasters, explore, solve simple puzzles, take in the colorful environment, and just have a nice time. You can find it on Steam and itch for PC.
Dynamic battles, twisting dungeons, and countless secrets await you in the magical world of Astravia. Journey alongside your companions as you unravel the mystery of your past and uncover the truth behind a mysterious trio's plot before the cataclysm brings forth another age of ruin.
My game is Legends of Astravia, a charming retro RPG set in a world of magic. You can learn more on Steam or at www.studiolemni.com.
Cards, tactics, and mutant squirrels. Enter the arena and compete head-to-head, play cooperatively, or go it alone to defeat increasingly challenging onslaughts of enemies in a cunning game of wits set in the fantastical world of Avalon.
I'm Ross Shabilsky, the founder of D20 Studios. My game is called Avalon Arena. It is a multiplayer card tactics game. It is designed for fans of Dungeons & Dragons and Magic the Gathering. Essentially, it brings together the elements of those games, puts you on a tactical grid where you can battle your friends by hurling squirrels, summoning legions of skeletons, or raining fire down upon the battlefield. You can learn about our game at d20studios.com.
A first-person survival and automation game where you build factories run by drones to power a machine that terraforms a planet. Along the way, you will build bases, prepare for storms, and harness the weather.
My name is Paymon, and I'm the developer of Skyformer. Skyformer is a survival automation game where you build factories to process resources on a planet and turn them into the materials you need to terraform the planet and make it habitable for your creators. And it's a more casual take on an automation game, and it's more like a survival crafting game, and there's less of a focus on like engineering the perfect and most optimal factory. And as you terraform, you're going to unlock new regions of the world, new resources as the climate changes, and you'll experience different types of storms that have different impacts on different areas in the world that you need to prepare for. You can go on Steam or Epic Game Store to wishlist the game, or go to skyformer.com.
A retro twin-stick bullet hell where you fight hordes of enemies, collect powerful weapons and upgrades, and go head-to-head with menacing mechanical bosses. Take on the horde solo or with a friend in local co-op.
My game is Autonomous Anarchy. Autonomous Anarchy is a retro-inspired twin-stick shooter where you play as a tank who is autonomously controlled, taking down hundreds of AI foes and menacing mechanical bosses. And you have over 25 different weapons to choose from homing lasers to giant spread shots, missiles, and you can even play with a friend in local co-op. You can find us on our Steam page, Autonomous Anarchy, and you can also find our Twitter at Arabidon Games and our YouTube channel.
Nemesis Shock is a twin-stick shooter roguelite. Take control of your prototype mech, the Nemesis, and cut through hordes of enemies. Use your quick movements and overwhelming firepower to survive.
My game is Nemesis Shock. Nemesis Shock is a twin-stick roguelike shooter where a sudden technological paradigm shift connects our reality with one flooded with hostile aberrations, and you are sent in your mech, the Nemesis, to destroy the source of evil and collapse the dimensional bridge.
Thanks for watching, and congratulations to all of the 6 2024 nominees. Thanks to our sponsors, volunteers, and community jurors who helped make 6 possible. Hope to see you in person or online. Go to 6.seattleindies.org for more info.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Seattle Indies Hype Hour. I'm your host, Mac and Cheese, please, joined by Trisha Hirschberger, Richter, and Alchemist. Guys, are you so hyped for Hype Hour?
Always hyped for Hype Hour.
Hype.
The
So
only thing that
hyped.
sucks-
I love all of the indies. Let's support all the indie devs. I'm here for it.
Yeah, same.
Absolutely.
I'm excited to see some new games coming out and checking them out.
Honestly, yep. I already see Alchemist with his wallet. He's like, take my money, please. I'm so excited to get into all the games that are going to be taking everybody's money because honestly, though, I've played some of these games, not this year, but years past, and they're some of my favorite games that I still recommend to people today. So this is where you're going to find the best indie games. Let's just get into it. Let's see what we have in store for Hype Hour.
Yeah, let's go.
All right, so our first game is dun 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 dun. Drum roll, please.
Let's go.
Hype Hour is always
What
it's
is
always
it?
my favorite part, but my wallet is actively on my desk crying as we speak. It's already upset. It's like,
think
why
I
are
can
you
hear
doing this to me again?
I already have
I like-
Steam open, so I'm
Yep,
ready.
exactly. That's what I do. I'm wish listing as we go. Right? That's the way to do it. Have Steam open while the stream is open so you know what you want and you can just boop, 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 boop right then and there. Alchemist, I know you're hyped right
I am hype. I know this game.
I've
know
played
this
this
game
game.
very well. They also just released a competitive mode, so now instead of just going against the game itself, you can now invite your favorite friends to play against each other in Avalon. So
Wait, this is co-op?
it is now
co-op.
competitive. There's now a competitive mode in Avalon Arena. There it is. PvP
Oh, there it is.
and co-op.
PvP co-op. Real time.
Nice.
So it's a card-based turn-based game?
Yes.
Avalon Arena coming soon. Ooh, I played just Avalon. I haven't played Arena, so I'm
Me
excited.
too.
Avalon
Now-
is very, very fun.
Is this the same as Avalon Online? Or is that different?
You're thinking of Avalon. Avalon is purely card-based.
Oh, spaceships.
I like it.
Great
Delivery.
packages.
I love the art.
I love games where you manage systems and things to do.
Yes.
That is my personality type. It scratches all of the multitasking itch that I have.
Interstellar delivery driver. I am so down to meet Interstellar Amazon.
Feels
I'm so down.
Stellar Amazon.
I'm saying packages must be delivered.
Yes.
For haulers. Okay.
And you will find the most efficient system by which to do it.
Yes, I will.
I hope you get to name your delivery company because that'd be good.
Space Amazon.
Bullet heaven.
We love those.
Nice. Look,
I
very
heard
high
that-
energy. Great for a stream.
Oh yeah.
Is that a tank? Am I a tank?
I want to be a tank. With a flamethrower.
With a flamethrower.
For weapons, let's go.
Okay, that's really
With
fun.
boss. Okay. Boss
Yes,
fights
boss
is
battles.
my. Come on, let's go. If there's big monster, I must fight.
Was that boss throwing logs?
It didn't look like he was throwing. That's okay. I don't need to shave that close. Please back up, sir.
I heard the other day that somebody called it a bullet heaven.
Oh, okay, I love that.
I actually liked it too. It's a lot better than bullet hell. I was like, dude, bullet heaven's so much better.
Mm-hmm.
Is it co-op as well?
Oh, it's
Can I
co-op.
bring Friendo Tango?
Oh,
I want a Friendo Tango.
Nice.
Alchemist, can
This
we
is like-
Friendo Tango together?
We
Taking
can.
it back
I
so
will
hard for
Friendo
the-
Tango with you, Mac. I promise.
This takes me back so hard to like the 8-bit days.
Right?
Yes.
Autonomous anarchy. Okay.
That's
I'm
exactly.
down.
Yeah,
I'm
yep,
down.
yep. I'm not surprised by that at all.
Just gonna go to this. Oh,
trains.
And I
We're
love
making
trains.
efficient systems again.
Well, this one's. So I saw this one at 6 online, 6 IRL, and there's a little less efficient systems and more efficient chaos. This is a little more.
Yes, I love that term. Alchemist, thank you for introducing that to me.
You are welcome.
The characters
That
look
old train.
amazing. Are they like amazing?
Yes. Explosive.
What?
Explosive locomotives at your.
Oh, nice.
Okay, I'm in love. I need this.
So it's a game show.
Mm-hmm. Where you're a conductor.
Oh, what's that? Running Man. There we go.
Yes.
Running Man with trains. Let's go.
Oh, I love how chaotic this is.
Customize your train?
Oh no.
Oh.
Battle
You also
train.
can get
Oh,
powers
that's-
that affect the map.
That
So
looks
let's
really
say your
fun.
opponent's too far away, you can go clink, clink, come here. You just can just shorten the map a little bit.
Or very good looking, or both. And they are quick to leave good product reviews and tell all their friends about the battle train.
Okay, I love that. That's so fun.
I like that one. Oh.
Sound effects.
Oh, I was just talking to a developer the other day, and I love when there's like tons of little sound effects because it just makes the
Yes.
game.
This looks like one of those games that gets hard real fast.
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
It looks really stinking cute though.
Those are the ones. It's always the ones that are cute that all of a sudden you're like, why are there so many of them?
Oh, look at that.
So
Oh,
many
yes.
bullets.
Everywhere. Shooting
Oh
coke
my,
balls.
they're like little bottle
Soda bottles?
rockets.
Wait,
this
are
is
you a
cute.
soda bottle?
No.
He
Whoa!
was shooting soda bottles.
Yeah, but I think the character. Oh, he's a drink. He had a little straw head.
Captain
Soda.
Soda.
Captain Soda.
Okay, I'm from the Midwest, so I say pop. Just saying.
The Midwest.
From the South, and I say can drink.
Mhm.
I don't know. East Coast, we always said soda.
Soda. What's this?
Oh,
We got some creepy aliens.
more cards. I like it.
I love card games. I love them. Bad zombie.
We truly believed we were prepared to explore the deep universe.
Oh, the art's gorgeous.
Sounds deep.
So new cards are story based. That's cool.
Yeah.
Cards have durability.
What?
Oh.
The hubris.
Uh-oh.
Always down for some hubris. I mean,
Liking
wait, hubris bad.
I'm liking the voice actor.
Yeah, right. I really like this. Like, I don't know.
You
It's
can
giving it makes me feel.
make your own cards.
Cards?
Oh,
I could make a mac and cheese please card that says win round immediately.
Oh. Tell me more.
Castaway Station.
I like it. Castaway
I wish it
Station.
was that one.
Oh no.
He lost a shoe.
I think he lost
shoe?
more than a shoe.
The rest of that, he'll be fine.
He'll be
Semantics.
Little Band-Aid, he'll be fine. Ah!
Oh,
Wow, where am
okay.
I?
So you're the chair.
Yeah, let's cheer!
The Rat Zone presents. Wait, what?
one of the games of all time.
Chairs talking to chairs.
I love it.
01.
There's a lot happening here.
Whoa. Wait, so it's a racing game?
Kind of chaos.
Kind of. Super Monkey Ball kind of.
Like a runner game.
Oh, a runner, yeah.
Maybe just like a game that's like built custom for speed running.
Yeah, the visuals are wild.
Yeah, it's like giving the 90s, and I love it.
No wonder they had a seizure warning at the start of it.
Oh, they did. I didn't see that. It's just called chairs.
I like to buy a chair, please.
With the
Available
S,
now.
the like old school S they used to draw with the 3 lines as well. I dig it.
Ooh, yeah.
I see what you mean. Yeah.
The symbol of our people.
Okay, we're in space again. We got lots of space today.
Oh, I
Ooh,
dig this.
Love this. Take me back.
Cute boy.
I'm gonna hold up my mug just for solidarity.
Yeah, they look like my friend.
No thanks, just the beer, please.
Are we running a gas station?
It kind of looks like that.
Taking a smoke break.
They say nothing scary happened.
Nothing scary yet.
Drive back to work.
Ah.
Oh.
What?
I love the people.
Yeah, the people are amazing.
How's it going out here? Not great. Wait.
Why do I have a feeling that something bad's about to happen?
There it is. There's the creepiest.
Yep.
There we go.
The images of the people, by the way, in this trailer were actually made by a Game Boy camera. I don't know if you remember the Game Boy camera.
I do
device.
remember the Game Boy camera.
All of these were made with a Game Boy camera. So if you...
Wow, it's better than I expected.
The fact that we're making games in 2024 with the Game Boy camera just lets you know how ubiquitous that piece of hardware was. Nintendo, if you're watching, I am available for consult.
Gas station story looks like a trip. I'm here for it. Demo available now. Writing it down.
Go get it.
My wish list is already up to triple digits.
Oh, this looks like Towerfall.
I love me some Towerfall. I'll Towerfall all day.
I wonder what the
I'm all
relics
down for
do.
that.
Oh, wait, like a Metroidvania?
It kind of feels like...
I love me a Metroidvania.
Eliminate your rivals, leaning more towards that Towerfall.
Yes. Oh, it looks like you have a grappling hook. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Ah.
Maybe the grappling hook's like a power-up you can collect. I don't know.
So it looks like that you have like oars around you, and you have to
Yeah.
get close and touch the people.
Fire shield, yes.
Until your shield goes away, yeah.
I can steal relics.
Oh,
Okay.
they're relics. You're like, nope, that's
Oh.
mine now. Thanks.
Trish, listen. I know that we're friends and all, but if you
Yep.
got a relic that I need, I'm just letting you know.
I'm gonna jump on your shield so hard.
Ooh.
Damn you.
Traps.
Well, that just means I have to drop boulders now. Like, that's just how this works.
Wow.
Or don't.
The levels look huge.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out if it's like if the gameplay style is more like a small arena like a Towerfall or if it's
Yeah.
more like a 2D side-scrolling
Like there's a map.
type of game. Yeah.
Oh, it's not a power. Everyone has a grappling hook.
Yeah. It looks like that's your main weapon.
I'm excited to learn more about this.
But it's a PvP. It's not okay. Relic Rivals. Yeah.
Grapplers.
All right. Cool.
Let's just
Grapplers.
that one. Go get that on Steam.
Ooh.
Now we're very peaceful.
Giving
Animal
story.
people.
What's the story?
Oh, we're farming.
Farming.
We're rabbit farming.
Oh my god, it's so cute.
It's a badger.
I'm already in love.
I like this
This
chill
one.
music.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, fishing. Let's go. Spend hours doing that.
I feel like in games like this, the music makes it so much.
Oh, yeah.
because You can just zen out while you're doing these tasks, right? Whereas I feel like sometimes you'll see indie games that are a similar kind of life sim style, but they're just silent, and then you have to like create the feeling. So all that to say, shout out to the composer on this one for doing a great job chilling us
Oh,
out.
yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Days of food in stock. Oh, I wonder if you have to prepare for winter.
You can
You
make
can put a You're a rabbit leading a rabbit.
It might be your baby.
Oh, that's true.
Cursed, diseased. Is this the end of our village too? Oh wait, I thought this was peaceful. No.
Wait, it's going full Frostpunk now.
Oh
Winter's
no!
coming. People are starving. What's happening?
Wow, they're mad at the government.
Is that a? Did they just wait? Did they just set someone? Was there a part?
Yeah, that was a
might have been
Viking barrel.
Grimshire. Okay, I'm into it. I'm into
Okay,
it. From the Cute Owl Studio.
We're gonna learn more.
It's all fun and games until winter.
I already
comes.
love the graphics.
Magpie, let's go. A talking magpie.
Supposed to help
Always
you with
like the-
onboarding.
Mhm. Oh, look at the graphics!
The fishing
I was not
game.
expecting that. The fishing graphics. Ugh, fishing mini games.
I'm terrible at fishing mini games.
Yes. me
Like
as well.
absolutely garbage.
Call them fish.
Where are we fishing at?
It's,
the LA River.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I know there was fish in there.
Oh, I was trying to think of the name of those things. Oh, okay. That was a weird snail.
I love the art
We're
so
running a
much.
fishing supply shop, maybe, or do you think we're just shopping at the fishing supply shop?
I think we're shopping to upgrade our reel.
Mm.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it's ran by birds.
Headwaters. Wish list now.
What if we have to fish for the birds? And the birds are like holding us hostage or something? I don't know.
There's a very grim twist on it.
Maybe. I'm just wondering why there's birds. I love it.
Space. More space.
Hmm.
I dig this art style.
Okay. Oh.
Sorry, how'd it go?
Oh, okay. You get the story progression. Pick what you want to do.
Uh-huh. A little hacking.
They found us.
Oh no.
Cheers.
Last time we'll be relaxed.
Hope. All right.
That's this will be the last time we're relaxed. Oh, wait.
Hope you survive. No.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, right.
Ooh, this looks tricky.
I like it.
Is it a rhythm game?
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
Hyper beat.
Hyper beat.
I'm really
Oh my gosh.
All right. Are y'all decent at rhythm games? How would you
Yes.
gauge your rhythm game skills?
I'm like it depends on what it is. If it's
Yeah.
dancing, I'm like a 7 or 8. If it's like a mouse or controller type spell, like motion, about like a 6.
Okay. All right. Not bad.
So, Guitar Hero I was decent at for a
Getting
while,
that one.
but the piano mini games in Final Fantasy VII, I can't. I sound like a kid just playing chopsticks.
Yep, me too.
Rhythm Haven.
I
I
tapped
get
out
like
of those piano games.
I got like a triple S tiers on those games.
I know what this game is.
I know this game
Kitchen management
too.
RPG set in Hawaii.
I played this game at 6
Join
IRL.
two siblings on
Oh.
a quest to reopen their family's restaurant and restore it to its former glory.
Oh, I love him.
Make delicious Hawaiian food in tropical kitchens across the
If
island.
you really want to increase your immersion for this game, Trish,
Coordinate
what
a
you do
team
is you
of two
play
chefs
Kitchen Sink Aloha,
to cook tasty
and
dishes
then you
together
go get
and clear your
a
customers'
Pokeball.
hunger points.
Ooh.
This is
Perfect
the type
immersion.
of game that I feel like,
No
and
pressure.
I'm forgetting
The
who
clock
came
will
out with
stop
it right now,
anytime
but
you
do you
need to make a
remember the
decision.
company that was like, smell your video games? They had like some kind of peripheral where you could smell your
Mhm.
games. I don't want that in
Each chef has their own
99% of
personality,
games. This is the 1% of games
playstyle,
I would be
Yes.
down for it for.
and relationships to develop with
The,
others.
the only thing that
As
would make me
characters cook
nervous
together
is that if I could smell my
and play
game while I'm
together,
playing it and I'm
become
smelling
closer,
the poke bowl and
improving their teamwork,
and the mahi mahi and all these
creating
things.
friendship,
I have too many things on my desk that are not
or even
edible,
romance.
and the last thing I want to do is to just go.
Customize your recipes.
Yep.
Organize your kitchens.
Don't look at me in that
Amaze the
tone of
island
voice.
with
I
your
wouldn't actually eat you, unless we'll talk later.
Kitchen Sink Aloha is coming to PC and Mac later this year.
Yes.
Visit our
I
Steam page
want to
today
do
to
when
wish
this game
list us
launches.
and
I'm
try
going to
it
do a stream where I play this game and then do a cooking stream the next day of the things I
Nice.
made in the game.
That's a great idea.
Hey.
The other thing I really liked about Kitchen Sink Aloha is that it's not high pressure cooking. It's not like an
Yes.
overcooked. It's
Yeah.
very chill.
Very zen. Look
Whoa.
at this.
Ooh. That old school
Ooh,
style.
I like it. I love the turn-based. I love the dungeons.
I like the art.
The art is beautiful.
Music's for me. I like that one.
Yeah, the character designs are cool.
Mm.
All right, what do we?
We don't
go
have
ahead and
enough
get
RPGs. We need more RPGs.
Legends of Astravia. Astravia?
Stravia?
Stravia.
Astravia. Astravia. Yeah. Astravia.
Serenity Forge!
This I dream. Mm.
Long Gone Days.
Again, the music's doing such a
Right?
great job
It's-
of setting the mood.
Drawing me in. Are they on the run?
Looks like it. In a world gone wrong.
Oh. The feels.
Oh. Dude, this song.
My
What?
heart already. Oh my god. Oh, it's making me feel the feels.
Wonder if it's like some type of school, and then you get indoctrinated into like a military group, and you're in classmates, build relationships. Yeah.
Okay.
Are we the rebellion?
I don't know. Okay.
Am I the only one that's getting Persona 5 meets Call of Duty vibes here? Like your students at a military school, and
see
you're
how
trying
you
to
got
like.
there.
I'm just maybe my brain's just warped, but like fighting against the military school kind of feels. Maybe I'm missing it. Maybe I'm wrong. But we will be learning more about that game later.
That's true. Nemesis.
Nemesis. Shock.
Shock. Okay.
Ooh. Or, ah.
Oh
right.
yeah.
Like a cave?
Ton of guns.
I'm also looking at
bullet
like
heaven?
the silhouette
Whoa.
of our protagonist. Are we a mech?
Oh my goodness.
It does kind of look like we're a mech.
Oh, there's a wall coming?
Okay.
We upgrade?
Pick your upgrades.
Slots?
Give me.
Okay,
Give
you're
me.
like, mine, please, mine.
Push button, bullet goes everywhere.
Oh, I like the light. The candle to begin.
Mm-hmm.
That's never ended badly. Oh wait. Okay.
Okay.
Are we fighting the other side, or? Indicate attack order. Oh.
Okay.
Okay, let me see the battle. I need to see it.
This might be over my head. This might be too smart for me.
Okay, we're basically seeing the tutorial now.
Yeah, yeah.
Why does he get
We
more
have so
life?
many more candles.
So fair. Oh,
Extinguish
is that?
all the candles. Is it an auto battler?
It does kind
Oh.
of look like an auto battler.
He died.
And made more skeleton bros.
Yeah, because you can 2 times or 4 times the speed.
I have skeleton bros
okay.
and you don't.
Battle 1. Okay.
Man, if there's 7 squares, that's gonna get real hectic real fast.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I also feel like that with the simplicity of the graphics on this one, I feel like this would play great on mobile too.
Sure.
Yes.
Not enough essence.
All right, so there's an essence management component to it, plus of course the positioning
Mm-hmm.
and different card abilities, like we saw what happens upon death.
He dies, but they create 2 Skelly boys.
There's the autoplay. Okay, so you can choose to autoplay or not.
Yeah.
Oh, that was interesting.
Get him, get him.
His defense went to one of the skeletons.
Battle 1.
The combos and the my brain is already buzzing about the different combos you can add for this.
This
With
is
all the
Order Automatica.
with all the cards that they're gonna have in this game, there's gonna be a lot.
Yeah.
And then you have items too that can like enhance their abilities and things. That's
Okay, so the name of the game is Order Automatica.
Yeah.
Okay. I am already. I think you're right, Trish. I think this on mobile as well would just be bananas. Like,
I really like games that are either turn-based or that you can pause for mobile. Maybe it's because I'm at the phase in my life where I'm a parent, but like when something distracts me, I need to be able to pause the game and go do that and then come back to my mobile game.
Yeah.
That's so important for me on mobile.
oh yeah, I can neither confirm nor deny that on some of my times where I've been like commuting into work, a good mobile game and the ability to pause between stops has been a lifesaver for me. There is a mobile game that just recently launched, however, that has all of those functions that I would not be adding to my phone because I like my productivity.
Spelling.
Okay.
Do you have strong opinions about the Oxford comma? Could
No.
You, write
No,
You have
I do
strong
not.
opinions about the Oxford comma? This is hilarious.
The unique
Nope.
linguistic properties of the F-bomb. If that sounds like you,
I
then
do
you've
believe
got
in the
to play
unique
Oxford
linguistic
Comma
properties
Item
of the
Shop.
F-bomb.
It's the newest game from Next Level Banana. It's a casual party
Is
game.
it
where
a
two
tabletop
players,
game?
And it's
It
based
said it's
on
a party
sort of
game, yeah.
adjectives, but you don't actually have to know or care about grammar at all in order to
I'm
have.
excited.
Let me show you how it works.
Grammar
You start off by
tabletop
drawing
game.
an
I
item,
am
You
in.
got a battle axe.
Okay, but the
Every player
drawing,
has a
like the
handful
art,
of adjectives. You notice
chef's
they got a big
kiss.
rank number on them,
Hmm.
and a few special cards to keep things interesting. On your turn, all you gotta do is play an adjective that's higher than the last one on the board. Right now, there's not any. so
Oh,
you
we're
play
doing
anything.
words.
So let's play.
Yeah,
a
it's a
one.
grammar
So we got
game.
a mind control battle axe.
Nice.
Oh,
Player
I'm
two
I'm
has
I'm
to
gonna be
beat
bad
that.
at that.
Cool, they got a 2. It's now a crystal mind control battle axe. Player 3 gotta beat a 2. Good thing they have a 4. It's now a peach colored crystal mind control battle axe. Player 4 gotta beat a 4. What do they got? They got a 4. They got a 7. It's now
A big peach crystal mind control battle axe.
Player 1 beat a 7. Oh my god, they got a 2. They got a 6. They got a 7. They got an 8. It is now an odd, big peach crystal mind control battle axe.
Oh my goodness.
And so on it goes until
Just
eventually
want to
somebody
equip
can't play
an
anymore and the
odd
round
big
ends.
peach crystal mind control battle axe in a
Get a
game.
new item and starts over. That's the gist. There's
Cloak.
plenty more details up
Okay.
on the Kickstarter page. So if this sounds like fun, what are you waiting for? Get over there and back it today.
Yeah, get on that Kickstarter page. Let's go back it.
I love it.
Wait, yeah, I'm easily swayed. Instructions unclear. Kickstarter is open, and wallet has been fed to Kickstarter.
But I'm with Mac. The art style on that was
It's
awesome.
so cute.
Wait,
cute.
Oh.
Let's go.
This maybe might help me teach me how to water my plants perfectly fine.
I was gonna say, I have no plants in my house because they all die in real life. So maybe this would like make me better at that.
I'm okay at watering my stuff. All my stuff is like a once a week minimum, like kind of situation. But I was traveling a lot and I forgot to water my fiddle leaf fig for like 3 weeks and it lost way too many leaves. I am.
Oh no.
We'll see if it comes back, y'all.
Requiescat and Pache, Fiddly
That
Fig.
plant was just spitting out gems, though. I mean, if I had plants that spit out gems,
I might water them more too. Yeah.
I think I might water those.
Lily plant collecting game. Okay.
I love games like this because like I play a lot of shooters, and these kind of games are the perfect palate cleanser at the end of a stream. Like it's like that lovely, like, okay, I've been playing this sweaty game all day, and now it's time to just collect some plants and relax.
Oh, it's
Okay,
a
are we
cat
cat
Roomba.
Roomba?
What?
No.
Do you get a cat Roomba in that game?
I don't get to know.
Some more good music. Let's go.
Yeah. Hey, it looks like maybe we're in some like dystopian future.
Yeah. Is it would space again? Maybe. I don't know. I see toxic waste. No, never mind. I see outside.
Oh.
Large bugs.
like-
I see large bugs.
Clear paths and stuff. Okay.
Would like me some puzzles.
Always love me some puzzle games.
Nice. I do like the puzzles.
Oh.
Oh, this is dope. Proto Roaches.
Run him over with the barrel.
Nice.
Oh, you fight back though.
Okay, so you can't hit it. Just pushing the roly poly around.
So I'm wondering if this is like the bugs have taken over kind of future, or
Oh wow! You have to like deconstruct the boxes in a certain way in order for you to get pieces.
Oh, that's dope.
and we're making
And there's a level editor.
A level editor. You can make your own.
What?
I wonder if you can then put it into like a community space and other people can play your level.
Probably.
Yeah, that would be really cool.
That would be really cool.
Ah,
boss
that
battles.
dude is from my nightmares.
Little depot.
Let's go.
For your personal computer, coming soon.
Play the demo.
Oh.
Oh, is this a school dating sim?
We love that. I love like the rays of like, ooh. It's like romance.
I have no in-game games, so dating sims are very difficult for me. They're like one of the most complex genres for me.
I like to think I have some game. If I had to throw down game, I feel like I could have game, but it's like that awkward, like you throw a cheesy pickup line and they're like, who is this chick? You know, it's like.
I overthink every dialogue option until I'm like, okay, this is the one that they're going to like. And then I pick it and they're like, get out of here. How dare you? I'm the worst.
I already feel like this is one of those games that I'm going to have 27 different save files because I'm going to be like, okay, I chose the wrong thing and now
What if I did
Xerxes
this
doesn't like
option?
me. Now it's time to delete the entire save game and start over.
Save state,
Oh.
save state, save
Mhm,
state all the time.
I
Nope, don't like that one. Back up.
That's
played a
how I
similar
bricked
game
Skyrim.
and saw the affinity down drop for a character that I really, really wanted to charm. And like, no joke, was just like, well, we're setting it all on fire now. Sorry. Do.
I always just try to play it as it lies. Like I'll just finish the whole thing with the same like save file if I can. And this is why I end up with no love. I have no love in games. I'm always alone.
Oh,
And this game is called Scalo Match.
Yeah, so they're very scholarly.
Yeah, I can see that he's holding books. He seems very smart.
But it also looks like a wizarding school. There's some fantasy element
Oh.
to it.
I wonder if you can date like within houses or have to be out at like if it's like I don't know.
Oh, it's a match
There's a
3
puzzle
thing.
gem thing to this.
oh, gem game.
So it's a match 3 dating game, and the artwork is all see. Yep, I'm gonna mess it up. I'm gonna say the wrong thing to Xerxes, and he's gonna go, maybe we shouldn't hang out, and then I have to set my computer on fire, and then that's gonna be bad for everyone.
It's like, I got a book with spells. Be
That seems
mine.
reasonable.
See, all these dialogue options seem good to me, so I never know which to pick.
Disappointed. Somebody hand me the kerosene. He's no longer. There's the smile. Okay, we're good again. Okay. Oof.
It's so much stress.
Lessons.
Too many options.
I'm looking for romance.
I'm looking for romance.
Someone cue the saxophone right now.
Lots of love to be found here.
Oh no. Can I? Is this going to be one of those games where I accidentally charmed like 2 people and then they both are mad at me and I never.
You forget
It's 2024. It's okay. Don't worry about it.
You say that, but my Persona 5 Royal save game will tell you otherwise. I did not know that you didn't have to charm people to get their level 10 skill, and so I romanced everyone in the game. And then on Valentine's Day, they all appeared at the coffee shop, and no one was happy.
Oh no!
No, that sounds like a problem.
One of the characters says, "You're going to learn why you don't piss off the girl who carries an axe." And I think the game faded to black and I never returned to that save file ever again.
Wow. I would be afraid too.
All right, we're gonna have to move to the. What is this?
Okay.
So this is the next game on our list.
There's like weather. It's not like a weather screen.
Assignment.
Terraforming.
Are we terraforming? Okay.
Well, pretty. So I wonder if you just start off on a barren planet like this, and then you start building things like trees and other stuff start growing. Oh, I think it is.
This feels like the perfect construction therapy game.
Yeah.
Whoa. Oh wait. You can go to space. Did I just see you go to space?
Skyformer.
I do believe you can go to space.
Yeah.
It looked like we were in space.
Space.
Now it's underground, maybe space, maybe Earth.
Underwater space? No.
Underwater.
Ooh.
Are we underwater?
It's definitely underwater. You can see the bubbles.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm very
like
brave
fish.
in most games, but once we go underwater,
You're done. It's over.
Oh, it's over. No, just a little
Once-
snip. I need more.
Greetings, traveler.
We will definitely
We're
see
proud
more
to
from that
introduce
game.
you to Demon's Mirror,
Mirror.
developed by B-Rad Entertainment. Demon's Mirror is a dark fantasy roguelike that combines the deck building of games
We love
like
a
Slay the
roguelike.
Spire and Monster Train.
We love dark fantasy.
Slay the
Free
Spire.
manipulation of Puzzle Quest to create a truly unique
Whoa,
and
okay.
complex
And
gameplay
puzzles?
experience.
And puzzles.
You begin by choosing one of 3 lost souls to play as, each with their own
Axolotl.
set of skills.
An
And
axolotl.
Crazy
Everyone's gonna play as the
axolotl, like a mad
into a
scientist.
realm of nightmares. You'll collect new cards and gain power as you navigate an ever-changing labyrinth to solve the mystery of the
I
demon's
definitely
mirror that traps
see
you
the
here.
Slay the Spire
By fusing deck building and chain free
inspiredness.
mechanics,
Mhm.
I
Demon's
mean,
Mirror
honestly,
allows
Slay
you to
the
hone
Spire,
your
I feel like
playstyle as
since
you
that
develop
came
new
out, we've seen
strategies.
so many
Wield
of that
powerful
genre
cards
come
to
out.
Oh,
manipulate
yeah.
the grid and
Fun
unleash
fact, Slay the
devastating
Spire was
combos
actually
upon your
showed
foes,
off at
while
a
chaining
6
tiles
online
to
once.
attack,
So
defend, gather resources.
Whoa.
or
if you're
decrease
looking
your
for
enemy's
the
power.
correct pedigree for a Slay the
Increasingly
Spire
challenging enemies and
style game,
unpredictable
this is
scenarios are
definitely the
designed
show
to
for
test
it.
your wits.
I mean,
So
what
be
are
warned.
they?
Hasty
What's that
decision-making will
genre
lead to
officially
certain
called? I
death.
mean, I know a lot of
Your
us
only hope for
colloquially are like
survival
it's Slay
is
the
to
Spire
master the
like, but
balance
it's
between
card
playing cards
battler.
and
I think it's
roguelike?
I think it's a deck building roguelike. I believe is
Deck
the,
building
it would be the.
I
roguelike,
call it
Demon's
like
Mirror is
a
all
deck
about making
building
new discoveries,
roguelike
creating
dungeon
new
crawler.
strategies,
Like
and finding
Yes,
new ways to conquer
that
the map.
tracks. I'm
all the
with that.
above.
Encounters,
The answer is
items,
yes.
And randomly dropped cards are generated with each run, ensuring near endless replayability.
I love
So
this.
take risks, grow your powers, and escape the Demon's
Whoa, that's a
Mirror.
lot of
I
shields.
like the puzzle element added to it, though.
I do
That's-
too.
I have
It
to
makes
say
it really
that, yeah.
interesting.
With a mouse and
That's a
keyboard
whole new
or a
level
controller.
for you to like
Available summer
adjust your
2024
cards and get extra
on
boosts
PC.
and stuff. I like it.
That's cool. Well done, B-Rad Entertainment.
whenever I see games like that, my brain just tries to think of what the achievements are going to be. So like, is one of them going to be beat the game with just your starting deck using the puzzle element powers?
This is
Goodness music.
Meat? Are we meat?
Made me think of Toe Jam and Earl.
Yes.
Wait,
Okay, I'm ready. Yep, ready.
you have to collect
Yeah.
body parts?
Gotta switch into Wasp. His head has barrier.
Wait, the different heads have the different body parts have different powers?
The wet meat hitting the ground.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna get a couple
The sound effects.
Definitely going with electric eel.
Oh, what's happening?
Now we just
What?
need torso.
Here, I got it. Oh no, meat sword, meat sword.
Whoa.
This looks out of control.
Looks fun.
Oh my god, what is that?
I'm down.
Oh, I got laser.
Swap
Guys,
meat.
let's get out of here. We're done.
All right, call in the harvester.
You are cooked.
That's sick. Alright, on my way.
I could see this being really fun to like
coming.
stream with a
Oh
group
my
of friends.
god, so much
Oh,
action.
yeah.
Dude, get on the ship.
Risk of Rain. That's what I'm thinking of.
I can see that.
Oh lord, too close, too
But
close.
there's so much more to this.
Processing the meat science.
Meat science.
Science.
I got the ginger head.
I think we could squeeze in one more.
Yep, let's do it. Where do you got
That's the
Elmo?
most dangerous sentence in game. I think we can play one more,
All right,
and
let's
then
go.
4 hours later.
Swap
Yeah,
meat.
hours later.
All right, for the name alone with that, so good.
Swap meat. It's fine.
Grab your friends, literally.
Oh, this makes me.
And some rocks.
Oh my god, I love this.
This reminds me of. You remember Mount Your Friends?
Yeah.
Way back in the day. Mount Your Friends was just about building upwards, though. This is like traversing a level.
You also can chase your friends, apparently.
For some
I
reason.
love this so much.
Physics puzzle.
This is a game I am not going to love so much in that, you know, it's like a getting over it style frustration game. But it will be hilarious to watch.
You start with friends, you leave with no friends.
Leave with no friends.
Cute buddies.
Oh, look at them. They're
Look
little
at Cody.
buddies.
Yuki.
He's just a little guy.
Welcome to Vagabonds. Okay.
Puzzle platformer.
All right. Pick up your friends. Or
Ooh,
pick
little
up things.
hearts.
Nice.
Okay.
Okay, so puzzles.
Yeah,
Oh,
pick
and
up
you
your
can pick up
friends.
friends. Okay.
Can you throw them off?
No, they are friends, not opponents.
Oh.
We know throw off map. Maybe for
Maybe.
puzzle, but only for puzzle.
Oh, throw a friend over there. Oh, okay, never mind.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
This feels like a game you could play with like a niece or a nephew or a kid because like they can just kind of run around and be chaotic while you help solve the puzzles.
Yep, yep.
Yeah.
I was just
Yep.
gonna say that this is a game I could play with my son and just be like, "Hey, buddy, you see that pressure plate over there? Can you go hang out on that for a sec?"
Mhm.
Yeah.
I need you to sit right here.
Oh.
Don't move. Okay. Next thing you know, they're three maps away. I thought you were gonna. Nope. Sorry, I got bored.
Yep. It kind of reminds me of like they have like a do it together Roblox obbies, and it's kind of giving that a little bit.
Ooh, throw a banana. No, it's a boomerang.
If
Yellow
it
one.
is banana, if it's a yellow boomerang, it is banana.
Pick up items.
Oh.
Okay.
Nice.
Hey.
Anything's a boomerang if you try hard enough, I suppose.
This is true. Oh, and items come back. Did you see how he threw that
Yeah,
into the water and it
and-
came back up?
Yes, and
Yep.
they're like picking up new items out of the crystal ball. So like they
Are
just
they
swap their
purchasable?
boomerangs for a bomb.
Which means
Mm.
there's gonna come a point where you need to have like the boomerang and the bomb.
Yeah.
Can you use the boomerang? Can you use the boomerang?
Yay.
Oh, just slide into the ball pit.
Oh, okay. So there are enemies. Because I saw that there's health.
They have their little hearts.
Break the pots. Always break the pots.
Classes. Sword boy.
Archer, thief.
This
Got
is
it.
cool.
Got it.
And this game's called Vagabonds, right?
Mhm,
Yeah.
mhm.
This was cool.
I'm digging this. Looking forward to learning more about this one.
Very cool. I like that one. Llama Town.
What do you
Watch
do,
out.
Grandma?
Grandma.
Oh,
It's good to see ducks. Wait, birds?
You
llamas?
get to has a farm.
There's a pig.
Wait, that was a capybara.
No, but I saw a pig on the floor on a different part. There was a little piggy guy.
You can make custom aminals.
Whoa.
And you can name them.
This one's vanilla.
You can
I
adopt
like to buy.
animals.
Wait, you can adopt animals?
Mm-hmm. Or you can adopt. Oh no, you can adopt out animals. You can give animal friends to the village.
Oh, cool.
I like the
They're
color
following
palette
me.
on this one. It's very pretty.
Yes.
Yeah, definitely. Ooh,
And
nighttime.
again, to your point earlier, like the music for this is also very chill and very relaxing as well.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Colin looks like he jumped right out of a Teen Beat magazine.
A little bit.
They all do.
little
It's one
bit.
of those scenes where everybody's hot.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. I like how she said, "Welcome, please don't ask for help," and then tips appreciated. Like, ma'am.
Like, no, that's not how this works.
Oh, you can get married? Ooh,
Oh,
same-sex
boy.
marriage? What?
If you can get married, that means I can get dumped. I can get broken up.
I mean, that is a way to look at it, but I think that you will at least have your animal friends around
Hey,
you.
I know my strengths and weaknesses in gaming, okay? Dating is not a strength for me. Thank you.
Million Hair Studios. I love it.
What is this?
I'm the current headmaster of
I have a
the-
terrifying looking headmaster.
I hope it's not like actually a spoopy game though, is it?
Yeah, I can't decide if this is Nightmare Fuel or not.
Yeah, I'm like, it looks too cute to be spoopy, but like maybe it is. Are there like deep dark secrets?
Maybe not Nightmare Fuel, maybe Nightmare like Accelerant. Nightmare
I don't
Starter.
know.
I don't know. Is the lullaby getting weirder, or is it just me? Is it changing key?
With shining eyes.
Maybe not. Maybe we're reading too into it. You know, it's fine. It's fine.
Everything's fine. Everything's fine, chat.
Okay.
Just stop freaking out, chat. Everything's fine.
I have questions.
I do as well. I hate sand. It's coarse, it's rough, and it gets everywhere.
Oh, are we dealing with sandworms?
The worm sign.
A short desert experience. Is it short because I get eaten?
Yeah, I was like,
Yeah,
I was
right.
just thinking the same thing. Is it short because death?
That's it. That's all we do.
That's all we know. No.
We're like, here's your small amuse-bouche for today, friend.
Mm-hmm.
What? Oh my gosh. Okay. Well, that was our last game for Hype Hour. Y'all, what are you most excited for?
What a tough question, Matt. We just saw all these great games.
So many great games.
I'm trying to think. Battle Train looked really cool. I liked
Mhm,
the game show aspect and the wacky characters of it all. Plus, maybe designing an efficient train system despite the chaos. Maybe I think that looks cool.
What was the term you used for that, Alchemist? Organized chaos?
Organized chaos. Yes, yes.
I like that. I don't
like
know. What
that
about
too.
you?
Honestly, there's so many to choose from. I think I'm just most excited to like for today in general. It's like to dig into the devs' heads and figure out like why they made the game and where their inspiration came from. Learn about the art style, the music choices. Like I'm excited for all of it. Let's be real.
I do want. So what I'm going to do, Max, is I'm going to give you a moment to try and figure out what you have to pick one because we're all going to have one. So I'm going to. I love how you. I love how you like deflected that question off.
I did.
I'm going to give you some time to think about it. I actually am looking forward to Gas Station Story because the idea that the pictures were taken on a Game Boy like camera and being able to just be a gas station attendant, I think is going to be really cool. I think it's a really kind of novel concept to kind of play around with.
Mm-hmm.
What about you, Rick? What are you looking forward to? Right now you are muted, so your excitement caused your mic to blow up. That's how much hype was there, Chad. There was
There
so
was
much
so much hype today.
that
I
Rick's
wouldn't be
microphone
surprised.
spontaneously exploded.
I might change to Grimshire.
Ooh,
Oh?
good choice.
I liked the idea that it was like, oh, it's so cute. We're gardening. And then like, like I said, then
Actually,
I felt like
though-
it took like a hard turn into Frostpunk territory.
It did.
Winter's
It did.
coming. There's a plague. Get your stuff together if you want to save these bunnies. And I'm like, ooh, I'm into that.
I think if I had to pick one, I really liked Demon's Mirror just because like you don't understand how much I love like Slay the Spire and Slay the Spire-esque games. And so I'm excited to learn more about that. And I love the like puzzle part of it, or like the I don't know. I just want to know more about the battling. I'm excited to dive into that. I think that might be a top one for me.
Okay, I'm back. I fixed it. So it's either Swap Meet or the rhythm game. I'm blanking on the name.
Yeah.
Was it
like
what was the rhythm game?
Hyper?
It was like,
was it Hyperbeat?
I think it was
Hyperbeat.
Hyperbeat actually.
Now,
it was
what I want to know with that one, can I connect an old DDR pad? And play?
No, because that one's move around. You got to move.
Anything can be a controller if you try hard enough. We've learned this.
Yeah, that's true. Dark Souls, man. That's
I'm just
And
saying.
Hyperbeat, I think I was reading, has an original soundtrack as well. So you might get some real good jams out of that one.
Nice.
Okay, that sounds dope. Well, it feels like the only thing there is kind of left to do is to like get in each of these games, right? Like I feel like that's all we have left to do. So I think we're gonna take a quick break more than likely, and then we're gonna be right back with each of these games getting their own dedicated moment in the sun to take a look at. So if you're watching at home and you haven't already opened up Steam so that you can start wish listing these games, first of all, what are you doing? Why are you not already wish listing these games?
Do it
and
now.
Second, now. We want to know what your favorite is too. So make sure you let us know down in the chat what game you are most looking forward to. And we will be right back after just the briefest of breaks. So stay tuned.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to 6 Online Seattle Indies Expo 2024. I'm your host, Mac and Cheese, please, joined by Alchemist. We have Richter, and of course, we have Carolyn Seiden, our event producer, and the lovely Tim Collins, our executive director of Seattle Indies. Welcome, everybody. What's going on?
Good morning, good afternoon, or wherever you are. Yeah, thanks for hosting. As always, we're super excited about 6. That was a great hype hour. Hope it got everybody jazzed and ready to see what's coming up in the next 6 or so hours. All the great games we had at 6 IRL this year, you're going to get a chance to see again today and meet a lot of the devs and ask any questions you have of how they made their games and why they came up with them. A lot of them, I mean, you're going to see the whole team on screen. It could be just one person, could be a few more people in the background, but these are games made with love by small teams of independent developers here from the Pacific Northwest. So yeah, it's going to be a good day.
One of the things that always blows me away is the talent of the developers at 6. I am hype. My wallet is sad. It is as it should be for a 6 Online. But I want to talk a little bit about what both of you guys do for 6, because Tim, we've spoken to you a couple of different times, but Carolyn, I want to hear from you as well. Like, what is your role in the greater 6 ecosystem?
I primarily focus on the on-site experience, but I did do a bit in terms of, I was a big proponent in terms of adding personalized interviews in. So everyone had their own game description. Just I'm an advocate for the exhibitor experience as well as the volunteer experience and the attendee experience, trying to support people as much as I can.
She took all of my crazy ideas and like made them into stuff that we could actually do, and coordinated with a ton of people behind the scenes and helped me out a lot and made it a really awesome experience and elevated it for so many people. We had like the biggest crowd we've ever had at Six in person this year. It's close to 4,000 people showed up about 3 or 4 Sundays ago. It seems like forever now, but it was a great day, and we're looking forward to another great day. If you're new to Seattle Indies, we're a nonprofit here in the Seattle, Washington area. We support game developers, mostly independent developers, but really anybody who wants to make games as a profession or hobby. We host multiple events throughout the year and the month to help people network, learn from each other, do co-working. We just had a great event Friday night where Renee Gittins did a pretty retrospective of the game Potions, Curious Tale that was in last year's Six that she released in the meantime, and had a really successful launch with that, despite some stuff happening that was less than great. But she talked about it, and you can go on our YouTube channel after Six Online, watch the whole thing. It was a really great talk. I can highly encourage it. She gave a lot of great advice. So yeah, she's a really like product of what we put together here with our community.
Yeah, I've been working really hard to help grow the event. So
now I know it's not fair to ask. So we here as hosts get to say what our favorite game is because each of us kind of have our own kind of stream setup and our communities there. But we know that asking the two of you is like asking a mom or a dad, or in this case, a mom and a dad, what your favorite kid is. And listen, I get that all of them are your favorite, but we have all said what our favorite game is. So I want to put the question on Tim and Carolyn. If you had to keep one kid and sacrifice the rest in a volcano, hypothetically, which would be your favorite kid? What game are you most excited about personally?
That's a great question. There's so many amazing games and all different genres. Like there's not just one type of game. We have tabletop games, we have match 3 dating games, we have RPGs, plant simulators, like so many cool ones. I think plant therapy is up there for me because I met the developers this summer at Geek Fest West up in Everett when we were showing there, and they kind of told me their story about how they were stuck in a small apartment in Brooklyn at the time, and they were living on the East Coast during the pandemic, and got really into buying plants, and that inspired the game because that was their life was. So I'm sure you're going to hear more about that later on. But and I also got into making into plants during the pandemic and have a bunch in our house now. So
we all did.
Kind of resonates with me. Yeah.
I really like that with Six because it brings people together, and Six is very helpful because you can just ask questions within it, and they'll freely help you figure out whatever issue that you're having, and it's such a great community, and I really like it.
Now, Caroline,
definitely.
We did not forget about you. This was us stalling to give you a little extra time.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I've actually gotten to know the developers a bit more in terms of supporting them, so I focused more on that. But it was interesting to hear the plant therapy story. I've really enjoyed just getting to know the developers and learning more about them and how I can support them. They're all I kind of love them all, so I can.
I love that they both gave very parental answers. Like Tim was like, listen, I love all my kids equally, but the plant kid needs to be protected. And Carolyn's like, no, all of our kids are wonderful. We're not going to specifically call out one, even though the plant kid did grow up under our tutelage with the water, but they're all wonderful. Listen, I get to be the fun uncle for Six. So I'm going to tell you, anything with chaos and explosions, I am automatically a fan of. So
Alchemist is a chaos gremlin. We know this.
I wouldn't say I'm the Lord of the Chaos Gremlins, but I am at least the high priest of the Chaos Gremlins. Okay, I'm okay with this. and I believe it was organized. Autonomous Anarchy
No.
lets me be tank friendo and lets me have flamethrower tank. And listen, my M1 Abrams, I need to have a flamethrowing M1 Abrams. I'm just saying.
Don't we all?
Flamethrowing tank. Way to go.
Yeah. There's so much to look forward to today. I'm looking forward to watching you all interview all our developers and talk about the games.
Get to pick their brain and find out their passion. I love it.
Yes. I love talking to devs, especially indie devs, because they're so passionate about their projects. So yeah, I'm glowing and I am just yes, I'm excited to get into it today.
You guys really are amazing at what you do and so personable, and we are so grateful that you are here to help us.
You're very welcome. I'm happy to be here.
Definitely. Super happy to be here. Y'all, we are going to get right into it. We're going to be interviewing devs from Battle Train. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with Battle Train. Pew, 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 pew.
Hey guys, good morning.
Good
morning.
Thanks for joining us. How are you?
Doing pretty okay. Yeah. How about you guys? Have a good weekend so far?
Yes, I'm so excited to talk to devs today. Are you excited, girl?
I'm pretty excited.
So we have Battle Train that we're going to look at. Did you see it during Hype Hour? Because look at this.
Vlad the Pokey and Rookie Bandit.
That's pretty cool.
Just gonna try to get to this. Hopefully, should be pretty quick.
Ooh.
Can I get it more? Nope.
So you do have points that you have to spend on the cards.
That's pretty dumb though, because I left the mine.
There are trains. They are coming our direction.
And we have to stop them?
We're good.
We have to get to their base, and we have to.
This will be a quick one.
I think we have to drop friendly explosions at their base.
Ricky Bandit had no chance.
Ooh, you get rewards.
So you use cards to build out your tracks, and then you can get additional like abilities and such like that. So for instance, you can see how it says collect all minerals in a single row. So that means you collect all the minerals that are on the stage, and then you use those minerals to power up your cards and create bigger and badder trains. And then once that's done, you can like for instance, there's a lucky chance to upgrade one of your tracks into a super track that have additional abilities. So there's one that he selected that increases the damage of your train. So when you put that down, your train then becomes more powerful as you drive it into your opponent's base and cause, again, just friendly explosions, chat. We're not making scary explosions. They are friendo explosions. They just happen to be kind of, you know,
they connected to mine.
Explosive.
Good. Okay.
Oh god, I love trains. I can't get enough of trains. And since I found out, or I saw from the Hype Hour, is that you can customize your train. I'm like, oh, I'm all for it. I'm all for it now. Not only can I build train tracks, I can customize my train. I'm down.
Listen, I don't know about y'all, but I get stuck and lost for hours in a customization screen. So
has played down than I do right now.
I couldn't stream Baldur's Gate 3 because I was in character customization for Baldur's Gate 3 for no joke a solid hour. Luckily, this game seems like it's going to fix that problem because there is pirate ship train, and once I saw that there was pirate ship train, there are no other options that exist. Okay, I don't care how much customization there is. If I can be pirate ship train, then I will in fact be pirate ship train. Period.
Now,
hands down.
So trains have whistles. If you're a pirate ship train, does it go yar yar?
100%. 100%. Either that or it plays sea shanties. just early in the morning.
They're just ready to go. Okay.
Oh, he's
also the dev for this was at the not only at Seattle Indies IRL, but they also were at the Soba Day Zero event. And at the
Since I
Soma
know
Day Zero
I
event, we
only
got
get
to talk to
one.
him as a dev. But
there a
at
way
the
to
Seattle
get
Indies event,
this at
he
all?
had a conductor hat, and I need you to know that that is the superior interview
Glorious S
to be
track
done. Like, listen, I'm
fails me
all
again.
for
Alright.
doing the interviews we did.
Getting into
But if
character.
you
Get 'em,
show
Pokey.
up in a conductor hat, hands
Vlad
down
the
best.
Pokey. Okay, so I have 2 bombs.
Two bombs.
I'm gonna take the easy way out. 2 bombs.
Oh,
Okay,
this
cool.
looks so
You can
good.
zoom in.
Then he just blew up the train.
Before I
Just,
take more
all right,
damage.
we're not sending another
Because
train. We're
damage
just gonna blow
persists
this.
across the entire run.
So then,
Hold up.
Alchemist, if you got to talk
Randomly
to
spawns,
the
got
dev
gold.
from Battle Train, what were some tidbits that you took away from it? Anything you can share with us?
So
that.
one of the things is
kinda
that this is
like
not the first game that they've done, but this is the one that they've put kind of the most time into, if I remember correctly.
All right.
And it was just
Got a
cool
lot
to
of
get to
gold
see
on
his
this one.
passion with creating
Look at
this
all this
game because
gold.
it was one of those things that he said he got to combine
So I just
the
gotta
2
collect as
different
much as I
passions he
can.
had, which is
And
building
then,
trains
the
and card
only way I get
games.
to keep stuff
And
is
those
if I
2
can
things
connect
together
to the
kind of
chest.
was the brainchild for this. To answer the question in chat,
think I can
Navra,
do.
the way the trains battle
Yeah,
is that as you see, there are different, like as he's laying tracks down, he's currently laying tracks to that
Can I get a little bit
treasure
more?
chest. If you imagine that
Oh.
treasure chest is the enemy base,
might be
that
my
is how they
best-
battle. He basically is sending the train.
best
You're
ever
basically trying to send the trains
gold
to your
rush right
opponent's
here.
base. So it's not so much that the
Pokey's
trains
going all
themselves
out.
battle, it's more that the conductors are
cards over
battling.
here.
And instead of using,
card
you
over
know,
here.
firearms or, you know,
Just turn into
airplanes
and
or
get one
ground
more gold, I
troops,
guess.
you're using locomotives.
Woo, look at all that gold.
I just love the train animations. So
Mhm.
cute.
Got Vlad the Pokey versus the Pirate in a pretty
But
large
yeah,
map.
To see Pirate Train now?
Yeah,
Yes.
now we get to see
Start
Pirate
the
Train.
game here. Nobody's doing
Pirate
anything crazy except for me.
Give Pirate
I
Train.
think I can already connect. Send a train out.
Oh
Is he
wow.
already
Vlad.
able to send a train to their base? Yes, he can.
Yes.
Onward!
Onward!
I think for me, like I
Vlad
always
is
tend
mad.
to like steer
Aw,
away
man, poor
from like
pirate.
card games or games that uses cards and decks and
Well,
stuff
Pirate's
because
gonna
they're
be
kind of
pretty easy 'cause he
intimidating.
decided to take
But I
Sure.
think the way you explained it really makes a
No,
lot of
okay.
sense.
Hey,
Now it doesn't seem
hey.
so scary.
Hey,
Not only should you,
Stop
not
it.
only am I happy to hear that you're not intimidated
come on.
by card game and train
Valkyrie
game,
Shield.
but now we know that there is a
Barricades.
train
This
card
was
game
going
that
so
you may
well
be
in the
playing
beginning.
on stream at one point.
really
maybe?
was.
I think I
Or-
might have
or,
to.
or destroy all obstacles.
Rakagon,
Oh.
if you
Yes.
don't already, this goes for everyone in chat as well.
lost that-
Open up Steam right now. You
That was
can
a lot of
wish
damage.
list and or buy
Vlad,
as
hang in
we
there,
go,
Vlad.
y'all.
We can
Please.
do this. We got 35 health.
Mac,
Yes.
although I
Anything else that we can do to
appreciate
make this
that,
work.
I'm going to do.
So
I'm
we got a
making an
mine
executive
there,
decision. You
but-
see this?
Okay,
Mhm.
okay, but we can connect.
Throwing
I'm
it?
throwing my
Throwing
wallet
it.
over there.
Well,
And
Because
good
if I
thing
have it
Steve
here,
is connected to PayPal. Ayo.
Wait.
Got him.
This is for
Oh
you.
well, you already
Vlad.
linked your credit card to your Steam account, so
Yes.
I did.
Oh.
I can neither confirm
Somehow.
nor deny that during hype hour,
All
I
right.
bought 4 games.
What do we got?
No.
Or destroy
I
all
can neither
tracks.
confirm nor deny
Or we can do some
that 4
bombs.
games have been purchased.
Kinda
Now,
like
Naber,
the
as far
bombs.
as I
We need
know,
more of those in our
and
life.
I may be wrong on this.
Okay.
As far as I am
And then,
aware, this is a single player game.
Yeah.
But
Start
I
battle with
would
extra
not be
minerals? Of
surprised
course.
if
Okay,
in the
my train.
future multiplayer could be added if it's not already there.
Okay.
But of course, AI enemies are just as much fun if you are dedicated enough, you can talk trash to anybody. So even if it is only AI enemies, that means that you can talk trash to the AI enemies and not worry about them saying something potentially mean back. Like I don't have to worry, like I can go, haha, AI pirate, you're not very good at this game. And I don't have to worry about them saying back, you're bad with money, and that's why you bought 4 games within an hour. See that it's a win-win for everyone.
A win, y'all. Guys, go get Battle Train. We'll be right back with Autonomous Anarchy. Ooh.
Ooh, let's get it.
are here with the devs of Autonomous Anarchy. Welcome, y'all. What's going on?
Hello.
Yes. Tanks.
Tanks,
So-
explosions, chaos.
So how do y'all call it? Do y'all call it a bullet hell or do y'all call it a bullet heaven?
I think
It's a bullet hell.
Yeah, bullet hell,
For
but it's
sure.
always a debate. I think it started out as like, twin stick shooter. Sometimes it's a bullet hell, but we're settling on bullet hell, like twin stick shooter, retro inspired game,
Yes, definitely.
So I see that you're in tanks. Do you get to customize your tanks or it's just in a
You
tank?
can customize your tanks in the sense that you become more powerful. We don't have paid skins or anything like that.
We toyed with the idea just a little bit, maybe
Yeah.
add some loot boxes in, like have paid skins, like if you want to give your tank a bow tie or something.
Yeah. People
Or like a sparkle trail,
Yeah, exactly.
Ooh, I really
but yeah, our weapon loadouts are quite customizable. I mean, you start out, you can combine up to 2 different weapons. We have like 6 types, and then you combine 2 at a time. And say you have like a spread shot and a laser, you combine them, you get a spread laser, and there's like I think 25 different total combinations there.
Yeah.
Oh,
And I guess the other sense of upgrades is as you progress through the game, you'll be defeating like crazy bosses and stuff. And then you'll be getting upgrades like you can get a dash, you can get a shield that reflects bullets back at enemies.
Oh.
You can get like special bombs that sort of blow everything up. And yeah, there's like lots of different ways you progress in that sense.
Yeah, so sort of that loadout customizing stuff, but some of it's still like a little bit in the works because it's still like the last sections of the game aren't quite there. So it's like, how do we give some cool upgrades for that ending rush of the game? It's still something we're figuring out.
I have to say, when it
get
comes to
to,
games like this, there's no kill like overkill, and the ability to combine abilities together is something that I always dig. How did you come to what was the development story of kind of creating Autonomous Anarchy? Like, how did you come to the decision of this is the game that we want to make?
Yeah, well, we sort of started as a little project, working on a game. We were like,
A wee project to pass the time during the pandemic. It'll only take a month to make that, right?
It was kind of just one project.
Here we are 4 years later.
We wanted to, improve our dev skills. We sort of worked on small projects before this, but we were like, let's try and actually finish a project, which is something we'd never done at that point. Still have yet to do, I guess. But yeah, so we started working on this. We made like a demo over the summer, the first summer with COVID.
What year would that have been?
It was 2020.
Oh my gosh.
And then we were like, we put out the demo and we were like, you know what, this game's a lot of fun to work on. Let's just keep working on it. And so that kind of just is how it came to be.
So 4 years in the making, here we are.
Yeah.
Always improving stuff because it's like, our skills are always getting better every year, every day. But it's like, at what point do you say, hey, I got to release this thing and just have that
It's never going to
final
be
push
perfect, right?
to throw it there?
I think we've remade the game like 2 or 3 times at least.
Yeah, at least like parts of it are always getting shifted around. But like after, we got into Seattle Indies and showed it off there, it kind of took on that more serious approach of like, okay, this is something we could actually put out there.
Yeah, exactly.
And like finalize and finally finish. So we're hoping next year, either summer or winter. It's still a little bit up in the air with, how much time we have to work on it, but for full release of the game on Steam. Currently, there's just a demo.
Yeah.
Well, that makes me wonder, when you guys joined Seattle Indies, how much did you rely on or ask the community for help and feedback?
Honestly, it's something I think we should have done a lot more. I mean, when we were actually at the expo, we got a ton of amazing feedback from people.
Yeah.
Kind of took a notepad and like every idea we got, I think the night before in our hotel room, we kind of, all 4 of us, because we had some people, I called them our stage hands, helping us out. And we all talked about some different ideas of like, that would be really good. And some of them I'm just like, that was an amazing idea. Like,
how did we not think of that?
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, no, definitely now that we're here and we've put our game there, is like the community is something we want to, become a bigger part of, and like asking for feedback, because it's one thing to make a game, it's like 2 things to actually have to play. So, worried, like, we have this game, we've had people who play it, our friends, people like it, but I'm like, is a greater community gonna like it too? Like,
Mhm.
always that
Yeah.
uncertainty with that.
Appeal to the masses and
Exactly.
yeah.
Yeah.
Now, I do have a question about development when it comes to this game. So you mentioned twin stick shooters, and as a person who's played quite a few twin stick shooters in the past, one of the most important parts of those games is mobility. But when you think of mobility, I don't know about you guys, but tank is not the first word that comes to mind when it comes to mobility. So how did you come about the idea of kind of creating a tank as your main character, and how does the sprite of a tank, that kind of box, kind of enhance and constrain the idea of mobility in a twin stick shooter?
I think in the sense, when we first started, we were sort of trying to make the game a bit more of like a dungeon crawler. And I guess the dungeon crawlers that we played, like, for example, like Gauntlet, is a good example, because in Gauntlet, like, you have a lot of health, and like dodging every single bullet is not necessarily the goal
It's not
of the
gonna
game.
happen.
So it's more about managing your health, and I think that also is how we sort of tied the tank into the twin stick shooter. Is like, your tank isn't that fast, all things considered. So it's more about like planning and strategizing, like, how are you taking these engagements?
What's the least amount of damage you can
Yeah.
take? Like, you might have to take some shots sometimes, and that's okay because you have the health to literally tank those shots.
Yeah, that's kind of what we were going for. It's not just you move super fast, you dodge everything, but you have like a tiny bit of health.
One
Like,
hit dead.
you can absorb quite a bit of damage, but it's about managing that, like, how much damage do you take, kind of thing. And you do get like a dash and stuff later on, but it's still not as big of a focus as maybe in other twin stick shooters.
So I've noticed that it's in like a factory setting, like you're going against things chopping down trees or like shipping yards. What's the inspiration behind that?
That's a good question. I sometimes think about like our first area, and I'm wondering if, at least for me as the person doing a lot of the art, that seaside scrapyard, it's kind of like you're just along this beach with these factories, and there's like these derelict things along the beach. And we're from the West Coast, right? Victoria, BC. So we have a lot of these like beaches, and I would always love seeing some like derelict thing on the beach when I'm walking. I don't know if there's an old ship or an old piece of something. So I'm like, that kind of idea, I think that definitely inspired the first area. And then I think like forest, maybe it's our Canadian forests, at least for the overall environment. But as for the more like mechanical stuff, it's sort of supposed to be like, it's Earth, but parts of it have been abandoned. Like, there are no humans left. There are just these robots. I mean, story is still something we want to fully flesh out, but it's like this going through these abandoned parts of the Earth that are just protected by these rogue robots, and eventually making your way to the sort of city center where they all, their lair is or whatever. But kind of having a bit of that like ruined aspect of it. So things are, maybe they were built by man, but they're being upkept by robots just to work well enough and not really, to be, these shining new factories, I suppose.
I think we also just really like that sort of post-apocalyptic setting.
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
Who doesn't, right?
Yeah.
So
like even
a question.
these cranes there, yeah, you can just see like I love making those big machines. That's one of my favorite things. I'm like, I can't draw people for shit, but like I can draw a cool looking robot. Yeah. No, sorry, you had something?
Oh, I was gonna say, and then also just piggybacking off what you said. So, Nevermind asked from chat, I really like the visuals. Who was on art? Did you draw this?
Yeah.
Oh,
funny story about that though, because when we first started the project, he's a more programming guy, more art, but I was like, let's switch our roles and see. So a lot of the really early, this was 4 years ago art, he did like that first tank art, but then as we progressed in the project, we were like, okay, now that we're taking this really seriously, let's settle into our original kind of roles. So yeah, most of this
what we
art,
do best.
this art that you see is mine or like old sprites that I've kind of remade. But no, it's fully
like
original creation.
You sort of took my original art and then just sort of made it good. And then I guess I'm responsible for doing like most of the like effects. So like the explosions, the like weapon shots, I sort of handle that stuff. That's mostly just
Your effects
in-game
guy,
animations. And then Nathan does all the sprite work.
Yeah,
Now
the
a
big
game
backgrounds.
Now a game like this definitely has to have a team behind it. But we had one more question from chat. It appears that this is a co-op mode. How many players can you play with in Autonomous Anarchy?
Yeah, so right now we've got 2-player co-op. We've sort of been toying with the idea of adding up to 4 players. Although we'd have to, make sure that works with
Logistics and everything.
And also just like if that would work well for the game. But yeah, right now it's 2 players. It's local co-op, so there's not like an online mode. Although we have been testing it. It works really well with Steam Remote Play, so that is an option.
Yeah, it was kind of a fun thing to figure out. We're like, hey, people can just play this remotely, and we didn't even have to do too much extra to get that functionality working.
Yeah.
And I think that's important about our multiplayer that keeps it in the more retro realm is it's very hop in, hop out. So like you can start a single player campaign you're playing through. If your friends joining you for a hangout, hey, they can come and play with you for a couple levels.
Yeah.
Or they can hop out after that, and just making it a very seamless kind of arcade multiplayer vibe.
It's just one button to join in.
Well, awesome. Well, thank y'all much for coming in and showing off your game and talking with us.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Where can everybody find y'all at?
They can find us. We have our Twitter is our gaming company is Arabidon Games. So it's at Arabidon on Twitter, and we have our YouTube under the same name. Is our place Seattle Indies? We can probably post this information, right? Or I could even just post it in chat, I suppose, right?
Yeah, please do.
That works.
Yeah.
We've also got a demo for the game on Steam. Autonomous Anarchy. So make sure to check that out too.
Yeah. Wish list us on Steam.
Yeah.
We'll be out next year.
Yeah.
About 15 levels of the first area, so that's like plenty to play through. Get a feel for the game.
Yeah.
Well, awesome. Well, thank y'all so much for coming and talking with us. We'll hope y'all have a good rest of y'all's day. And for everybody here, we'll be right back with more 6 Online.
Thanks. Have a good
All
one.
right. Thank you so much.
Later.
Hello and welcome back to Seattle Indies Expo Online. We're here with the devs from Scalo Match. Hello, Stefan and Britt.
Hi.
Good to see you.
I
So
need to say
tell
this
us about this game. Yeah, please go out. Oh my
I was
God,
gonna
I'm
say, I
so
have to say
excited.
this now. I see the characters on this screen, and I already see several people that I want to romance already. I need to know, how do I go about the process of romancing everybody?
That's a great intro question. I don't know if you're softballing us or not, but a lot of things we want to do, Scala Match, a lot of things we're excited about. One of them is big focal point for this game is make sort of a deep, compelling, romantic dating game that is as easy to play as possible in a bunch of ways. So in this game, there's 11 main characters. You can date all of them. You can date none of them. Like it tries very hard to get out of your way. So what'd you say, Brett?
I said
you can date them all at once.
Yeah, and Alchemist is like, yeah.
You don't have to choose. Why choose?
I mean, I'll just throw out there, like, one of my big inspirations for this is, like, I love stories in game. I love romance arcs in games. But, like, so if you go to, like, Mass Effect, one of my favorite ones, and, like, dating Tally, amazing and awesome. But if you want to, like, also do the romance arc of someone else, you got to play 300 hours of Mass Effect again. Also, you can't date Tally's femshep. There's a bunch of, like, stuff out there that kind of gets in the way. We wanted to make a game that has a lot of those like crunchy world building stories and like deep interesting relationships, but doesn't put in a bunch of stuff that makes it so you gotta replay content, or you can only do this content if you do this other thing, or doing this one thing blocks this other thing. Like, just date all the wizards. They're all there for dating.
The answer is yes.
Yes.
Okay, well, I'm seeing like almost like a Bejeweled moment right here. Can you explain what's going on?
Yeah, so it's a dating game. Like, you're talking to people. There's meaningful choices inside the dialogue. The main gameplay thing that you do is you match gems, and as long as you can match gems, you can date wizards. We tried to make it interesting, so like as you're meeting the people and progressing their storylines, they will give you new like little spells to cast, little bonuses, and they each have their own sort of like puzzle mode thing they're doing. So currently on the screen is Typhon. Typhon's thing is after every match he marks one of the gems on the board, and if you don't match that gem in the next 5 rounds, it eats one of your turns, it explodes. The hardest character of the game is Amara. Amara will only give you points for matching 4s or 5s, and she's very hard to impress. So yeah, I'm just trying to mix that together. There is also a story mode if you just want to date the wizards and you don't want to match gems, but
Yeah, and there's super hard mode if you really want a challenge.
Yeah.
What happens in super hard mode?
It's just a lot harder to get the spells going and finish them and get enough points, and Amara is like so hard on that one. She's already hard on normal mode, and that one's just like, okay, I hope you're ready.
Alchemist is like, put me in, coach.
So Romance Amara super hard mode stream objective mission parameters have been updated. I am looking forward to it. Now, there's one thing I have to ask, right? So any dating game is always enhanced by the art of the characters. I want to know who worked on the artwork for Skull Match.
That would be me.
It's beautiful.
Thank you. I tried to make everyone cute.
You did an exceptional job. Everyone here looks spectacular. Now, again, I've asked this question a couple times, and you guys are not immune to this, especially in a game like this. I know you're not supposed to have a favorite kid.
But
however, if you could romance one character from Skull Match, who would it be? And why?
Morgan. I don't have a favorite, but it's Morgan.
Okay, tell me about Morgan. I'm intrigued.
I don't know if we have them in this video. They're a non-binary, like, purple elf person. I don't want to give spoilers, but they dress like Lestat and are very sassy. I just love them so much.
And I guess I'm gonna say Miko, although I might be being influenced because we had a big like streamer week, and Miko was a giant hit with all the streamers. So I've gotten to, as the writer, I've gotten to see a lot of people have very strong responses to Miko, and that's very satisfying.
Okay.
But I also Miko is an oracle, and Miko's whole deal is that she has had visions of being your friend, and is, because she's always having visions of the future, mixes up sort of reality and her visions a lot, the same way that sometimes you can't remember if something happened in a dream or not. And so the first time you meet her, she just already thinks that you're best friends, and you have to sort of like walk her through that. And there's something I just really love about the idea of someone being like, oh, you don't need social anxiety around meeting me. I already think that we're like BFFs or dating or whatever it is, and you don't have to like stress about building that relationship. Like, she's already 5 steps ahead.
Oh man, that sounds so interesting. And I'm looking at Cassie, and she's gorgeous. Oh my gosh, I love her.
She's our impulsive siren. Her puzzle mechanic is that every 2 moves she will make your move for you. You can't stop her, so she's constantly like fiddling with your board. You can't make long-term plans with Cassie. She'll just do what she wants.
Ma'am.
And here you can see as you're unlocking, different characters, they pick up spells. You can have sort of like loadouts, and different loadouts are better for different characters, right? So Amara, you really have to set up those 4s and 5s, and so Typhon will teach you a spell that lets you rearrange entire rows on the board. That's very good for Amara. It's less good for some other people. So
there's Miko.
Yeah, there's Miko.
Oh yeah.
Moth Oracle. And this is, you can currently see 10 of the 11 main characters in the game. We're still building out the last one, but tried to create as much variety as we could with
Sure. Are all the characters available right away, or do you unlock as you play?
They're almost all available. The 11th one we're building now might be a little bit special in that regard. The only other person that is locked at all is Dawn, our werewolf character, sort of like shows up towards the end of someone else's arc, so you have to get through a bunch of one of the other characters before Dawn shows up and becomes playable. But for the most part, everyone's there right at the start.
I am watching Amara, and the vibe, the art, and then the first 4 that was done, she said perfectly done, and then afterwards was a 3, and she just said acceptable. Ma'am, I'm not going to say that I am attracted to characters that are emotionally distant and kind of, spicy, but there's a reason that there's a picture of Viper on my wall behind me. I have a type. I am aware of this type, and Amara is, in fact, that type. So one of the things that I always find interesting about match 3 games, and I don't get to ask often, is there has to be a sort of, they feel like they're kind of difficult games to kind of design, because you have to design and you have to program them so that they are adding in new gems from the top in such a way that it kind of sets up the future, but not so much that it becomes predictable. How do you go about the process of kind of designing a game like this to be challenging enough on one side, but not impossible on the other?
That's a really tricky question.
That is a good question, dude.
I mean, a lot of it is sort of like your tolerance for RNG. Like it is a largely random game. There isn't like super high level stuff that's saying there always has to be, 20% of the gems have to be fired at any given time. It's mostly just doing, make sure there's always a match available, that sort of thing. But in terms of like the challenge, a lot of that, at least in this game, goes into the puzzle traits for the characters, and then balancing like all the little sort of unlockable stuff that you get. Because, so for instance, like I'm very proud of where Amara landed, because everyone, when they see Amara's art, is like, oh, that girl isn't going to step on me. And then very specifically, like, she is the hardest character, like 100%. There's not like quibbling about it. And that plays out, like you could watch people having played it on stream just being like, oh my god, she's crushing me, and that feels appropriate. Whereas like Miko's is pretty easy. Miko just like gives you extra bonuses for doing like cascades, because she's an oracle and she likes it when you look ahead. And Miko's intended to be an easier character, right? And we get to do some like kind of fiddly behind the scenes things with the story stuff, where we could sort of assume, like we don't know for sure, but we can sort of assume that you're going to hit like Miko's 3rd chapter before other stuff, just based on like path of least resistance stuff. So there's a lot of like finicky balance stuff that goes on behind the scene to try and craft the experience to be sort of the pacing and the beats that we want.
I'm so excited. Y'all, where can we find you? When can we play this? Give me all the deeds.
Well, the demo is out now on Steam, and the full game we're hoping sometime next year.
You can find us at Dire Kitten Games on all the socials, and we also have scalamatch.com if you want to go look at the game more directly and see streams and all that sort of thing.
Awesome.
Chat, I don't want to influence your decision, but the game is 593 megs to download. Don't ask me how I know that. That's
You're
just
doing it right now.
random number. I just go to match next break. So you know what? To do you a favor, chat, we're going to take a quick break. And after this, we will be back with more Seattle Indies Expo Online 2024. And you should download Skull Match while we're gone.
You can do it during the break, yeah.
Greetings, wonderful human beings of Earth. Gather round as we take you on a fantastic journey where Geek Girl Con and Project for Awesome join forces to reduce world suck. Located in the quaint town of Seattle, Washington, Geek Girl Con is a haven for geeks of every stripe, coming together to revel in their passions, showcasing the power of inclusivity and the strength of unity. Geek Girl Con meets the remarkable mission of adding awesomeness to the world by celebrating the accomplishments of geeks in underrepresented communities and creating a safe place for cosplayers, fan fiction authors, gamers, nerds, and geeks alike. It's not just about fandoms and collectibles, folks. It's about making a positive mark on this great big world of ours and celebrating that everyone is a geek at heart. It's a tale of joy, resilience, and a shared commitment to sprinkle a little goodness wherever you go. At GGC's annual convention, you can show off and admire carefully crafted and creative cosplay, explore the wilds of an expo hall paradise featuring local geek artistry and diverse creators, watch video game demos from local creators, discover a new board game and play your old favorites, rub shoulders with geeky professionals working in nerdy industries, listen to your fellow geeks talk about what makes them tick, and most importantly, geek out. GGC is a non-profit organization run entirely by passionate geeky volunteers who are only able to make their convention happen because of generous donations from geeks like you. So, join us on our thrilling mission to reduce World Suck by voting for Geek Girl Con on the P4I website, or check them out on Twitch or on your favorite social media platforms. We can't wait to see what makes you geek out. Geek Girl Con. Every geek, everybody.
Woo! Welcome back, everybody! We're joined by Rocket Y'all, the Alchemist, Richter. I'm your host, Mac and Cheese, and we're looking at chairs.
Chairs, 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 chairs.
My name is.
Oh, you mean those chairs?
Hi, I'm Ashfire.
And I am Amicus.
So I want
And
to
we also have
ask,
a special guest with us today.
Rock, of
So
all the
our
chairs
game
that you
is
could
chairs,
race through a
and
game,
let's just go ahead and
what would be
hop right
your
on into it.
preferred method
I guess the first thing to talk about is this is actually
It would
based
have to
on,
be a folding chair
recreation,
because it also
reimagining,
doubles
however
as
you
a
wanna phrase
weapon.
it, of a game jam game that
listen,
Aspire
I don't
and
want to say that
Absolute
there's a
made
correct
back in
answer to an
2016.
open-ended question.
Yeah, so game is a bit
However,
of an understatement. We
that's kind of
cobbled
because
it
then you
together
can
back in
surf on it,
2016
and then you
out
can
of
like
just sleep
jump off
deprivation.
of it, and
We
then swing
originally
it, and then put
based
it back
in
under your.
the
you can do-
concept was
Exactly.
reverse
Exactly.
domicile.
Exactly.
Turns
Yep.
out it doesn't really translate into a very functional game.
Always had
but
this
kind of
joke with
held
my
on to the
friends
concept for a
where
little
we
bit
would
and
always
decided
say we like
turn
to
it
buy a
into an
chair.
actual game that's playable.
Why chairs? I do.
I
need
don't
to
know
ask that, 'cause
why.
people are
Well,
gonna-
it was just something that we always
Honestly,
said.
we
We
were
were
just
just
like
hanging out and be like, I
sitting in
like to
front
buy a
of the
chair.
whiteboard,
We're just like, all
brainstorming,
right.
and
Is that like
idly
buying a
drawing a chair
stall? I
because
feel like that's
you
a
know.
thing we should
Chairs.
definitely be doing.
For me, inspirations on this was
You
like
can
Sonic
dash
games
as a
and
chair?
Perfect Stride, which
I-
is like the game Absolute Goop, so me as reference.
Now,
I love it.
Do you guys have
Here
like,
for it.
any references for
They-
your contributions on this? Yeah.
So
chair
I had a couple of
experience
references.
when you can
Obviously,
buy,
Perfect
and
Stride, which is
the
the
fact
game I showed
that the
Conrani.
chair has a
and
double
then
jump
Cruelty Squad,
and a dash. I
which
feel
I
like
mostly took
this
from
might
the UI of
actually
that game.
be
It's very
the best chair
maximalist.
experience
And then
that
LSD
one
Dream
can buy
Emulator,
from
which
what I'm
is
seeing so far.
a fun retro game.
Asphalt.
The
Okay.
art didn't really start out
I'm
with
liking
a
the controls so
particular
far.
style or concept in mind. It just kind of unfolded over the course of production.
Just tell me.
Diana Sus also says they always love a good movement game, and I think a movement game with a chair is always dope.
Yeah, that's true.
So
I actually did play around with photogrammetry
Must
for
go faster.
chairs.
Must go faster.
It's
That's why
very
this game
difficult.
looks so photorealistic.
Did you see those windows nice in the
That's what
corner
it's
over
using.
there?
I guess one thing.
I don't know if you guys remember Hover from Windows 95, but it kind of reminds me of that.
Oh my goodness.
Throwback.
That's so long ago.
Memory unlocked.
Right?
Could never get past the first stage.
I remember that
Old
too.
classical sound effects.
Movement.
Yeah.
Wait, there's more than one stage? No.
What were your music references?
Honestly, mostly just random.
This
Speaking
feels like
of-
one of those.
jungle
Mhm, go ahead.
from the
Speaking of them
90s,
talking about
terrible
audio and
music,
music,
and
it
some,
almost sounds like
more
Bop It to
modern
me.
Drum and bass.
Oh,
stuff.
yeah.
Yeah.
I definitely
I
reference
get
a lot
that.
of AU5
Throw it.
and Noise's
Lock it.
sound design tutorials
Like,
and
but it's all
Yeah,
chairs.
it actually ended up being so the first
We
drum
do,
beat
okay,
they
so
ever
the
taught
devs are
myself how to
not
play on an
here
actual drum
with
kit
us, but if
was
you have a
the
question about the
break
chair,
beat
we can
from
at
the
least
opening of Sonic
kind
Heroes,
of
which is just
discuss
an
it
on-end
amongst
break.
ourselves as
That
hosts.
drum is
And if the
just always
devs are
playing in my
in
head all the time.
backstage,
There's also
then
a
they can
part of
answer
the,
it in the future. So go
Zero
ahead and fire off
Zone,
your question,
track
Luke's
that
Raymond, and we will
a vague
see what we
reference
can do
to
about finding
Army of
you
Me.
an
I might
answer.
be in chat too.
the
Mhm.
Taurus
Could we also do
Yes.
that?
weird
Yeah,
scale
devs could
mode,
be in chat.
I did get
I
a
just
chance to
wanted
talk
write
to them a
something
little
Lockrian 'cause I
bit
never
during
done it before.
IRL.
That's why it sounds a little.
And
by
they
the
have
way,
a
since we're
hilarious
talking
website.
to
Like
all
it's
of our
all
talking,
bad
just so you
HTML,
know what's
like
going
just
on,
trying
guys.
to
Oh, we love
emulate the
that. I'm here
90s.
for the
It was
memes.
so
The
great.
game
Yeah.
for each level, but it's linear in the order in which you play them. Basically,
All right, so all in favor of
there's
Rock
those
being our
prisms,
honorary
triangles throughout the
dev
level. You have to
for
collect so many,
chairs
you can see that in
in
the top
favor?
left right
Aye.
there. But
I'll
there's
try. I'll
actually
try my
way
best.
more than enough triangles, so you can actually route your
So
way
the
through
question
level, figure
was,
out
they
which
need
ones
to
you
know
wanna
if the
get and
chair
which
was a
ones you
temp
wanna skip.
asset
So it's
that got
really
kept, or
interesting
if
to
the chair
see
was the
what routes people
was the
come up
plan
with.
all
I'm not
along.
even sure if the best routes have been found yet, 'cause there's so
From what
many
I understand,
possibilities
it
in
was
this
the plan
We
all
do
along.
have
I think the
a
mechanics of the
speedrunning
chair
arms race. In
evolved
fact,
as they
one of
did
these
play
contestants
testing and stuff
actually
like that.
got
But
under 12
I
minutes for
think
the
the
entire
game was centered
Very, very
around the
impressive
chair.
and scary.
Yeah, we only made 12-minute long.
Rakaga,
Was-
our ambassador to the Chair Nation,
Yeah,
answering your
good-
question,
good-
Lucas Raymond in the
Yeah,
chat.
good job, both of you guys, for.
I need to
playing
see the
levels
combo
that
come up
took
again
us 9
because
months
it
in
looked
12
like
minutes.
Taco Bell.
I think I might be.
It looked like the Taco Bell symbol, or
It's
like
90s Taco Bell, though, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
That's the
Even
Seinfeld
fantastic.
one.
Yeah, I saw
Yes.
that.
I would stand in front of Terrence and just observe
Yes.
for a while, you know.
Dig.
That's fair.
You know what else is giving me
Speaking of
vibes for?
Terrence's
And this is,
story,
and
there actually is a
I know
story
it's
that
always
we
bad to
forgot, and
to
that was
explain
where
to
a
like
part of
refer to
Anthony's
games in other
Art came
games,
in and do
but
a
it really is
dialogue
giving me
recording
like
for us.
Tony Hawk Pro
what was
Skater
that
vibes.
like?
Is
I
that
get
just
that
me?
too.
As
Yeah, I
a
get that
chair.
too.
in this game,
Combo.
Tony Hawk's
also,
Pro
like, just
Chairer?
like random nice and things
Chairer.
like that.
I wonder if you
Chairs
can.
Pro Skater?
Here in the tutorial as
Goth, do you
well,
know if there are
the
other
first
chairs?
level is
I
kind of just got references.
That is a good
for
question.
things like the Wii
I
Sports
think that
Announcer and,
you
like,
could
1940s
customize your chair, but I'm not
show posts,
100%
things like that.
sure. Don't
And
quote me on that.
getting a script
Okay.
that just says connect the prisms
But like, what do you
and
guys
things
like? I
about
feel
the
like today
final
we're gonna see a
dinner,
lot of
this other
games that
world.
like evoke a lot of
So I just kinda
nostalgia.
leaned into
What do you
So
think
out of
it is
curiosity,
yeah.
about
do you think
nostalgic
that you were
games
able to
that
understand the
like
story
scratches
clearly
that
from
an,
the script
an
that you were
itch that we
sent,
all have?
or-
Ooh, that is a
Well,
great
Fair,
question.
fair.
For me,
Not at all.
it's more
It was an
of like,
interesting experience, and
I mean,
I
it's
love
nostalgia,
stuff like
right?
this 'cause
But
it's
it's
very
more
fun to
of
just
just things from back in the
Yeah,
day
so-
that we
so
grew up
if you're a
on
big
that
Warhammer
somebody
builder,
brings back to
dive
life or
into
brings
my
into their
chair. Yeah, that's not
game,
even the
and it
voice
really just like
actor who,
clicks
grew up
something in
more
our
and
head. We're like,
everything,
oh,
understood it.
oh, I know
Speaking
that. I
of,
remember
by the
that.
way,
That's
the
awesome,
game's
and
on
it like
Steam and
it
it's, so
intrigues
it's out
me
now.
to
If you
see
wanna
more
play it and try start
when they
competing
add those
on
things within their
leaderboards for
games.
any of the levels,
I think for me, it's like wanting to be a kid again, and then something that like instantly draws me back to like a recalled memory, you know, that hits that nostalgia itch for me for sure. Right,
Did you
the Rat Zone games, y'all follow them.
Yeah, check out their website too. It's
So-
hilarious.
Do
It's
that
so
now
funny.
because you said it was just HTML wild and
Oh yeah,
I'm
it's crazy.
excited for that.
So chat is killing me with the puns. It's I'm on the edge of my seat.
Not the pun.
Just take a seat, everyone. I'm dying here. But to answer Rock's exceptional question about that, I think for me personally, it brings me back to a time when, okay, full disclaimer, I have no issue with the games industry as it is currently. I know that some things evolve in different ways. Sometimes I may not agree with the direction of the evolution, but I can at least understand that it is evolving that way for a reason. I think nostalgic games really bring you back to where you started when it came to gaming, because everyone finds a different thing in those games. I think for me, nostalgic games take me back to a time where the only thing I had to think about was the game I played. Like, yeah, I might have had school or I might have had, other things like that. But the highlight of my day at the end of it all was getting back to whatever that nostalgic game is. I was always bad at games like Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, but I had a friend who loved those games. And so I was always cool to watch him combining all of these different rail grinds to, double pits to chesty to flying top hat. And those games ended up having a really interesting kind of effect on me in a way that ironically enough, I did not realize until recently. There was a skating game called SSX Tricky, and there is a character in that game named Luther. And the only reason I remember Luther is because when you won as Luther, one of his voice lines, I think it was Oliver Platt, who is the voice of that character. One of his voice lines was, "Give me my prize, where's my prize?" And that sat in my head for a long time, and I didn't know that's where it came from. At TwitchCon, someone ended up having a contest and they won. And I remember saying, like screaming out, "Give me my prize, give me my prize, where's my prize?" And someone walked over and was like, SSX Tricky was a dope game. And I immediately connected those two things together and had forgotten that game existed. So I think that's where the nostalgia comes from. The chairs on this website, the fact that there is
website, y'all. This is
there's a
literally
chair
the
warning
website.
declared for your area. Look out for these
This
nefarious
is the
individuals.
shenanigans that I live for. You don't understand how much I love memes and just tomfoolery, and this is like my sense of humor to a T. Like you don't get it. I'm in love right now.
Yeah, the devs were just hilarious and just fun people to be around. So yeah, their website definitely emulates their personalities.
There's a chair we need to scroll down to. I need to, if you can just scroll right one more. That one right there. Okay, that chair right there. Chat, listen.
Memories.
I'm gonna tell you now. That chair is armed and extremely dangerous. And we are gonna take a quick break to put out an APB on that chair. So don't go anywhere. We got some work to do. Mac, you need to get on the internet. Rick, you get on the horn. Rock, you go ahead and get online so we can put out an APB for that chair. That chair stole my girlfriend and my wallet. We need to get that chair taken care of.
All right, everybody. Let's do a 1, 2, 3 and say cheers. How about that?
Cheers.
1, 2, 3. Cheers!
We'll be right back.
We'll be boo doo boo 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 boo. We're back with Demon's Mirror. Brad, welcome in. How's it going?
Thank you. Good. Just real quick, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
awesome. How is everybody doing?
I am doing
Fantastic.
great. Thank you.
Wonderful. There are no chairs in this game, unfortunately.
Oh,
but
thank goodness. Okay.
thankfully, we have another game with a lot of chairs. So,
All right, Brad. I need to know everything about this game. I am literally so stoked. I love like a Slay the Spire-esque. And so tell me everything, please.
awesome. Cool. So, Demon's Mirror is a roguelike deck builder, kind of like you're saying, like Slay the Spire, and it has a Chain 3 mechanic mixed in with it. So, you're going to be playing cards that can attack and defend and gain powers and things like that, very similar to other deck builders. But you also have a Chain 3 mechanic that will let you chain tiles. Like you can also deal damage and gain shield and do some other cool stuff, gain resources that make your other cards more powerful. So there's a lot of synergy between playing the cards and chaining the tiles. For instance, some of the cards let you destroy tiles. Some of them will just destroy a single tile, so you can kind of move a row down. Some of them let you shift a whole row or column of tiles. So there's tons of stuff. There's over 230 cards.
Wow.
There's over, I think it's 100 different buffs and debuffs and powers. There's something like 95 relics you can find, or trinkets. They're named relics in other games. So there's tons of strategy. It's a difficult game. So there's a lot going on.
There's a lot of layers. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of layers. So you might be kind of overwhelmed when you first load up the game, but if you read all the tutorials and everything, they're not too many. Don't worry. It'll kind of ease you into the game, and you'll be able to pick it up.
Slowly come together.
Yeah.
Now I have to ask.
Oh, go.
Who's your favorite character and why axolotl?
Yeah. Yeah, so there are 3 playable characters. One of them is the axolotl. I love them. They are, first of all, they're super cute, but they're also really dangerous in this game. So one of their big things is they can apply shock to enemies. So you get different powers and different cards that will apply shock to enemies. And every time you make a chain on the board, it will trigger that shock and deal damage to the enemies. So you can stack a bunch of shock on them and then make a bunch of chains, and it'll deal a ton of damage.
Now, does each character have their own set of cards or abilities for cards?
Yeah, each character has roughly 70 cards in their own deck that only they can get. So yeah, there's each character is pretty unique. They all chain pretty similarly, and play cards and everything. But each character kind of interacts with the board a little bit differently. So the first character gets 1 free chain every single turn. So that just lets you can chain once per turn. After that, it costs 2 action points. And I didn't mention earlier, but the action points are shared between playing your cards and chaining tiles.
Oh.
There's a lot of strategy involved in like, oh, do I want to play this extra card or do I want to make another chain on the board? So there's a lot to kind of think about and strategize.
And I see some of the cards have a 0. So does that mean it doesn't cost an action point to play? So you can do a 0 plus a 1 plus something else.
Yeah, those 0 cost cards you definitely want to use those because there's no penalty to using those.
Oh, this is so exciting. So how did you come up with the idea to also have this like chain component to it?
So I made a game way back when in 2012 called War Games Whopper. It was based on the War Games movie with Matthew Broderick. So I got the license to it and everything. And,
Awesome. Love that.
Wow.
And it was using that chain mechanic. So I had been doing the indie thing for a while. I took a break and then I came back recently and I was trying to figure out, like what can I reuse? And I actually loved this chain mechanic. So
Sure.
and I had been playing some other deck builders at the time and I was like, what if I tried to combine those two?
Yeah.
They're just kind of a natural, little child that was created out of those ideas there. So yeah.
Yeah, no, this looks right up my alley. I'm very excited for this. And the art is gorgeous. How did you come up with the art style?
Oh yeah, so the artist I was working with, he used to work at DreamWorks and he's worked on some movies. I believe it was How to Train Your
Okay.
Dragon 2 and Madagascar or Madagascar 3. I'm not sure which one in the series it was, but yeah, so he's very talented and so
Yeah, it comes through.
yeah, he's really good at drawing characters and monsters, and so he would draw a lot of sketches for the monsters, and then we'd kind of pick and choose, and so that's fun. So that screen there, the modifier screen, I wanted to point out real quick, is it lets you add some beneficial modifiers to the game, but also some negative modifiers. So you can tweak and tune the difficulty to your liking. So the default difficulty is tough, but you can, if you want to kind of ease into it, you can add some of those modifiers to make it easier. So I would recommend that for sure. And then as you play the game, you'll unlock some more of those modifiers that make it more difficult. So you can get a lot of replay value from that.
Now, I do have a question about this kind of game. So games like this are traditionally, they live and die on balance, right? Because you want everyone to use all of the different cards and all of the different abilities.
Yeah.
And yet there will always be things that kind of rise to the top. How does the match 3, the chain mechanic kind of offset that some?
It's a good question. Yeah, I mean, because you have those options between playing the cards and the chaining the tiles, there's a lot to think about. So we just had to play the game a ton, and during the initial balancing, we would kind of put in some values for the cards, and each tile for the swords deals 1 damage, and so we kind of had to balance everything around the tiles to begin with. And then we just had to play the game a lot, tweak and tune some values, play it again, tweak and tune some values. And then we also did several beta tests. So we had I don't know, a few hundred people at one point playing the game for a week. And so that we got a ton of feedback, and we were able to use that feedback to tune things and fix things that weren't fun or were confusing. So it was really helpful to be able to do that.
So we have a question in chat. Will this game be on mobile?
It would work well on mobile. We don't currently have plans to bring it to mobile, but that it's definitely a possibility. Like I built the game with that in mind. So
okay.
Yeah, it's definitely a possibility.
I'm so excited.
Yeah, there's a demo out now on Steam. It's on PC on Steam, and it actually released a couple weeks ago, and it has a very positive rating. So
oh wow, nice.
Yeah, people seem to be enjoying it. Yeah.
I actually have a question. So you brought up that that modifier screen, and it made me wonder: are there any other like accessibility features that you've added?
Yes, there are. So chaining tiles can be difficult, or just some people don't want to do that. So there is an option you can turn on in the settings to be able to hit a key, and it'll find the longest chain for you.
Oh, it'll help you.
It'll help you.
Great.
Yeah. So, I mean, that, it's part of sometimes people find it fun. They want to find their own chains. Some people don't want to deal with that, and they just want to cruise through it, and
Play the cards.
They play the cards. Yeah. And, I think it's a space bar when you're playing on keyboard and mouse. So it can speed up the game quite a bit too. So
with the UI, I see that there's
Just
like
so you know, chat, this demo is
a
only-
white crystal. What? Wait, what about the demo? Demo's what?
I was gonna say, I'm lagging a little bit, and unfortunately, I'm not very smart, so I started downloading the demo. It's only 1.26 gig. Don't download it while you're hosting though, because then your network passes out. So I'm just gonna be quiet over here.
Stop! Not now. So I see that there's like a white crystal that is used to call the cards, but then there are like other little icons next to that are used for something that I saw that numbers are racking up on it. One of them was like a reddish crystal, and then another one was like green.
Yeah. So the purple crystals are called willpower. They're called willpower gems, and when you collect those and you hit a certain threshold, the first threshold is 10. It'll trigger an event, and it'll pop up 3 choices, and each character has their own unique 3 choices. And so for the wolf, it's the first character that you play as. You have the option to just deal a bunch of direct damage. You have the option to buff your next attack chain. So like if you were going to chain swords next, it would boost those and deal more damage for you. And so, yeah, it's you can kind of time that when you want to collect those crystals to trigger that event. And you can that's another one of the strategies you can use. The green stuff is called essence. So those green tiles, you collect those, and that will, depending on how much you have, it will make certain cards more powerful. And so that's just another one of the strategies you can make a build around essence cards that use that green essence, and some of them deal more damage, some of them give you more shield or more of a certain power that you can get.
Awesome. Brad, thank you so much for joining us. Where can people find you? And when will Demon's Mirror be full release?
Demon's Mirror is it's fully released. Yeah, it was out a couple weeks ago. So yeah, go for it. Download it, try the demo, check out the full game. Yeah, it's you can find me on Twitter. I'm brad_int, BERAD_ENT.
Awesome.
So, yeah,
Brad,
thank you so much. Yeah,
Awesome.
appreciate it.
We will be right back with Gas Station Story. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Seattle Indies! We are joined by Enzy with Gas Station Story. Hello, welcome. I think you might be muted. Nope, no worries.
Hello, there we go.
Hi.
Hello.
So we were enamored with Gas Station Story during Hype Hour. Please tell us everything about your game.
Yeah, totally. So Gas Station Story is a surreal sci-fi slice of life. It takes place in a lonely desert gas station. It runs on Game Boy Color, Mac, and Windows right now, and has 170 plus Game Boy camera portraits.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's like time out. Hold on. You said
I
Game
need-
Boy
can
Color.
Can we run that back a sec?
Yeah,
Chat?
totally.
Did he say it is on Game Boy Color, Mac and PC? Did I?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
I heard
It's
that.
built- It's built primarily for Game Boy Color. I'm using GB Studio, which is a free open source Game Boy development suite on. I think it even runs on Linux. It runs on most things, and it like will export to HTML and like a JavaScript emulator and everything. So it's pretty wild.
So did you have to go out and get you a Game Boy camera? Take
I
those
already
pictures?
had a Game Boy camera.
Was it the one you had from a kid, like being a kid?
No, during pandemic, or like right before pandemic, I started like collecting all of the
Mhm.
Game Boy stuff that I could, and then the Game Boy camera was the last thing I bought right before everything shut down. So that was my like saving grace, was playing with that for a little while.
I love this. So how did you come up with the idea to use a Game Boy camera and like make this for Game Boy?
It just kind of happened naturally. Honestly, I was playing with GB Studio for a while. I just find it fun and relaxing, and I like taking photographs. So as I played with the like idea of, whoa, what if I put pictures from a Game Boy into a Game Boy game? Because that's something I can do now. I have like a little USB-C adapter that lets me plug my camera in and just download the pictures right to my computer. I started like developing the art style of the portraits just for fun, and this happened. 2.5 years later, here we are.
It's wonderful.
Thank you.
Whoa, that's a lot of smokes.
$150?
Yeah, you can use the buttons in the point of sale system to just raise the price quickly. I think he did buy like 10 packs of smokes also, but yeah, I've worked in customer service for a long time, so I really needed a cathartic way to release all of that energy. And
I was just about to ask you, have you? So I worked at this will date me a little bit, but chat, don't bully me. I worked at a Blockbuster Video for a while, and it's one of those things that my experience working at a Blockbuster Video definitely helped me understand a little bit more about how kind of service jobs work.
Right.
So I was going to ask you, what was your experience with working in customer service that kind of informed this game, but being able to go, you're being kind of a jerk. Price seems like a very cathartic way to resolve that.
Yeah, absolutely. I've had to like lower my sadism with the design on this over time because a lot of the prices were just exorbitantly high, and a lot of players didn't know that they could use the item buttons to raise the price, so they were just pressing the manual +1 button like hundreds of times.
Oh wow.
Oh no.
Yeah, this is my first game I've ever made, so I'm still learning how to design for people to play it and not just me.
Yeah,
Sure.
UI is a big thing. It's pretty tough, but that's one of the things that I really enjoy is UI, and the more UI, the better it is, I feel.
Right. And we have this whole like genre now popping up of like one of the devs from Desktop Explorer said it to me. I'm trying to remember the phrasing. It's like document drama or something to that effect of like it's a dramatic story, but also most of the interactivity is a UI or like a piece of paper or whatever.
Sure.
Have you. It's a lot of fun.
So
Also-
you said this was your first game. How much feedback have you gotten from friends, from other devs, and how much have you implemented and kind of evolved and changed the game over time?
Quite a bit. I started showing the game off publicly about a year ago. Once I had most of the core systems and like my design all hammered out, and a lot of the initial feedback was, "Why is this so slow?"
Oh no.
We're trying to go very cinematic, and that doesn't translate to video games in the same way.
Sure.
They need to be a little bit more tactile than sit and watch, especially for something that's like 90% a visual novel as this is. But a lot of feedback lately with Seattle Indies Expo also.
Sure.
Getting to talk to people and watch them actually play it in front of me has been really huge. Yeah, a lot of feedback, and I'm trying to implement as much of it as I can without like compromising the core sort of retro
Sure.
weird design that I'm going for on this.
Yeah.
Because
Take
like
it with a
the
grain
point
of
of
salt.
yeah, exactly. Like the point of sale system is intended to be a little bit frustrating to use. Like it works, but it doesn't work super great because I've never interacted with a point of sale system in customer service that actually works well and is
Yeah.
a joy to use. So gamifying that has been a challenge, and refining it over time has been even more of a challenge.
Just like an ode to real life.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now I have to ask this question, even though I'm pretty sure I know the answer. But you mentioned that it runs on Game Boy Color. Are there any plans to somehow create a physical cart of this game?
I would love to do that. Financially, that's outside of my range right now. Maybe if I can get a publisher behind me, or after the game is released.
No.
Yeah, right. There are like Game Boy cartridge like producers now. There are like labels that specifically release brand new Game Boy cartridges, and that's all that they do. So it's definitely within the realm of possibility, but I do need to finish the game first. So,
So was this
fingers crossed?
Go for it, Mac.
Oh, I was gonna say, so you said you have to finish the game first. What's your roadmap looking like?
Right now, I need to finish the final level and implement the ending cutscenes. There are 25, 26 planned endings.
Nice.
Yeah. The final level is almost done. I just need to finish like the final boss encounters and all of that stuff. I'm really hoping it'll be done like halfway through next year at the latest, but I've called many shots before and all of them have been wrong, so take that with a grain of salt also.
So you say boss battles. Is that the battle system that we're seeing within the handheld here?
Yeah, so this over time, the game's register point of sale system runs on an in-game Q-Boy, because that's not copyrighted. And over time it evolves, so you see a little mini adventure here, but as the upgrade virus deteriorates the system, this adventure becomes a full adventure, like not just within the in-game screen. And so there are going to be boss battles in that. There's a real-time combat system later on also, not just the turn-based combat system, some light platforming. And then also the actual boss of the gas station will show up on the final day, depending on how you've acted and reacted during everything.
Oh.
And he'll yell
Let
at you.
me
Yeah.
make sure I got this straight.
He's glitching again. Are you
Yeah, he's
downloading the
gone.
game right now? Stop it. Alchemist, pause the download. No.
Pause your download, Alchemist.
He said, "Let me get this straight," and then the update virus ate him.
Yep. It consumed him. He's gone. Goodbye forever. He's probably downloading the game right now.
Yeah,
I am not behaving. You go ahead. Shoot.
Oh, we can hear him now.
I am not downloading anything. I'm
There we go.
being good. I promise. I promise you I'm not downloading anything. What I was going to say is, let me make sure I got this right. There are enough endings for every letter of the alphabet, and there is a boss fight of the gas station owner, I would assume, which is another cathartic. My boss sucks. I get to punch him in the mouth kind of thing.
No, you don't actually fight the gas station boss. He's
Okay.
just like the like final catalyst of the story, like the final moments of the story. The actual like boss battle in the in-game mini game is also a Q boy. So there's another layer of going
Oh.
into that level as well.
Whoa.
It gets very meta and recursive.
With 26 endings, are there good endings? Are there bad endings? Like how you progress through the story changes everything. Like all your decisions matter.
Yeah. So everything is tracked across the entire game. Every button that you press in the point of sale system is tracked incrementally.
Wow.
Every interaction with customers and like any illegal actions that you may perform, all of that gets tracked by the game, and it will
Illegal
affect.
actions, eh?
Yeah, if you steal, if
Oh.
you sell smokes to an underage person without checking their ID, those sorts of things.
So
And
this
yeah,
makes
go ahead.
I was gonna say that kind of reminds me of like Undertale. Does the game remember each run? So like if you did something bad the first time, is it like don't do that again in your second run?
I would love to do something like that for a new Game Plus mode, but I don't think I could fit it on Game Boy cartridge size.
Oh,
I
sure.
have a 4 MB limit, and I'm at 3-ish right now.
Yep,
So
yep.
yeah, I want to. I would love to, but probably not. Probably not for this one.
Yeah.
Undertale is one of my major inspirations, though, so that would have been like a key thing that I would try to go for.
Sure.
But there are definitely good and bad endings. I don't want to say that there's like a true ending, but there is like a best ending where the clerk and Sam, the coworker, will be together romantically and get off of the planet by the end.
Love.
Awesome.
Yeah, love.
Andy, thank you so much. Where can people find you and learn more about Gas Station Story?
You can find me at Sumatech on Instagram. That's pretty much the only social media website I'm on. Gas Station Story is on TikTok, gasstationstory.com, or Steam or itch.io.
Awesome. Lovely. Well, thank you so much. And we will be right back. We got an ad break.
Ads.
Ads. Y'all, if you're new to Seattle Indies, we are a nonprofit organization dedicated to fostering a vibrant community of independent game developers here in Seattle, Washington, and the Puget Sound area. We strive to provide inclusive and accessible spaces for all who wish to pursue game development as a hobby or even a profession. Our focus is on hosting events and activities that empower people to build their skills and their professional network, make games, make friends, share feedback, which is so important, and showcase their projects. Join the Seattle Indies Discord to continue the conversation with our community. That link on the seattleindies.org. Also, check out 6.seattleindies.org for more info on all the games you're seeing today. Plus, did you know there is a Steam sale happening right now, which you can find linked in the chat? Get discounts on some of the release games you're seeing today and wish list the games that aren't out yet, so you'll get notified when they do get released. And you can even download and play some of the free demos of the games you're seeing today. If you want your very own 6 2004 t-shirt, head over to the store page on seattleindies.org to buy one for yourself. And 6 would not be possible without our generous sponsors and Patreon supporters. For as little as just $1 a month, you too can support Seattle Indies and help us put on great events like 6. So go to patreon.com/Seattle Indies to find out more.
Yes, and let's give a big shout out and thank you to today's headline sponsors. Magboot is an indie game studio dedicated to crafting epic experiences for digital and tabletop gamers alike. Our focus is on building games that are not just fun to play, but also fun to look at. We have a dedication to preserving the true aesthetic and human quality that makes art entertaining. And for this reason, Magboot is delighted to partner with Artistry.io, which helps companies detect generative AI in their content pipelines. This partnership allows Magboot to support the culture and community of artists from all around the world. Now, since launching in late 2023, Magboot has focused not just on the games, but supporting the community around them at the same time. Magboot is proud to sponsor Seattle Indies and all the indie game devs creating the next generation of games. Magboot is also privileged to support gay gaming professionals by sponsoring 2 great scholars. Looking forward to spending time with them at GDC this year, and congratulations to all the GGP scholars. Our board game, Favored Ire, will be coming to Kickstarter very soon. Now, if you'd like to stay up to date or be part of Magboot's playtest, please join the community on the Discord linked in chat.
But speaking of our champions, or speaking of our sponsors, we're going to talk about our champion sponsors. Play Everywhere, Pre-Mac Rogers PC, For Culture, Mega Crit, Perfect Day Games, Exolata. And then we have our partner sponsors, Pre-Mac Rogers Down PC, Geek Girl Con, Magboot Games, Venture Mechanics Startup Launchpad, Better Gaming Agency. And then we have our community sponsors, Unbound Creators, AIE, Seattle Composers Alliance, RePC, SOBA, Diversity Collective Plus, Nimble Workforce, Clove, Experimental. 6 is dedicated to the memory of Steve Zappa.
Zapata.
Zappa?
Zapata.
Zapata.
Steve Zapata. Mm-hmm. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Seattle Indies Online Expo 2024. I'm your host, Alchemist, joined by the amazing Richter, the lovely Rockagoth, and we have Paul joining us today. Paul, please tell us just a smidge about Grapplers Relic Rivals.
Hi, so yeah, Grapplers Relic Rivals is it's an insanely chaotic party game with grappling hooks. In it, you'll dodge deadly traps, utilize your grappling hook, and master relics to defeat your rivals and reign victorious. The game was inspired by some amazing party games like Towerfall Ascension, Spider Heck, Ultimate Chicken Horse, and Smash Bros. I love that one of the first things I heard you guys talk about in Hype Hour was, oh my god, this game looks like Towerfall. I love hearing that every single time somebody says that, because that was totally the idea going into the game. The game also has a really awesome single-player mode where it's like kind of speedrun challengey, just really small bite-sized levels. And actually, technically, there are 4 different modes that have you doing different objectives in each one, depending on which character you're playing as.
Now, I need you to know, you said it's chaotic, and the moment you said chaotic, my wallet immediately was like, all right, well, I guess we're getting that one too. So I would like to know what. So we kind of got what some of your design inspiration was for this, but what I want to know is how big is the team that worked on this game?
So this game was made almost entirely by me. I've done AAA game stuff before, so I've worked on Shadow of Mordor, Shadow of War, Hogwarts Legacy, and Dragon Age Dreadwolf, which really helped me, make this game. But I did also have an artist, Nicholas Pava, for a few months, and a sound designer, Lucas Raymond, for a few months. So I think I saw him in chat too, and I met him through Seattle Indies. So I can't say thank you so much to Seattle Indies. It's been great.
Yeah, Paul, I saw your game, and then I saw you, and I was going to ask if you worked on any other games, but you did, because I worked with you at Monolith.
Right, yeah, we worked together. I saw you, somebody linked the stream from last year, and I was like, I know him, what? This is crazy.
So it's so awesome to see that you created a game on your own, well, with help, but it's so amazing that you use your talent within gaming to make games on your own, just to put out there what you have passion for.
Yep. Yeah, that was always the goal. I remember, being back in QA and being like, man, it would be great to be like a programmer or a designer or whatever. And here I am, right?
Yeah. Man,
Also,
time goes.
Yeah. Sorry, talked about the game real quick. I started off with like a relatively kind of normal level, and then this one, for this match, we kind of cranked up everything to 11. So this has all the options kind of turned on. There's like faster move speed, changes in gravity, grapplers explode, corpses explode, they explode into coin explosions too. So like this match in particular is just like all of the chaos.
So do any of the characters have any special abilities, or everybody's the same?
No, everyone's the same. I did kind of like Towerfall. I wanted to go with like a more kind of level playing field as opposed to Smash Bros. So yeah, everyone's the same. But I've noticed everyone that plays this game kind of has their particular character that they're like, this one's my favorite, even though they're all identical in abilities.
Everybody has to have their waifu.
I'm not gonna say I have a favorite, but I'm gonna tell you, the gentleman that looks like Anubis. Doggo.
A lot of people like the dog.
I do have a question though about, so you mentioned that there's a lot of different settings that are turned on, right?
Mm-hmm.
One of the things I saw that I really found interesting is the number of traps that are kind of going on in the background.
Yep.
Talk me through the process of kind of balancing the trap difficulty and the number of traps in a game like this.
Oh, it was definitely hard, yeah, because like you put in too many traps, everyone just dies all the time and they lose their coins. So yeah, I did have to find a good sweet spot where like have some traps, but not too many. And especially what those traps do and how powerful they were. Like I put in these like turret traps that will aim at people and shoot them, but they were just like killing everybody all the time, and people didn't like that. So I did have to kind of tune those down, and it's playtesting and iteration.
Yeah, definitely playtesting over and over again just to see what feels right. That's a big key in gaming or developing.
Yeah, for sure. So like these are some of the turret traps. So I have different ones as well, where these ones will fire homing missiles that follow the player, and you have to kind of dodge them as you're trying to collect the coins. Again, that's the single player speedrun mode.
Is there a way to regain your health, or no?
There are a couple different ways. So sorry, I kind of skipped over this, but there are relics that will spawn throughout the level in chests that you get that are power-ups. So you can see someone here has like the speed relic, and somebody has the plant turret relic that's shooting at people. And so, sorry, I forget your initial question, actually.
Oh, it was the now I'm blanking
restoring
on it.
Health.
Restoring
yeah.
health, that's what
So
it
yeah,
was.
there are certain relics that will heal you over time, or that will just give you an extra health thing. There are also potions that you can get throughout certain levels. I don't think this one has one, but yeah, you can get potions that will restore your health that are like constantly spawning things. And also when you die, you'll just respawn and have max health again.
One of the things that I'm digging about this is I can imagine that the speedrun community for the single player mode is going to go bananas for this, because I'm getting a definitive kind of Super Meat Boy kind of vibe with how some of those levels looked. What is it? Do you work with those different communities of these types of games to kind of know what things that you should avoid, what things you should add, or do you play those games yourself and it's all from your own personal experience?
Yeah, so it's a lot for me. I'm a huge platforming fan, all the way back to like Mega Man X and Mario, like on the like NES and SNES. Yeah, so I know a lot about platforming and what kind of feels good in terms of speedrunning and that sort of thing. So I definitely like, there were some levels where in fact, most of the levels I put in intentional like skips or things that you can do that like, yeah, speedrunners can like really latch onto. And then some of it was also playtesting. Like I showed it at Seattle Indies Expo in person early in September, and I saw some people like struggle in certain areas or kind of try to do their own sort of skips. And so I kind of edited the levels to respond to that feedback.
Yeah, you definitely made the levels really big, which is great.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because Towerfall was all like very like set.
Yes.
Set camera kind of things, and I wanted the player to kind of move around the level more Smash Bros style, and so that's why like I started with bigger levels, and then I was like, well, I was seeing players just like fight in one small corner, so that's when I added the coins. I was like, okay, I'll add coins, which are how you win, to kind of get people moving around the level, and then I added the traps to like be there to hit you even if a player isn't. So there are still things you have to watch out for, even if you're just running from a player. And so it's kind of cool how the game kind of evolved naturally as I started adding in slight differences to Towerfall and Smash Bros. And that sort of thing.
So I think this game really hits that nostalgia button for me. Did you run into any challenges trying to create like a retro party game?
Not necessarily. Like, again, like this is kind of where my background is in. I used to play a ton of party games. I think even Ricky was part of that too, where we'd just get together with friends and we'd play kind of all those games that I mentioned. So it helps that I had that background and I just was able to kind of bring it to life in a new game.
Well, the next thing I have to ask, and this is probably the most important thing, is where can people find Grappler's Relic Rivals right now?
So it's on Steam and itch.io. I also have a link that I can send. Let me get that and put that in chat. That has my socials and stuff.
All right.
Let me find that. But yeah, it's got things like Twitter and Blue Sky and YouTube and all that. So I think I just put that in chat.
Gotcha. You'll have to drop that in the chat that we have for production so I can transfer it over to the chat. But Paul, thank you very much for stopping by. I tremendously appreciate you being here. And I'm looking forward to trying out Grappler's Relic Rivals. I can neither confirm nor deny. I might be trying to drag Richter and Rockagoth into some, chaotic party game action in the future. But for chat, I want you to stay put and hang out because we will be right back after a quick break with more Seattle Indies Expo Online 2024. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the 6 Online 2024. My name is Alchemist Joker, and I'm joined by Richter, who will be playing our next game. Rockagoth and Mac and Cheese, please. How is everyone doing? How's everyone feeling?
Good. Yeah. Dude, I'm so excited for this.
I was watching this demo, right? Because we were just doing the demo again. And I noticed something in this trailer that I didn't notice the first time. They made Bunny Friend and put leash on Bunny Friend. And then I missed before that you took Bunny Friend to Butcher Block and took out Bunny Friend and turned Bunny Friend into Bunny Steaks.
Oh!
Now, I don't know about the rest of you, but I really dig the kind of dark undertone that this game took because it felt very sudden. That it was just like, it's all
There we go.
fun and games. And then all of a sudden,
the bunny gets killed. It's all fun and games until the bunny gets killed.
Oh, I'm sorry. I got to go for a fox.
Oh, so there's customization. Okay, I love this.
Yeah, that looks fun.
Do the colors?
I love this muted color palette as well.
it fits with the aesthetic of the game because it felt the game feels very. It is. optimistic in one way because they are definitely trying to make sure that you are feeling, like you're farming, you're making all the friends, but you're saving everyone. But it seems like there might be some moments where if things go wrong, community can turn on you.
Well, there was a moment, I don't know if you guys got to read it in the trailer where and it was like right before things turned. So like the whole town was present and the tax man was there and he's like, taxes, and they're all like, no, and he's like, enough, and then like dude died, so it's like, what's going on in this town?
Was he the person that they gave the Viking funeral to?
Finn or
the tax collector?
Oh, did the town riot and revolt and kill the tax dude? There's some dark secrets here, yo. They're breaking some laws.
I mean, I really love how this presents itself as like a cozy game, but then there's like this ominous cloud like overhead, and you're just like trying to figure out what's going on.
Yeah, definitely. I love when there's lore, like there's another layer, right? It's not just a cozy farm sim. There's more to it.
I've seen this phrase show up actually with quite a few games where it's like dark cozy, where it's a cozy style game, but there's that kind of that undertone of seriousness to it. And I wonder if we're going to start seeing more of that type of game, because as much as I enjoy cozy games and I think they're a lot of fun, I just by my slightly, I won't say twisted is the wrong word, my slightly tweaked personality kind of enjoy dark stories. So I really dig that there's now this entire kind of subgenre of cozy games with that dark undertone, and I dig it. I dig it so much.
So we have a Cute Owl Studio in chat with us in the Twitch chat, and they're saying that the colors aren't correct, and they were wondering if we can relaunch the game. Not sure.
We should be able to do that. Rick, do you mind relaunching
Oh, I
the
see
game?
that. What? The colors look fine on my end.
Interesting. Okay. I thought this was just a part of the game being the game. Like I thought
it was just like a muted color palette, but yeah.
Oh, it's gonna be so much better if this has like bright, vibrant colors and it's still dark as hell, like tonally, not graphically, because that'll be dope. So Acute Owl, since you're in chat, I do want to ask you.
I know why it's doing it.
You do?
Yep.
Your green screen.
All right.
Yep. You got it.
That makes sense. Because it's chroma keying out the green. Okay,
There's
that makes
chroma keying out the green. That's correct. All right. Well, I'll change that in a second.
Well, while that gets adjusted, it is getting that's going to be getting fixed. Acute Owl, what was your inspiration for kind of making this game? Because I know that cozy games have a very specific kind of like community, and I know that dark games have kind of a certain community, and I'm curious to know how you found the Venn diagram of those two games coming together. Because I don't know about you, but like this feels like, Mac and Goth, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but this feels like the type of game for me as a palate cleanser.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm excited to see like deeper into the game. I love when games have depth, And so based on what we were seeing in the trailer, there's some depth. There's some things happening here.
Yeah, I think
inspiration. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to say, I think that's the one thing I love when games have like that air of mystery and you're just like trying to figure things out, but then people are keeping secrets and you're just like, oh, what's going on here? And then you get a little tidbit of information and it just makes you want to play more.
Looks like their inspiration was old Harvest Moon games from the 90s and wanted to make a cozy plus grimdark game.
Okay.
And listen, I'm not going to say that I'm grimdark games, but there is a particular game universe that I am always excited to go back to that is described as the grimdark future. So the fact that I can have grimdark, cozy farm sim where I can make friends with Bunny and then bring Bunny to chopping block and turn Bunny into steak is delightful for me.
All right, so I fixed it on my end, but it's not fixing to stream.
we may need to just figure out how we can kind of relaunch it from
I'm gonna do a thing real quick.
I was gonna say, you might be able to put the game source on top of the cam source. We might temporarily just have to not have Richter in addition to this. I know that some of you in chat will be very sad about that, but we want to make sure that the colors are. That was a difference in color. Holy smoke!
Yeah, everything's green.
While we continue to work on that, I am going to go, just because I've enjoyed this little factoid that we've done so far. I'm going to open up Steam on my phone so I can see what the size of this game download is. I'm not going to download it, Mac. I see you looking at me
I
disapprovingly.
see you
promise
every
I will
time
not
you
click
download a
download
game,
button.
your mic goes blah, 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 and so I know you're doing shenanigans, sir.
Listen, first of all, Steam, how could you? You've let me down. And then on top of that,
outed by
I would
Steam.
never. Of course I'm going to blame Steam. You know how much money Steam has made off me today alone? I don't want to talk about it. It's irresponsible. But the point is, I want to. We're gonna pull that up right now. Okay, let's see here. No, I don't care about that game. Show me this game. The demo is out on Steam right now from Acute. So, and I will never recklessly and irresponsibly download a game demo while we're going, because that would be foolish. But I do want to let chat know how big Grimshire is. So if they're trying to figure out which games they're going to download, they would know that the free demo for Grimshire, which is available right now, just happens to be cough cough. Again, I'm not installing it. I'm just looking. I'm just looking. So
Stinker.
I'm not installing it, but I can tell you that it is 814 megs, so there's no excuse why you shouldn't be downloading this game right now. I'm just saying, you could, like, theoretically, even if you were currently streaming and talking about Grimshire, you could click install, and if your download speed's fast enough, you could have it downloaded before
Stop
anyone
it.
even
No.
noticed. Okay.
Hands in the air, sir. Hands in the air.
All right. I think I
Save
fixed
me.
it, but I had to share my screen.
Okay. Let's see if everything has shifted over. Oh, baby.
Okay.
The better?
Now that game.
Yeah.
Okay.
Game.
Listen.
That's a game.
The other color palette was also pretty, but Jesus, this is very
It
pretty.
pops.
Yeah, that makes a difference.
Yeah. So now when I take Bunny Friend to the butcher, I mean, not that I would intentionally take Bunny Friend to Butcher Block, but if that ends up happening,
it's a hoe.
I now know what's going on. I'm not installing. Hey, chat, whose side are you on here? I'm not installing. Matter of fact, I'm exiting
Allie's
Steam
calling
right now.
you out. Ooh.
See, I like Kiriki 42 because Kiriki is saying, like, you can limit your download speed in Steam, which is a better solution than just downloading it. I totally didn't install it. I just opened Steam to see how big it was. I didn't actually click the install button.
Oh, so there's like a town.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Hawthorne Goods. Okay.
So
Now,
Owl Studio, can you tell us more about like the lore of the game? I know with like just this short amount of time, we're not really going to get into the meat and potatoes, and I want to know some of the meat and potatoes. So, any lore you can drop, or do we find out as we go, and you don't want any spoilers?
While they're doing that, I would like to call out in chat that Gold Moon is specifically calling me out. Says the more Alchemist denies installing games, the more suspicious it is. I feel like the more I deny it, the more believable it should be. You should believe me. Always believe in your local Alchemist. He is totally trustworthy, and you should listen to him.
Said no one ever.
My soul is wounded.
Allie says, speaking of meat and potatoes, you can harvest meat and potatoes in the game. Okay. So, farm animals for production, potatoes to plant.
Can we be vegetarians and not turn bunny friend into bunny steaks?
Oh,
Oh,
wait,
his
here we
ears
go.
perked up.
So, Acute Owl Studio says you find out as you play, but there's a plague coming that threatens the village. The villagers can die based on your actions or
What?
inaction.
wow.
What?
Oh, okay. Is
No.
so games like this always make me really excited because there's always that feeling of I want to save as many people as possible.
Chickens.
Can you?
Boy, that ain't chickens.
Will you be the hero?
I will always be the hero that my town needs and deserves, and I totally will not turn one of my more rude neighbors into steak. And listen, I've been watching a lot of Hannibal lately, okay? And Hannibal says in his show, one should always eat the rude. I'm just saying that's a thing. Although someone said meat and
Don't eat the
potatoes is a
rich, eat
different
the rude.
streamer. Listen, as much as I could sit here and talk about this game ad infinitum, I think it would be more beneficial to maybe take a quick break so that, you know, we're all able to not be on camera and relax and click download on a game. I, for one, am totally not going to click download, but we are going to take a quick break, and we're going to be right back after this break with more 6 Online 2024. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to 6 Online 2024. Now, listen, some people fish for compliments, but in this game, you can fish for fish. So, I am joined by Richter, Rocket Goth, Mac and Cheese, please. And the first thing I want to ask my 3 illustrious co-hosts is, where would you go fishing first? If you knew you would catch things you could eat, what wild place would you go fishing first?
Here we meet the first character.
Where's the salmon? Wherever that
You're
is.
in Washington, baby. It's the salmon run.
I'm a little indifferent. I like mud bugs, so I gotta go crawfish farms.
I think going deep ocean fishing, like out in the middle of the Pacific, is my jam. Like, I want the fish that I am potentially catching to be able to yank me off the boat and take me out. Like sword fishing, like, oh, seems so good. I don't know if I've ever had swordfish. Actually, I don't think I have. But
I have. It's very delicious.
Have you? It is
Yeah.
Well, it
Very
sounds like
delicious.
that's a thing that we're gonna have to do. Now, Mac, when we were talking about this game in Hype Hour, you mentioned that fishing games are a game that you normally have some trepidation about. Tell us a
Zelda,
little bit more
Ocarina of
about.
Time, can't do it. Stardew Valley, can't do it. Anytime you got fish, can't do it. Can't. I can't do it.
No.
This game
I
seems
know.
like it's really easy though, in terms of like how it eases you into fishing. Like
It
the
does,
tension
it
meter
does.
doesn't increase too well. Okay, it doesn't feel like it increases too much.
I've been playing a game that has a fishing game like this, and it's always tough for me. So you gotta keep it in the center, and you're just like, go back.
I don't know. For me, like I love fishing and cozy games. Like I'll sit there for like hours just fishing and seeing what I can catch. Yeah, I know it's weird, but I really love it. It's like super relaxing. But I really love the artwork in this game. It kind of brings up this question about like pixel art. We're seeing a lot of it today. And how do you feel pixel art will be regarded in like 100 and 200 years from now? Do you think it was just a condition of the technology we had and that it'll eventually fade? Or do you think it'll be something like Impressionism, where we'll see these like things hanging up in museums in the future?
Such a good question.
I don't
Holy
think it's like a product of our environment, right? Because we have the technology to make like hyper realistic video games, you know, and yet we still see pixel art, right?
Yeah.
And it's just, it's so beautiful. And I love when it's done really well because you know they put so much time and effort into it. And I love to see it.
Yeah.
Navigate to other parts of the map by pressing the M key or by navigating to it in the.
I need more time to think about the answer to that.
Okay.
That was such a good question because there's so many different ways to go about that.
Yeah. Thank you.
For our fishing supplies and
I'm still stumped on it.
also sell her our
Okay,
fish.
I have an answer. Okay, here we go.
And then she will
So
go in to get surveyed by the department.
I think that when it comes to pixel art, I think that there are moments of that where it will just there are some frames that are in fact art. I think what will be more interesting will be seeing how pixel art gets interpreted into other things, because there are other art forms that pixel art just naturally leans very well into, like those perlers where they're just kind of beads that the people put together. So I think that there might come a time where someone will try to elevate that into high art, but I think that there is going to be a place where, like, if I were to see a museum exhibit pop up that's just pixel art, I think it would be an incredible exhibit to go see. I have a counter question for that. If there was a museum that opened up that was purely video game artwork, right? Like just purely a video game museum, not just artwork, but like consoles, artwork, games you would be able to play. What percentage of that do you think would be indie games? Do you think that would be a permanent wing of the museum, or do you think it would have to be like a rotating, traveling like exhibit?
Permanent wing.
Permanent
Yeah.
wing?
Yeah, I think there would have to be different wings. Like when you go
Mhm.
to an aquarium, especially the one out in I can't remember the place right now, but it's a huge sea museum, and they have like different wings for different sections, and I think that's what gaming would do.
I wonder how they would be categorized just besides indies. Like maybe you would have like pixel art of the Americas or something like that.
That would be. I feel like maybe we're looking at this the wrong way. Maybe we should start kind of putting together an idea for these types of things so that we can have a museum. And I genuinely think that one of the things we would have to do would be to have sections where you could play the games. Because I'm going to be honest with you, having Headwaters, having the game we're looking at right now in a museum next to maybe, let's say, the places that inspired some of these locations, I think would be a dope example of how you could interpret that. Because I assume that some of these places are actual locations where they have seen and they've taken these pictures. So you imagine having like the picture next to it and then like being able to play that game and play this game while that's in the background. I think that would be an amazing kind of concept.
I've
Yeah.
remembered. Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I said I was going to remember the museum. It's the one out in Chicago. It's the Shed Aquarium.
Ooh,
Or
I love the
Sheed.
shed.
Shed. Yeah, that place was massive.
Oh yeah.
So I would think video games would be something like that, where it's like so many different sections for different genres, different styles, and then on top of that, you have all the music too. So it's just like,
yeah.
Where's that gonna go?
Yeah, that's such a great idea. We should do it. Don't tell anybody, but we should do it.
One of the things that I see in this game, though, that I think is dope is that as you fish and you sell the fish you catch, you open up new locations that you can fish in. And that feels like a really dope kind of gameplay mechanic to add into this, because it rewards you for fishing in the same places multiple times so that you can unlock those deeper places to go fish. So I really think that's a really cool kind of concept to add along to this, especially when you add that there's different types of bait that I'm assuming lets you catch different types of fish. So this is a really cool concept. And it says Spokane Falls, so I wonder, is this game set in the Pacific Northwest? I think it actually is.
Yeah, I got to talk to the dev a little bit during IRL, and he said he was inspired by just the landscape of the Pacific Northwest.
Goth, can you share some of the other things that the dev had said since you got to speak with them at 6IRL?
The only other thing I can remember is that like he didn't do art at all, and he went to go take classes and he learned how to do art, and his results are just amazing. Like,
wait, so he didn't know how to do it, and then took some stuff, and then this is the product. Stop.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Stop. I thought this is like a well verse expert in pixel art, right? Because
I mean, it looks like
you can do pixel art, but then doing pixel art well is two different things, you know.
Yeah, for sure.
Wow, I'm even more impressed now.
Yeah, there's different grades of pixel art, and like this one's the more defined version of it. And them not knowing how to do it, they did a really good job.
Yeah, just the shading and everything. It's really amazing. It's very dimensional. I would say it's not like flat. Like some pixel art, it's kind of flat, but there's a lot of like dimensions to it.
That and also, I was going to notice that there's a lot of animation within the UI and even outside in the art too. So that adds like a whole other level to it to try and animate that.
I couldn't make the straight lines between locations in pixel art, and the thing that they have made all of this for this being their first time playing is nuts. I also have seen people that have called me out, or not called me out, but have corrected me in letting me know that there is a museum that exists for video games. And I think what would be fun in the future, and I'm not saying, 6 online 2024 host road trip is in the works, but going to that museum and seeing these games here, I think would be cool. And I think it would be even, could you imagine the thing that blows my mind for this is that there are games that we've seen at 6 Online that have gone on to have a lot of success.
A lot.
Could you imagine us sitting here talking about a game and then 10 years from now, when that game has revolutionized some aspect of the industry and this broadcast is what's being shown to show off that game? Could you imagine how surreal that would be? I imagine it would be the same for these devs seeing their games on 6 Online.
Oh yeah.
I agree.
Yeah, that would be pretty cool.
I do have a confession though, chat, and my hosts, and I hope you guys won't be mad at me.
I've
never gone fishing in real life.
Yeah, me neither.
Yes.
Never tried it.
What?
It seems like fun, but I've never actually gone fishing in real life. I've been living in Washington for 10 years and never done it.
Oh, I had a little Snoopy pole.
Aw. What'd you catch?
I used to live in Illinois, and we would fish in lakes, and there would be like a lot of like catfish or other fish I don't remember the names of, but yeah, I would go as a kid, and so fishing IRL, in my opinion, was way more fun than fishing in video games. It's a lot easier. But yeah, wow. Headwaters is exciting. Y'all find it on Steam. We will be right back. And Hope, A Sky Full of Ghosts is next.
I know that there's going to be a counter in chat on how many times I've said this. But you're not supposed to have a favorite kid. But this game is quickly becoming one of the games I'm looking forward to most. Hello, everyone. My name is Alchemist, and I'm one of the hosts that are here for 6 Online 2024. I'm joined by Richter and Rockagoth, and also the dev of Hope, A Sky Full of Ghosts. Will, how are you doing on this lovely 6 Sunday? Christ, what day are we on?
He's not hearing us.
Can you not hear us?
Oh no.
Okay, so Will doesn't hear anything, so he didn't hear the wonderful compliment that I gave him. So we're gonna see if we can get that fixed in the background. But while that's being fixed, I dig this audio style so much. Not audio style, this visual style. My brain is toast. Holy smoke. I dig this visual style and just the gameplay mechanics of this, like the sass in the art style for these characters, I love so much. Will, can you hear us now? Can you hear our wonderful voices?
You. Yes, I can hear you now.
Well, welcome to 6 Online. How has your 6 Sunday been so far today, sir?
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me. It has been amazing. Like, not only the online, but also the in real life was an amazing experience. Incredible event. So I'm really excited.
Happy to hear that. I need you to tell me everything you can about Hope, A Sky Full of Ghosts. This is probably one of the games I am most looking forward to playing after this is done. So tell me more about this game.
Yeah, of course. Hope, A Sky Full of Ghosts is a point-and-click adventure where you're basically the leader of a rebel movement called the Cicadas. And you're in a fight with against a mega corporation called Nexus Corp. So your mission here is to lead basically a bunch of misfits to steal a spaceship, kidnap a terraformer, and then go to another planet to establish the first pre-human colony outside Nexus Corp's grasp. So that's kind of the gist. Of course, it's kind of our take on blending the classic point-and-click adventure genre, but with a more narrative approach where you have a bunch of dialogues, your decisions matter, and then basically you will shape the course of the story, meaning that you can have different endings based on what you decide.
Now, there is one more question I want to ask before I kind of open it up to the rest of the hosts. One of the things that is very striking about this game is the art style for the characters. How did you come to the art style that you did, and how did you go about designing so much, like, there's so much attitude and so much emotion that I can see from characters without even having to see their faces. How did you go about kind of designing the characters the way that you did?
Yeah, thanks. That's flattering because I'm mainly a programmer. So I had to learn a lot about design, color theory, and a bunch of things like that. So one of the things that I did was try to turn this limitation into a more creative outlet, and then trying to express within my scope, or as I said, my limitations, some of the art that should convey the emotions of the game. And as you said, it was design choice to not include faces in the character. So I play games like Dark Souls, so I usually like to put things a little bit harder. So this is kind of the hard mode because it's a challenging style, and also we're making a narrative game. So making a narrative game without faces, so we have to find other ways to convey the emotion.
Interesting. No faces.
Yeah.
Huh.
One of the things that I hadn't even considered is when you're looking at a narrative-based game, so much of our communication is based on facial expressions. Like, I think it's something like 85% of communication is like body language and facial recognition, and only like 5% is actually like like voices and what the words actually are coming out of this. So I dig that you've added that into this game, that not only was it a limitation of, that you had when you were creating the game, but you took that and kind of used it to make the game more difficult. I do have to say, there's a character whose name I'm looking forward to learning, who just seems like sass personified. So I know who my current favorite character is, but of all the characters in the game, who would you say is probably one of your favorite characters in A Sky Full of Ghosts?
Oh, that's a tough one. It's like the question you asked Tim and Caroline earlier about which one is your favorite kid. It's really hard because I guess most of the character, they probably have a little bit of me and a little bit of Azrael, right? So Agatha is this person like dedicated to duty and duty above all. And then we have Saba that is more like cheerful, she enjoys, is a little bit more relaxed. We have Robert that is super square in terms of strategy, following the plan and all of that. And then we have Donnie that is the computer master, like the hacker. So it's hard. I guess I love Agatha because she is the main character. And as I said, I put a lot of effort in the background story for Agatha. And I think that's one of the reasons I have more affinity with her, but I love them all.
How are there different endings to this game? Seeing that it's okay.
Yes, you can have different endings, and we're trying to go not only variations, because that's also common. Sometimes you have basically the same ending, but just slight variation here and there. We want to make like totally different endings based on your decisions, based on your choices.
So what made you decide to want to do a point-and-click adventure game?
That's a really good question. It all started because we wanted to tell a story. This started as a competition game. There was a competition called JS 13K, and you have to make a game in 13 kilobytes. So we tell a story in 13 kilobytes. Turns out, spoiler alert, I wasn't able because 13 kilobytes is too little space to put this. So I started working on the characters, and I said, well, I think point and click is a very good way to tell this type of stories. But point and click games usually are not that narrative heavy. They're more like mechanic and puzzle heavy. So I say, what if we try to find a blend between these two? And that was the main reason to decide to go with that game, but focusing on a lot of narrative.
Okay. What were there any like sci-fi books or series or other sci-fi games that you drew inspiration from?
Oh, a lot. The Expanse, Signal is another game, a sci-fi game that I like. Detroit Become Human, that is a very, very awesome game. It's also sci-fi, and it's also not a point-and-click adventure, but it's a narrative adventure with many endings and a crazy amount of branching. So yeah, there are a lot of inspirations we're drawing.
When it comes to designing a game with multiple endings, do you, and this is just from my, I guess, kind of the way I'm viewing it, do you work backwards from how you want the ending to go? Like knowing where you start in terms of number of characters and locations and things like that, and where you want the story to go, do you work backwards from there? Or is it something that as you're building the story out, you kind of naturally go, this is an endpoint, this is an endpoint, this is an endpoint?
It's a mix of both, because we have what we call the canonical ending, right?
Okay.
And then we start putting the characters in different situations and say, okay, what would happen if players go this way or this other way? Because that's a thing, and that makes it really, really hard, because we have to design for all the possible combinations a player can go. So it's like, okay, this is the canonical one. Hopefully people go through this one, but there are another bunch of like branching where people can go depending on if they decide to be more compassionate or more tough or more smart. So that's it's a real challenge. Let me tell you, it's super, super hard to balance that.
Did you come up with, did you run into any challenges when you were creating the narrative? Because I would think making like a story about space, you have a very limited like environment. There's not too many places you can go?
Yes, it's a huge challenge. And actually, I was reading the other day a post from Ron Gilbert, and basically he said that whenever you have a need, you can place a new NPC and try to like fill that need with a new NPC. But here you're in a spaceship, you're in a tin can in a space with only four other characters, or five, depending if you count the AI. So having that limitation also puts a lot of like pressure on the narrative, on the script. We don't have the freedom to add more characters. We have only these ones, so we have to make the best out of them.
Well, I probably could ask questions about Hope, A Sky Full of Ghosts until like we literally would have to leave this planet in a spaceship. But I want to ask, for chat's sake, where can people find Hope if they were interested in picking up the game? Where can people find more about you? Like, tell us where we can find you and Hope.
Yeah, of course. We have a Discord server. I'm gonna paste the link on the chat. We also are on Steam, so you can find Hope Sky Full of Ghosts on Steam. You can wish it now. We're working to get a build for a demo out probably by holidays. So we're excited, working hard on getting this build ready. But yeah, in the meantime, you can follow us on Discord and Steam.
All right. I will, once we get that link, we will go ahead and drop it in chat to make sure that it is there. Also, what is the Steam link? Let me see if I can get the Steam link for this game, because that definitely needs to be shared. Because every time I open Steam, I compulsively have to download a game. So I'm going to try really hard to not do that this time. So we're going to hope that that shows up in chat. There it is right there. There is the link to the game. So if you want to check it out, you can also check it out there. And I am going to also pull the not all of that, computer, just the Discord. Calm down. We're going to grab this and we're going to click that and we're going to do that. And now that we have the Discord and the link in chat, we're going to give chat a moment to go and click and peruse those things. And we're going to take a quick break. We'll all meet up back here after the break, after you guys have checked out the game. And we'll be back with more 6 Online 2024. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to 6 Online 2024. This is just going to keep getting shorter and shorter. Like at first it was Seattle Indies Expo Online 2024, and then it was 6 Online 2024, and then it's going to be 6-0 2024, and we're just going to keep shortening it because we still have so many cool games that we have to go through. There's a natural kind of rhythm that comes through, and I feel like when we're talking about rhythms coming through, Hyperbeat is the game to talk about. So Alice, welcome to 6 Online. How are you doing today?
I'm doing well. Thanks for having me.
So, you know what, I'm sure you know what the question is going to be here now. Tell me about Hyperbeat. Tell me more about this amazing rhythm game.
Yeah, so Hyperbeat is a sort of like action precision rhythm game where you're flying through a tunnel and there's discs that come at you. You do what they ask of you, and you do it to some really sick tunes.
So with the UI, it looks like that there's a lot of different counters, left and right. I see. Does that mean that there's a multiplayer aspect to this?
No, the left and right text is more of a stylistic decision. We sort of plaster text on everything that isn't nailed down. It's been an interesting discussion. Actually, when we were at 6 IRL, someone made a comment that was essentially, they said, it's clear that this game is made by someone like people who love typography, which is very true of us. We love text and typography, so like seeing that comes through, and we have just text on everything. There's text everywhere.
So I'm a big fan of rhythm games. What game really inspired you to do this?
You know, it's funny. This originally was not born from any rhythm game. I was trying to mix the Flash game Run and Sonic and the Black Knight together, and it was going horribly. It was during the Seattle Indies Slow Jam. And then, you know, one thing led to another. I made some rings fly down a tunnel. I put a metronome on it, just as like a placeholder sound effect. And I went, oh, it's a rhythm game. Okay, well. And so it was kind of a wand chooses the wizard situation. The rhythm game came to me. I did not intend to make one originally.
So I was gonna say I love rhythm games too. You know, sometimes I rage at other games and I need something to kind of calm me down so I don't become a bitter person. So like, I feel like rhythm games kind of expose you to different perspectives of songs that we otherwise wouldn't see. So what do you want players to feel or experience when they play Hyperbeat?
Yeah, the music, it's an entirely original soundtrack made by my co-developer Chancellor Wallen. He does absolutely amazing stuff, and he has this really great sense of like motion through all of his music. And so, where a lot of other rhythm games I think generally map to the beat of a song, it's very rhythmic, it's very kind of percussive. I really try to make Hyperbeat feel less like playing an instrument and more like dancing. I really want you to feel the flow of the music and really feel like not necessarily that you're a part of what's making the music, but more that you're like getting in the groove and you're really feeling it.
I mean, I'm getting in the groove. I like that first song that came up.
Yeah,
Like,
me too.
as you were saying, with the groove and feeling the beat, I noticed that with the movements of all your notes when you're moving around, it really like solidifies that that's what you went for.
Thank you. I appreciate that. It's been an interesting learning curve. I've never made a rhythm game before. Again, like wasn't even intending to make one when I started out. And so a lot of it has been sort of like a combination of looking at other rhythm games and learning about like how you make you know, beat maps for a rhythm game and how you program a rhythm game. And then also some of it has just been kind of like chiseling away at the stone and seeing like what sort of a statue comes out of it. Like I know there's a rhythm game in here somewhere. I just kind of have to chip away until it appears formed before me. So a lot of it has been a very like exploratory nature for me. It's really coming solidly down, and I think it really has its own style and identity now. So I'm excited to get it into people's hands.
I am sorry. So Rock and Rick are both rhythm game aficionados. I have dabbled once or twice. I saw the tutorial level for this, and then I saw it kind of pick up, and I'm like, oh, okay, this will be a little challenging. And then I got to this chaos. How do you go about balancing the difficulty levels of a game like this? Because I again, I know that not every game is made for every person. Elden Ring has taught us that, but this is one of those things that like just watching this game is hypnotic. And I want to know, how do you go about balancing the difficulty of a game like this?
Yeah, so it's actually really hard. There's two levels to it. One, which is a little bit easier to talk about because essentially I don't know. Balancing this game for people who are better at it than I am is a little unknown. It's really hard to make a game for people who are significantly better at something than you are. And I know that like the people who are really going to be good at Hyper-P are going to be doing things that I have no idea. So that's why we'll be supporting custom mapping, and we'll allow people to put their own beat maps in. So when people want to get crazy, you know, I'll let them get as crazy as they want. For people who need an easier time, mostly I've done it through kind of keeping an internal metric in my head of like what are the actual like physical and like reaction based like questions the game is asking of you. What is the game asking you to do? And finding ways of like quantifying those and making easier versions of them. I try really hard to keep the same flow and rhythm that I have in the base maps for the songs in the easier difficulties, and then just try to find like similar patterns that are smaller. In that, a lot of the easier maps will end up actually being a bit different maps than the base map. I end up doing all of them custom, all the different difficulties, because in order to keep that kind of same sense of dancing, it takes a lot of special care to make those easier difficulties. We also are trying to make it as accessible as possible. There's no failure state. If you only hit a single note in an entire map, you can still listen to the whole song. You can still practice. We're not going to throw failure mode up and say you're not good enough to play the game. You can go through all the songs as much as you want. The progression through the campaign of the game will be agnostic to difficulty. You can play on whatever difficulty you want. The game doesn't care. It's not going to ask you to get better at it to progress. All you have to do is keep playing. And then we also support a lot of different input devices. So we'll be shipping on Steam Deck. We'll also be supporting both mouse and keyboard as well as controller. And we're just trying to make it as accessible as possible.
Is there going to be any plans to also bring this to VR? Because I'm sure that at looking at this, my brain is already seeing, just imagining playing this in VR with like the VR style controllers. Is that something that you also considered when developing this game, or was it something that was purely designed for mouse, keyboard, controller, as many people as possible?
Originally, it was just designed for controller. We brought in mouse and keyboard, which has become a very integral part of how it plays. I don't know about VR. We do a lot of weird rendering tricks that I'm not sure how they'd work out in VR. But we have plans. We're looking at other platforms like mobile and other types of input devices that we'd like. Right now, we're just sticking to mouse and keyboard, controller, shipping on PC platforms and shipping on Steam Deck. And then everything else, like we have other plans, or we have like other things we'd like to do, but no solid plans as of yet.
Wow. Yeah, it's really nice. I saw in one of the images you're also going to be using you could use a draw pad.
Yeah, we support basically any device that can move your mouse on your computer. So if you can get a Wiimote to move your mouse around your screen, then we support Wiimote. We're using a lot of video or settings in our settings panel for customizing the input how you want and how you'd like it, so that whatever device you're using, be it a mouse and keyboard, be it a drawing tablet, be it controller, whatever you're using, we want you to be able to use it how you'd like.
Well, considering that whatever you want to use can be used in Hyperbeat, it sounds like there is absolutely, plus there's no failure states, and the soundtrack is banging. Chat, there's no reason why you shouldn't be wishlisting Hyperbeat right now. Like, now. So we, in the interest of being kind, are going to give you a moment to catch your breath, and maybe wishlist Hyperbeat. The link is going to be in chat. Actually, it's in chat up there. I already see it.
In chat.
So we are going to be right back. Alice, where can people find out more about you? Where can they follow development of this game? Where can they learn more?
Yeah, you can find us on Twitter at Botino Games. I tweet about the game quite often. Follow us on Steam Wishlist, and we're going to be having a demo in Steam Next Fest coming up in less than a month. So Wishlist the game, follow me on Twitter, and hopefully you'll get to try it out really soon.
Chat, you heard it. Get to it. We'll be right back after a quick break to do more 6 Online 2024. And in the meantime, Wishlist Hyperbeat.
Vision was quantum. We truly believed we were prepared to explore the deep universe.
Hey guys, can you hear me okay?
The hubris. Call sign, Castaway Station.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to 6 Online 2024. I am your host, Alchemist, joined by Richter and Rockagoth, and we are also joined by one of the devs for Castaway Station, Andy. Andy, how are you doing on this wonderful 6 Sunday?
I'm doing great, I have to tell you, and I just love the way you guys handle 6. I was at IRL. I became a patron right after that, so I encourage everybody to do that as well. You guys do an amazing job.
Well, thank you.
We appreciate that. But I feel like I have to ask you, what made you create Castaway Station? And more importantly, why did you let that man in the ending get his shoe removed and have his body chewed off? That seems that the indignity of not only having that man be chewed in half, but he also lost the shoe. Why? What did he do to you?
That was Ben. You'll meet him in the game a little bit. So there's 2 stories with the origin story of this. So one of them was I built a similar game in game-based education, and then I got laid off with a lot of other folks. I have a team of contractors, and I wanted to give them a softer landing. So I took a second mortgage on my house, and we built Castaway Station in 4 months. My company let me keep the platform that we built. We had an amazing game object database, so it went fast. And then on the second point, I always wanted to make a game kind of like Swiss Family Robinson. You know, you're shipwrecked off the coast of Africa. You have no idea what's on this new continent. You have to learn everything. You have to find pieces. You know, that gave rise to the durability mechanic we have in the game. You know, when you find a gun, you don't have all the bullets for it yet.
So one of the things I saw in the trailer was that you can create custom cards. Now, I might have made a promise to Mac and Cheese Please that I would make a card with Mac's name that said you win this round of combat. How in-depth is the character creator in this, and how many lunches am I going to need to buy Mac to make up for the fact that I can't make the card I promised?
Well, it's pretty in-depth. It's showing it here now. So one of the things you can do is there's some general settings you can do, damage, double damage, area effect, things like that. And then each character has a little section of the card creator that tunes into their custom abilities. Each character has some different abilities, and so it kind of accentuates those in the card. You can also reduce the cost down low, so you could have a high damage, low cost kind of card that just does one thing really well.
So not totally in trouble. I'm only partial.
You can always name it Mac and Cheese Plus Plus.
We're safe. We're safe, chat. I can make Mac and Cheese Plus Plus that deals an insane amount of damage to all enemies and costs 0 and can be used once per game because we can't make Mac that powerful. I remember what happened when we were playing Republic of Jungle and how Mac savagely stabbed me in the back in that game. Now, this game, it seems like it has some kind of RPG elements to it as well. How did you go about? So, you know, you already made the game object database. How long did it take for you to kind of land on a survival horror or a survival crafting style game when you started to develop it?
Well, again, one of the game pillars is, you know, it's you're stranded on an alien planet, and everything has to flow from that. You don't know what the creatures are as you find them. You get to enter their names in the bestiary because you don't know what they're called otherwise, right? You have to find equipment. You have to find other survivors. So at first you're alone. You play the main character, you. And your first mission, one of your first missions is to bury the crew that died in your shuttle with you. And then the next one is you have to find some other survivors. The next one is Singer. So part of this is you have to discover the planet and more stuff. And as you get more items, you get a hover sled, things like that, you get a drone, then you get stronger and ready to take on something later on in the game.
What made you want to go to a card-based battler?
Well, part of that was I had a platform that allowed me to create the card battler much more easily, so I had a head start on that. And two, I wanted to add in some things that you don't see in card battler. So we've got basically you have two characters that can work together. There are teamwork cards that either character can play when you're in a session. We have story cards that basically give you different kinds of powers based on where you are, even the weather, where you are on the planet. Like I said, I wanted to introduce a durability mechanic on the card. So every time you use a card, you lose a charge. When you get to the last charge, it does whatever the card does double. So it makes you think differently about how to do a deck builder. You can get rid of cards very easily by just using them up, but you can also save them and then recharge it. You have limited currency though, so you have to think strategically about what's important. The other thing is you can equip different kinds of weapons, equipment. Each piece of equipment has cards associated with it, also with the durability mechanic, and each character has a different take on those weapons. So they give different abilities to the different characters when they use them. Much like if you were actually trying to use some of the equipment and you weren't familiar with it.
There's something I just saw on this trailer that I think we've glossed over. It said, and this is a very simple sentence, and Andy, after I read the sentence, I'm going to rely on you to make me feel better about this, because I think I just read a sentence that said, survival is brutal, death is permanent.
Yeah.
No, you can't just say yup like that's a very like permanent, like gone, like never coming back, gone.
Yeah. Well, so imagine this. So you're finding all your characters, right? You want to get up to the ending. A character dies in the game. They're not coming back. So you're down a character. So 4 characters total in the game. If one of them dies, you're left with what you have. You can beat the final battle with one character. It's really tough to do. But as you go through the game, part of the thing is it's very narrative focused, and so you get to know who these characters are. They have backstories that you get to see in cutscenes. So losing a character kind of becomes emotional at some points.
You're gonna make me like them, and then can I just leave them all on the ship? Can I like recruit all of them and then stash them away safely, and then make one character stupid, ridiculously overpowered, and beat the rest of the game, and then bring my new friendos with me?
You could do that for sure. It gets to be tough in some of the battles not having 2 characters to fight against what you see. Sometimes these things swarm you. There's a set of pack creatures that you meet first that can summon other pack creatures if you take too long. Things like that. You really do need to have both characters.
Those are brutal.
Can you name the crewmates, or do they have like pre-established names?
Sorry, say that again.
Can you name your crewmates? Because I saw you can name cards. Can you name your crewmates, or do they have pre-established
No,
names?
they have pre-established names. Like you played the very first character. So she was out in the shuttle when the ship exploded. Her partner, Hadia, was the captain of the ship. So she went down with the ship. And so you is left to form Castaway Station, where she gathers these other characters.
Okay. I'm not feeling future PTSD coming about getting attached to you and getting all the way to the end of the game, and then just not paying attention to how many charges of durability are left on a heal, and then she dies.
But there's a shuttle, and you can recharge a number of the things if you're careful with the charges. And there's some really interesting interactions that happen between the player cards. For example, Michelle is a child prodigy that you meet later in the game, and she's really good at buffing strength. And so you can get these crazy loops where you has 20, 30 strength, and it just really overpowers a lot of the things there if you set up your cards right, just like any other deck builder.
Gotcha.
I would say there's a really special element of surprise when making a game about space. What challenges did you face when creating a world in the unknown expanse of space?
That's a great question. Thanks for asking that. I like world building. I spent a lot of time doing it. So I kind of went down. I was a biologist in college, and so I went through. What is the nature here? What's the taxonomy of the enemies? There's a magnetic core, for example, in the planet that makes everything have kind of a magnetic sense. That's why most of them don't have eyes. They can't see in the traditional sense visually, but they can see through things. Just kind of think of it as kind of line drawings, if you will. The herbivores have lots of eyes because they have to be able to have heightened senses to watch out for the predator. So you get to learn these things later on in the game. Spoiler alert. You figure out how to make a diamagnetic bomb to blind the creatures that are magnetic sensing.
Wow, that sounds pretty detailed. Like you really got into it.
Wow.
Yeah, you can see that.
Looks like it's definitely pretty in depth, especially with the UI. Like it's everywhere. There's so much to do and so much to see. We're just barely taking a glimpse, just watching a video. But I'm glad we're here to talk to you about it, though.
Great, thanks.
I got a question I gotta ask, Andy. No one else has avoided this question when it has been applicable, and you are no exception. No, you're not supposed to have a favorite kid. But of all the crewmates, if you had to make sure that one of them survived until the end of the game, which crewmate are you making sure survives to the end of the game?
Yeah, I heard you ask that question before. I have to say probably in order of 10-8, which is the robot you see on the screen here. He's got a really cheeky kind of interaction style, a little bit like Wheatley in Portal. He has some really fun one-liner references to other sci-fi things, and it's fun playing him because you never know what he's going to say. But I think from a power perspective, I like Michelle, the 16-year-old prodigy that has she's great support character, so she plays well with any of the other three characters when you match her up.
Now, Nichelle, is that a reference to like Nichelle Nichols, like Lieutenant Uhura? You
bet. Yep. And the first quest that you go on is called Kobayashi Marooned.
Listen, I know the Kobayashi Maru is supposed to be an impossible scenario to teach you about how to make hard choices. And unfortunately, I'm going to have to make a hard choice currently by asking you where people can find more information from you. And we already have the link to Castaway Station in chat. So I'm going to have to ask, where can people find out more information about you so that we can unfortunately take a break?
Yeah, so it's on Steam now. Bad Zombie Games on Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, YouTube.
Well, chat, you heard it. Bad Zombie Games on all of those platforms. Castaway Station is up there in chat. Now, I'm going to make the difficult choice for you. I'm going to choose for us to go to break, and we'll be right back with more 6 Online 2024. So stay tuned.
Thank you all so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you for coming. I appreciate you. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to 6 Online. I am your host, Alchemist, joined by Richter, Rockagoth, and Mac and Cheese, please. How's everyone doing right now?
Good.
Fantastic.
Pretty good.
Now, I'm going to say this, and I love you all, but this is the game that I had the most questions for. And so I am really excited to see more about this game because this is the game that threw me for the biggest loop. I wasn't sure what it was because it seems very like old school RPG, like Phantasy Star, old school RPG on one side, but then the character art is gorgeous for this game, and I have no idea what to expect here. Is this gonna be like enthralling, and I'm going to feel great about leading this band of misfits, or am I gonna get my heart ripped out of my chest when someone dies and I can't save them?
That one.
Both?
That's what I'm seeing.
Little column A, little column B, maybe?
A little bit of this, a little bit of that. I don't want my heart ripped out of my chest. I just got it back. No, I don't want to lose it.
You're gonna lose it.
Bunch of friends that gotta go to war.
This game looks amazing.
Yeah.
We already have the link in chat, and because Mac is here now, I can't click on this in Steam because then I get yelled at. I'm not gonna do it.
You're doing it.
I'm not clicking it in Steam. I'm clicking it on the website.
No.
No, I'm not clicking it on Epic either. I'm not clicking it anywhere where it can be installed. But this does continue with another really cool kind of trend that I've seen, where there have been a couple of these indie games that have had the soundtracks that are included as well. So it's been really cool to see these games kind of also include their soundtracks for them. When it comes to games like this, how much of an impact do you think the music plays in setting the tone? I'm posing this question to the three of you.
I mean,
lot.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah, I mean, just from the trailer with that song that they had, I mean, that's an obvious drop that it's gonna be some hardships.
I think so.
You're gonna get some feels.
So I'm gonna read the about this game from Steam. So I hope you're all ready for these punches. You ready?
Yeah.
Long Gone Days is a JRPG set in the real world about human connection during war, focusing on civilians, language barriers, and borders. You follow Rourke, a young man trained from birth to be a sniper for the Corps, a subterranean paramilitary state. On his first mission, he is sent to the surface under orders of great significance. Motivated to finally be able to show the fruits of his training, he carries out his first orders to perfection, only to find out that the Corps was far from being the noble organization that he thought he knew. So one of the things we kind of talked about was like the JRPG feel of this, and this is definitely what this game is. But looking at some of the other things that are included with this, a nuanced look at war features experience the clash of modern conflict against civilian life through the contrast of intense RPG combat and slower slice of life gameplay. So that kind of note we mentioned before about the I made a joke kind of haha as this feels like Persona 5 meets Call of Duty, and it kind of is looking like that joke might have been a little less joke and a little more like on the nose. But apparently choices matter in this game. That's one of the tags that the community has set forth for this game. So
I like a little
rich,
like your decision affects the game moment, like a choose your own adventure, but make sure it's the right choice.
So there's a thing that I saw in the trailer, and I don't know if you guys also noticed it in the video that's playing to our left, right, to my right, to all of our right. But some of the times when chat was coming up, there was a flag there.
I noticed
Apparently, communication is key in this game. Because it's set in the real world, you'll encounter language barriers. And if you don't have an interpreter for that language, you can't understand what people are saying.
Oh, I love that.
That's a cool
So,
mechanic.
That is a cool mechanic, but my question for that is for people, because the flag that showed up there was the Russian flag. When Ivanka was, I think her name was Ivanka, was speaking. I wonder if you speak that language you just not have to worry about recruiting that interpreter? See how
like IRL, if you like know what they're saying.
Yeah. I wonder if you don't know the language, if it just shows it in their native language, and if people will kind of try to maybe game the system, like maybe type that into some translate or something like that. I wonder how that will affect it.
Well, I think when he talked to one of the kids, like he's about to do here in a second, it says, "I'm sorry, you don't speak Russian. Why?"
Oh, so you just don't get to know what it says.
Oh, that makes sense.
That's how you get around
that would be a good way because I think people would try and get around it in Google Translate or Google Lens or like any sort of AI help that they can get to get the answers that they need. So I like that you can't just skate around it. Like you have to get someone in your party that knows the language.
So I got a question for you guys. Do you think telling a story from the perspective of war is important? And like, what do you think a player might take away from it?
For me, when you do a war story, it really has to be the background of the story or the background of what's going on. So what I'm classifying with this one is that you're a bunch of kids or friends that have to go to war, and it relates around their coexistence before war and then the troubles that they go through during the war.
So
yeah, that's a good answer.
So I have a slightly different answer for that. So as a soldier, I feel that a lot of games that feature war as a part of the story always seemed, and this is all right, I'm gonna the alchemist mask is gonna come off for just a moment.
Okay.
I feel that most stories that talk about war seem to skew too far in one direction or another, right? On the one side, you have games that glorify war, which it's not really worth glorifying. There are a lot of really dark things in it. But on the other side, there are people who tend to like to vilify soldiers. And a lot of times soldiers are not, yes, there are things that happens on battlefields that are bad that happen by soldiers. I'm not discounting that. But there is a difference between the soldiers of an army and the government that directs them. And I think games where you get to see the human aspect of that, I think is very, very important because it helps you start to view people not just as opposing forces or the soldiers of a potentially hostile nation, but they are also people. Like there are some times where people end up going to war that don't really want to fight in it. So I'm very curious. Like I, as Kevin, not as Alchemist, am curious to play this game just because I want to see how it handles that. In some ways, it can be very positive and very gripping, and it can really stick with you after the game is done. In some ways, it ends up just kind of confirming biases. But from all of the reviews I'm seeing of this game, it seems like this is one of those ones that gets it right. And I really am excited to see how that works. So that's my Kevin soapbox. I'm going to put the alchemist mask back on and go back to being a jester.
I think for me, I really like what you said, Richter, about how like the war aspect is kind of in the background and it's the stories that are told through war that kind of shine. Because when war is happening, everyone who's involved has their story and their history of it and kind of going through their moments while all of this chaos is happening. It is an important part of the story and of the history. And so, yeah, I'm interested to see where this takes that and how this story of friendship unfolds. And I assume we probably get our hearts broken because we get attached to the characters and maybe one of them dies depending on your decisions, you know, so and as a gaming player, when you get attached to a character and then your decisions cause them unrest, you know, like that's weight, that's heavy. So it'll be interesting how they handle that.
Well, one thing that I'm seeing from the features is that this cast of characters that you find, you can grow relationships with them through the dialogue options. And then you can boost morale in battle. And combining those two things together, I am genuinely concerned that this game will also include permadeath, because I can only imagine getting super connected to a character and relying on them, and they're your interpreter for a specific language, and then one misclick, one misplay, one time where you didn't quite pay attention, and then you lose that character. You're not just losing a party member, but you're also losing an interpreter, a friend, your healer, and all of those things together, which is a piece of war that I think everyone is aware of, but no one feels. So that's something that I'm both looking forward to and dreading. But we are going to take just another quick break to talk about more wonderful 6 online games. So while we're gone, you should hang out right here. I am fairly certain that there is a link for Long Gone Days. I know there is because I clicked it already, and you should do the same. We'll be right back after a quick break with more 6 Online. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Seattle Indies Online Expo 2024. I'm your host, Alchemist Joker, who was caught taking a sip of his energy drink, joined by Rick Jer, Rockagoth, and Mac and Cheese, please.
I'm going to start on this
Mac,
level 2 one.
when we saw this in Hype Hour, you pointed out that this was Auto Battler, and this was something you were kind of looking forward to.
So too smart for me.
Not too smart for you.
I'm not a math magician, okay? I don't know how to battle in numbers and make sure I can't.
I think this is not Math Magician game. I think this is Auto Battler card game. I think this will be good game.
They have all the same units.
I thought this was going to be like Final Fantasy VIII's card battler.
Ooh, I remember that game.
I was like, oh, this looks like that, and then it changed. I was like, nope, not like that.
Rock, how much have you kind of dabbled in the Auto Battler genre?
Not at all. Not really, no.
Well, allow me to explain to you the beauties of the Auto Battler genre. So
sounds great.
So Order Automatica is a game where you basically will set up your tiles on the board, and they will basically go through and attack in order. So you see that the tiles are numbered, and they should attack in those numbers, but different abilities or different cards may have different additional abilities that go along with it. So you can set up your tiles to kind of attack in the order of the people that are there, and you normally attack them in the order that the opponent is there. So your 1 will attack their 1. If their 1 doesn't die, then your 2 will attack their 1, and they will continue going through as the game goes on. Where the complexity of these games come from are in the unique abilities of additional characters. So some characters might be attack everything in the row in front of you, right? So if that person's in your 2, they're not just attacking the 1, they're attacking the 1, the 2, and the 3. Or one of the characters we saw during the demo is that when they are defeated, they spawn 2 enemies behind them. So you don't want, they spawn enemies in every space behind them. So you don't want to put anyone directly behind that enemy so that they can have as many of those that are spawning at a time. I really feel like Auto Battlers are a lot of fun because they don't require a lot of minute-to-minute micromanaging of a game. But they can have a bit of math involved, as Mac has alluded to, but you don't have to be a math magician to play.
Okay, that sounds great, because I'd probably be counting on my fingers and toes.
Have my calculator up.
Right.
I think one of my favorite card battlers is I just saw the name the other day. It's the one where it's a map and you have to build the map with cards. And then Loop Hero.
Loop Hero.
Yeah.
Interesting. I have to look into that one. There was a game that we had at Last 6 that gave me a similar vibe to this, because it was another game where you kind of played as the undead, where you played as the you played as an undead, an overlord commanding the undead, and it was another auto battler style game. So I really dig these types of games, because these are one of the few types of games that I think I could actually make. I think this is one of the few times that I'm like, if I put some energy into it and some thought into it, I think I could make an auto battler. But I know that they can become, it's the easy to play, hard to master. I feel like this is one of those games where the development also mirrors that. I can make a basic one that's like baby's first auto battler, but then when you start adding in items you can equip and different unit abilities, you start to see how deep that pool gets real fast.
Especially when you can make your own cards.
Throwing a Bone, that was the game from last year. And yeah, making your own cards is definitely...
Throwing a Bone, yes, that's right.
One of
this
the
one's...
things...
I was going to say, but this one's really different, though, than all the other ones. Because it's this right here with a multi-grid of a ton of cards with abilities and items that you can equip on them to enhance the things that they do.
And yeah, and kind of change the way it plays. It's interesting. It seems like that there's a lot going on. I don't know if it's as simple as we're making it out to be, or maybe I'm just already overwhelmed and like, oh my god, I don't know how to do it.
So I'm also going to take this when equipped.
What do you think are some challenges that devs may face when they create like strategy games like this?
I want to make sure.
I think one of the biggest challenges that a dev would come up against when creating a strategy game is, especially if you're a solo dev, the strategy you can only plan for strategies that are as complicated as you are willing to be complicated. And when you're making something, you don't often think of how people are not going to, like, it's easy to go, well, I made this ability with this thing in mind, and this will be how it's going to be used. But when you're a solo dev, you don't have the ability to see how other people are going to make that wild. So you end up with just you make this game and it's perfectly balanced from your eyes because you've spent all of this time balancing it. And then you release it into the wild, and then just some wild combo that you did not foresee ends up just breaking the game wide open. So I imagine that strategy games are probably one of the ones that have the most early kind of like patches and updates, or that they may stay in early access for longer so that you can let other people play it and then just break it. I just want you to shatter this game in as many weird ways as possible so I can fix it. So
yeah. I think that's what's kind of great about the Six Online, or just like the Six community in general, is that if you have something, you can just give it to them and be like, break it. Like, tell me where there's bugs. How can I fix this? How can I make this better? The community is so willing to help and get your game where you see the vision. For real.
Yeah, speaking of community, I mean, to have help through Seattle Indies is a big thing, because there are devs, as you saw in our segments, that they're either new to this or they did something else. They just wanted to get into it, and they might have issues somewhere. And it's like, oh, where can I get help from? Well, Seattle Indies is definitely a place to go.
Right here.
Right here.
So we've talked a little bit about how we imagine game dev would go for us. I want to pose this question to each of you, because we've now gotten through, I'd say, probably about half the games we're going to be looking at today, maybe a little more than that. And I would like to know, if you could make a game, and I'm saying it would be as easy as writing text into a document and then your game idea would output, what genre of game would you create and why? No more of those just, here's my answer. I want to know why you chose that.
Mine would be cookie clicker style, but space aspect.
Okay. Why that genre and that setting?
Well, cookie clicker style is more, it could be made on any type of platform. It's a simple mechanic that has upgrades that allows for you to get more types of clicks. Space, because I like space stuff, and you could really like branch out from there to like make it really silly or get really in depth with it to just have a bunch of space assets in there.
I think for me, it would be like a Zelda style, because I love The Legend of Zelda and all the puzzles, and it was one of the first video games I've ever played. And so for me, it's just like really nostalgic. And so if I could come back and make something like that, it would be really fun.
That's such a hard question because like there's so many games and there's so many genres. For me, like I love space too. I love Zelda too. Like
Zelda and
it's can we do like Zelda in space? Yeah, exactly. But I think for me, I also really love narrative story. So it would have to be some kind of like very narrative, like action adventure game. I'm not too sure about the mechanics or anything yet, but I just really would want to evoke emotion and be able to like relate to people through a video game.
I was really hoping that someone else would have a purely silly answer so I could give my purely goofy answer. But now that you've all given such thoughtful and compelling answers, I have to come up with my own bloody, thoughtful, and compelling answer. I would want to make a JRPG that focused on fighting a bad guy across generations. So instead of it being you have a party of heroes and you go up against the boss and you win, it would be more of you have a party of heroes that can only become so strong and their strength kind of caps out at like the first dungeon. And you have to then make friends and connect people together so that they would have either new students or children or whatever that would be just a little bit stronger than they were. And you'd have to continually build this party out generation by generation. Like the last name would be the only thing that carries so you can keep track of them. So instead of the character being named Cloud, it would be their last name Cloud. And you'd have to like watch this generation by generation develop out. But I'd make it permadeath so that if someone dies, the skills of that lineage goes away. So you could play through this game and have all this fun, but then you don't pay attention and your healer line bites it. And now you have to go into the last battle with no one being able to heal. That's me. I know it's mean, but I think it'd be fun.
Oof.
Yeah, it sounds harsh.
Well, let's go with something lighter. How about a quick ad break while we take a look at the next game? Does that sound a little bit lighter than what we've been talking about?
Yeah,
lighter,
I like
yeah.
it.
Yeah.
Well, chat,
Next
we're
game.
going to take a quick break and let everyone lighten up, and we'll be back with more 6 Online 2024. It is almost as if the 6 Online gods heard my harsh, punishing suggestion for a game and said, allow me to fix that with some plant therapy. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to 6 Online. I am Alchemist Joker. I am joined by Richter, and I'm also joined by the devs of Plant Therapy, Randy and Genevieve. Randy, Genevieve, how are you both doing today?
Hello, excellent.
Yep, it's God, it's a nice tight show. Everybody's on time. It's all crisp and clean. It's good, yeah. And here we're to deliver a little coziness after your permadeath scenario.
After the grim darkness of my RPG, you're like, all right, listen here, Aristotle.
Yeah, no.
Ease it up a little bit.
No.
So one of my questions is, how many plants do you have in a game?
Currently, we have over 100. The base game for plant therapy is totally free, and that has about 50 games, or 50 plants, sorry. And then we have DLC that has additional plants, and then every season, usually every 2 to 4 months, we are adding more content to the game so that you can keep getting new plants that unlock and show up. And so the game is not, it's not done, it's not static, it's just this cozy plant collecting game that just goes on and on.
Wow. I saw one of those. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say you start with just one apartment in Brooklyn, New York City, and you can unlock another apartment, and then the DLCs add more and more apartments, and then you can just cozy it up the way you want. All the apartments are in different real neighborhoods in New York, and you can get a different vibe going and really make the space your own, picking different plants, different art. You can name the plants. Streamers really like the game because they can name plants after their followers while they're playing. It's just really meant to be cozy, low stakes, when you just need to chill out, because the plants do not die in this. They can get a little sad. They'll get a little droopy. Randy really perfected the animations of making them look super droopy, but then they don't die. So it's just, you can really just chill out and do other things while you're doing it.
They're just asking for a little bit of love. That's all they want.
Yeah.
There is an obvious question that I have to ask. How did you land on this as a game idea? Because this is a wonderful idea. And
thank you.
This, I just need to know, how do we land here?
Well, okay, so it's a pretty, it's kind of like I've been hearing this a lot already during the pandemic. I'm an artist. I actually have a degree in sculpture and fiber art, and I did public art for a long time. And we were living, my husband and I, Trevor and I, were living in New York City when the pandemic struck, and we were trapped in our little apartment, and I had a little office art studio, and Trevor had to take over my office so that he could work from home, and I had to work in the front in the living room with just a computer, and I couldn't really do anything. And he started buying plants because that's all we could do. We were stuck at home, and he started buying all these plants, and the peace lily actually was his first plant he bought, and he started to fill up our apartment with plants. And then at the same time, I couldn't go to an art studio. Everything was shut in New York. And I started taking, we'd always talked about it for years, but who has time? And so I started taking video game making classes online. And Trevor was a programmer and manager for years. And then Randy, we've also known for years. We brought Randy on board, and he ended up doing a lot of the programming for plant therapy. And Trevor did all of the sound production and music. And then I did all the art. So it just really came out of us being stuck in Brooklyn in this tiny little apartment, and our love and picking our favorite neighborhoods. And so they're all based on real places and real neighborhoods. And we have a lot of little personal in-jokes that maybe no one will notice, but they're all, our own little thing going on in there. I don't know what that is. Oh, Trevor didn't see this. But now we just added when we were at the 6 in real life event, it was great because we had a new DLC out we were testing, and it's all that you can add wallpaper, and so that's really changed the game quite a bit. We also just came out on iOS, so you can play us for free on iOS with no ads, because I'm really anti-ad. And on Steam, we now have 5 DLCs plus the soundtrack. So that's the game. The base game on Steam is free. We went that way because we really we're new to this. We wanted to build community. We wanted to bring people in and have a lot of people playing. And then if they like the game, if they connect to it, then they can support us and buy the DLC. But if they just want a free little game, no pressure. You can just play it and enjoy it.
Whose idea was it to turn the Roomba into a cat Roomba?
I think it was pretty automatic. Like the minute we thought we wanted a coin collector, I think the three of us simultaneously were like, well, it's got to be a cat. And then there's a cat DLC. There's also a dog DLC. So there's a little dot also.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I noticed another one. I was like, is that a dog too?
Yeah. And then we brought on
we have a dog pack, and we have a cat pack, and we have different themes to satisfy both sides of the internet. It's funny. Genevieve was talking about community, and one of the sections we flipped past in the video here was submitted screenshots by our user base, and they throw them on Discord and they throw them in Steam, and it's really cool to see people come. It's a cozy game, and we're building this cozy Discord server too. And actually, we have quite a few community members who, it's actually like building into an actual server now, and it's pretty cool to have people jump in and hang out and chat and share. So I don't know. I like the community we're building.
We also try to be really agile about it. Like sometimes people be like, oh my gosh, I wish there was this in the game. And then with our next little seasonal update, it's like, surprise. It's really easy for us to add stuff because when you're a small team, you can just say, I'm going to add this plant, and I just can add it. We don't have to have 20 meetings about it. We can just really have fun and explore and just make whatever, we're interested in.
Now I have a question, because you guys said that you were in New York, so a lot of the neighborhoods you initially set up were in New York. Has there ever been any idea of maybe like while taking a tour of other cities or seeing other neighborhoods going like, I think this would be a cool neighborhood to kind of add in as well?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we've been adding, so all of the DLCs now we're in Soho, there's Astoria, Queens, there's like all New York. So this is all based on, but I mean, I have lots of ideas for, we could do plant therapy Dubai or plant therapy Hong Kong or plant therapy Paris. We could really, branch out, but we did base this in reality. So all the plants are real plants. Our kind of next idea is playing with fantastical plants or doing some sort of magical element, because we keep adding magical items to it. Like that little mushroom will fertilize all the plants for you. So it can become fully automated. It starts kind of slow, but then by the, after 10 or 20 hours, you could really be fully automated and just let it play. There's cozy mode. So yeah, we definitely have ideas to branch out. It's just how many hands and fingers and time do we have? Can we, keep doing this? And I had to learn, surface design and how to make wallpapers and patterns and things like that. So it's been really fun.
I was going to ask, is there a Zen mode? Because I would love just to build my house and just turn off the UI and just have that on the background.
Yep, there's cozy mode. You turn it on, the coins disappear, and you can just enjoy the plants, and they're just hanging out and being happy, and you can just have it up and enjoy it. Like we really, that was also a user request. We talked about it, but then after a couple people kept saying, hey, can you put this in? We're like, that is a good idea, and we're going to do it. So awesome. We really just want to have something, we wanted something calm that reflected like what we were searching for during the pandemic, and we wanted to stick with that. So that's why there is no stakes at all. It's just truly just enjoying and playing with a little toy house.
You mentioned fantastical plants, and my brain immediately went to a fantastical plant that I don't think will fit in the wholesome vibe. Well, okay, it can fit in the wholesome vibe. It would just have to be very specific. The first thing that popped into my head is Audrey.
Oh, there is a carnivorous plant sort of Audrey artwork, and we do have carnivorous plants in it, but we do have an artwork that you can buy that's Audrey or that looks like Audrey. But yeah, we do have lots of ideas for a little magical plant game. We're also working on a creepy fish game called Creep Tank, because we just had so much fun with little plants and thinking about fish. So that's actually going to be launching the page on Steam next month. So if you follow us on Steam or follow Plant Therapy, you'll hear about it, because that one's pretty exciting. That it's a little fish collecting game, but they're all really creepy. So this was our wholesome game, and then now we get to lean into my creepy goth side. Like I've been trying to put in little gothy little things in here, but some of our players are like, oh no, that's too gross, I don't like that. So I pulled that back a little bit, and then we're going to put all those elements into Creep Tank.
Is there some way to make the Audrey-like plant just one time just say, feed Miss Seymour? I just want it once. I'm not going to ask for it a lot.
I'm really sensitive to copyright infringement, so I don't want to do anything that's going to be copyrighted infringement. So there are homages in the game.
What you got to do is just say, "Feed me." That's
Feed
it.
me. Yep, and that's it.
Legally distinct, Audrey.
Oh,
Well,
here's some more. Like that's one of my favorite. There's some really, really crazy screenshots. People go in a totally different direction than you ever planned, and it's just so fun and exciting to see it.
I love all the different pots.
The pots are dope. I dig those as well. I also want more people to be able to start making their cozy plant therapy location. So chat, it's in the chat. I saw some of you looking at it. Plant therapy is available. Brandy, Genevieve, where can people find more about plant therapy, about Short Lake Studio, about you guys? Like, where can they go to find more information?
Go to Steam. You can find all the basics on Steam. You can join our Discord and then search for us on iOS. And we'd love to have you. We like to be around other game devs. We like to be around other artists and creatives. It's just a great community we're forming and growing, and we love it.
Yep. And then one last little shout out, since you brought up game devs, and I'll tie this back to Seattle Indies. We've been going to a bunch of different shows for indies, like down here in Puyallup and then up in Everett, and it's just so awesome to run into teams, right? We've seen several teams that we've met in person several times present today. The community that actually I feel among all these people is pretty awesome, and it's great to hang out with y'all for these couple weekends here and there throughout the year.
We love it. And good job. Shout out to all of you keeping it all together today. It's amazing. It's so well organized.
Right on time.
Thank you.
We are doing our best. But with that being said, we are going to throw to one more quick break, and we will be right back with more Seattle Indies Online Expo 2024 in just a moment. Stay tuned. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to 6 Online 2024. I am your host, Alchemist, as you have heard ad nauseum, joined by the wonderful Richter, the spectacular Rockagoth, and we have Paimon here with Skyformer. Now, I am going to be honest with you. I occasionally have moments of megalomania. Megalomania is a song. Of megalomania. And sometimes I want to create my own planet, and it seems like Skyformer is exactly the place to do it. So tell me a little bit more, tell us all a little bit more about Skyformer.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. My name is Paimon, and I'm the developer of Skyformer. It's a survival automation game where you're a little robot that's sent to a planet, and your assignment is to terraform it and make it habitable for your creators. And the way you do that is you build a bunch of factories that process resources on the planet, and it turns them into the materials you need to terraform it. And as you terraform it, the climate's going to change, and that's going to allow you to access new regions of the world and also new resources. And at the same time, there'll be like different types of storms that you have to experience as the climate changes that'll affect different regions in different ways that you'll have to handle and survive.
So do your structures have any like health bars or anything that get damaged by the weather?
Yeah, so there's certain structures that do have health bars and certain structures that don't. Like storage units don't have health bars, but factories do.
So
factories have health bars. Interesting.
So I saw in the opening that there's shuttles that launch into outer space. I'm a tester, and my brain instantly went, "Can I get on top of that?" And it shoots me in outer space.
Yeah, so you don't actually go to space in this game, but you do build a base on top of the map that you'll expand as the game goes on. And in that base, there's a few different things you do. You build a data center that processes all the weather data that you collect. And also, you send rockets to space to collect some of the materials you need to terraform it, like the different gases that you need. And it also launches the drones that actually disperse the gases into the air and change the climate.
So we've seen a few space games today. What is your personal connection or fascination to space, and what do you hope players will experience while playing Skyformer?
Yeah, so there's a few things. One thing is I love automation games, but one thing about them is they're like basically an engineering job, and a problem I had is I can't play them when I'm tired at the end of a long workday, for example. So I wanted to make a more casual automation game that's more like a survival crafting game that simplifies the numbers. There's a lot less number crunching with the factory like input ratios and stuff, and puts more emphasis on the surrounding environment. And at the same time, I'm really into weather. I've always, whenever I play games, I always imagine since I was a kid that there'd be like more dynamic weather in a game, and so I wanted to make a game that makes weather a big part of it and actually simulates it, and yeah, and has like storms that you can observe and actually like fly into, and snow accumulating and melting, etc. Yeah.
So where did your... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, so when putting together a game like this where automation kind of can become the key, is there a certain, do you develop it backwards from like what the perfect system would look like, or do you just kind of develop each individual piece as a small component and then marry them all together at the end?
Yeah, so this is my first time making an automation game, so I had no idea what to expect. So the answer is it's a lot of playtesting and a lot of guesswork. Like I made like some tools for myself to estimate how long things will take to produce, and that helped me like balance all the numbers better. But yeah, the most important thing is going to be playtesting. I have like a little closed beta that I'm slowly expanding over time, but I'm going to need a lot of playtesters so that it's balanced from beginning to end. And just continually tune it.
And you know where to get those playtesters, or ask for playtesters.
Oh yeah. I've been going to the co-working session that Seattle Indies has on Saturdays, and yeah, there's an amazing community there. We play each other's games and we give each other feedback, so that's been awesome.
I also saw in the trailer that there's a ship, so you do get to fly around. But what are you doing right now in this mode? Are you one of the robots, or?
Yeah, so there's different ways to build your factories, and I wanted since it's a first-person view, it's kind of hard to see like the layout of your factories, and so I wanted to provide a way to get an overhead view of things. So when you connect factories together, you can control a little drone that allows you to fly up in the local area and connect the buildings together. So it also gives you just a better view of things. And at the same time, there's different transportation options that you'll unlock over time. There's like zip lines that you can use. There's different aircraft that you can use that have different purposes as well.
Now,
so you go for it.
Oh, sorry. I was gonna say. So now you have a health bar that I can see there. Is there combat in this game as well? And how did you go about balancing the difficulty of combat in addition to gathering resources and such?
Yeah. So the main adversary is the different types of storms that you experience. I wanted to make survival a big part of it because I'm really into survival. And yeah, balancing that is hard. So because the factories are simpler, I can make the survival aspect a bit harder. And what else? yeah, there's both a health bar and a charge bar you can see there, and that charge bar is sort of like oxygen in Subnautica. And as you play the game, you'll level your player up, and you'll be able to survive a lot longer, and also recharge your charge and have a lot longer range, move faster, and yeah.
So you said that there are environmental things that'll happen, and you have to change the world so you can like unlock new zones and mine new things. With the weather stuff, did you add like tornadoes or like earthquakes or anything like that?
Yeah, so tornadoes are actually a feature that I'm going to be working on next month. So yeah, and I do plan on, initially I planned on having just one world, but I realized I actually want to make multiple maps, and each map will have its own twists with its own weather, like different types of storms. And yeah, so for example, like there might be a certain storm that affects only high altitudes or low latitudes. And yeah, and when that storm's coming, you can like forecast the weather, and once you see one of those storms coming, you can prepare for it. You can there's different ways that you can prepare for storms. You can actually set up an automated system to defend your buildings, or you can just, I don't know, fly over to the area that's being hit by the storm and just repair things. You can also use a plane to repair things from overhead. So yeah.
I really like the idea of having weather as an adversary, because you can't really like defeat it right away. You have to kind of just deal with it. Was it hard coming up with like certain systems to get like different results? Like if like a terraformer is behaving a certain way on a certain planet, like how do you know like what kind of weather is going to result from that?
Yeah, so oh, and one thing I forgot to mention is that the weather is not only an adversary, but you can actually build buildings that are in the path of storm-prone areas to actually harness the power of storms, like a lightning tower that'll turn lightning into energy. But yeah, I had to strike a balance between a realistic weather simulator and one that has results in predictable game design and gameplay. So yeah, you can't make it too realistic because otherwise it's too random. But yeah, so I had to strike a balance there. Yeah.
And does most of the weather that you're using like emulate the weather that's on Earth, or were you able to be kind of creative?
Yeah, I want to go kind of crazy with it. It's not super realistic because first and foremost, I just want to make the gameplay super fun. So yeah, I'm just gonna go crazy with my imagination. I have more maps that are planned that'll come out over time.
Well, where can people keep up with you and can keep up with Skyformer so that when those additional maps come out, they will know where to find them?
Yeah, so I have a Steam page that you can wishlist the game on, and then you can go to skyformer.com to get links to all my socials. There's a Discord where I'm doing internal playtesting, and in the beginning of 2025, I'm going to have a free demo that comes out on Steam, and then I'm going to hopefully release the full game by the end of 2025, and then gradually add those maps as updates.
Well, if you are interested in doing some terraforming of your own, you can check out Skyformer. Paimon, thank you very much for sharing this game with us. I, for once, am happy that I got to just kind of hang out and listen, because I was able to figure out how to download a game without you noticing that it's being downloaded. So we are going to be right back after a quick break, and we're going to be back with more 6 Online 2024. So stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Thank you.
Oops, somebody needs to mute.
Hey,
If you're new to Seattle Indies, we are a nonprofit organization dedicated to fostering a vibrant community of independent game developers in the Seattle, Washington, and Puget Sound area. We strive to provide inclusive and accessible spaces for all who wish to pursue game development as a hobby or profession. Our focus on hosting events and activities that empower people to bring their skills, to build their skills and their professional network, make games, make friends, share feedback, and showcase their projects. Join the Seattle Indies Discord to continue the conversation with our community. The link is seattleindies.org. Check out 6.seattleindies.org for more info on all the games you have seen so far today and that you will see later on today. Now, there is a Steam sale happening now, which you can find linked in chat. Now, I've been joking about my wallet weeping all day long, but the Steam sale does get you discounts on some of the released games you're seeing today and wishlist games that aren't even out yet, so you can be notified when they do get released. And you can even download and play some free demos of the games you're seeing today. If you want your very own 6 2024 t-shirt, this is an older 6 model, but if you'd like the newest model, you can head over to the store page on seattleindies.org to buy yourself one today. Now, with all that being said, 6 wouldn't be possible without our generous sponsors and Patreon supporters. For as little as $1 a month, less than what I spent on this energy drink, you can support Seattle Indies and help us put on great events like 6. So go over to patreon.com/Seattle Indies to find out more.
Yeah, that's right. We also like to thank our sponsors. Our headlining sponsor is Hooded Horse. Hooded Horse is a publisher of strategy, simulation, and role-playing games, including Old World, developed by Mohawk Games, Terra Invicta, developed by Pavillons Interactive, Falling Frontier, developed by Stutterfox Studios, Alliance of the Sacred Sons, developed by Cat Hawk Studios, and The Way of Wrath. Check out their publisher sales happening right now on Steam.
And Rockagoth, you want to tell us about our spectacular champion and partner and community sponsors as well?
I sure do. So our champion sponsors are going to be Play Everywhere, Premac Rogers PC, For Culture, Megacrit, Perfect Day Games, and Exola. And for our partner sponsors, we have Premac Rogers Down PC, Geek Girl Con, Magboot Games, Venture Mechanics Startup Launchpad, Better Gaming Agency. And for our community sponsors, we have Unbound Creations, AIE, Seattle Composers Alliance, REPC, SOBA, Diversity Collective, Nimble Workforce, Clove Experimental. And 6 is dedicated to the memory of Steve Zapata. Hopefully I said that right.
Yes, Steve Zapata. And we're always happy to be here. We are going to take just a real quick reshuffle break, and we will be back with more 6 after this.
All right, loopers, listen up. We're up against the insectoids across multiple universes. Our mission is to gather the crystals, survive the onslaught, and make it out alive. Now available on Steam.
Hey everybody, and welcome back. I'm Rick Jur, followed by Alchemist Joe. Oh, well, nope, it changed up. Rockagoth, Mac and Cheese, and Alchemist Joker. We're here checking out Rift Loopers. It's a twin stick shooter co-op. I see it's co-op. There's people.
Ooh, ooh, ooh.
We get friends. I'm down for it. You're hunting. Looks like some type of alien infestation that happened on the planet.
We've seen a lot of space games today.
Yeah.
I'm for it. I love space games. All the like future technology stuff, it makes for so many things. That and fantasy. Fantasy is cool. I like spells.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Give me some spells, but future stuff, I'm down for it. Like this dude with the twin blades, he's just going around hacking slashing.
It's like, let's go.
So
It's interesting to see like all the different types of aliens people have like conceptualized for their different space games.
We've also seen a couple of twin stick shooters today, but this one is a little different in that it's a twin stick shooter with roguelike elements. So I'm gonna read a bit of the Steam page here because I totally am not on Steam, the app.
I was just going to do the same. I'll let you do it. You're good at it.
Well, it lets you survive an alternate reality where apparently worlds have been lost to bugs and you have to go collect the resources needed for dimensional travel. We're not here to fight them. We're here to get home, which I am so down for because I get that bugs are scary, but if they already hanging out here, I'd rather go home. I don't know about Mac, I don't know about Rock, I don't know about Rick, but if the bugs have claimed the planet, it's time to leave unless I have napalm. So apparently in playing this game, you will level up, you'll mow down enemies, and then level up your existing abilities, and then come up with new ways to increase your power and mow through these enemies. So we see the melee character here, there's a couple of gun characters. There's also DLC for Pyro. So if you feel like the best way to handle bugs is to just burn everything.
Yes.
I was just thinking about eating the bugs. I mean, might as well.
You see a spider in your home, you light that home on fire. That is the spider's home now.
So I wonder, I see that there's a timer above, but it's going up. So I don't think that there's...
you survived, maybe?
Yeah, I guess it's like how long. Or if there's an objective to do.
The objective is survive. The timer is in fact counting up how long you have survived in the game. If you've ever played Call of Duty Zombies, it feels like this is how that works. So it's one of those, you survive until you basically get overrun. So it's one of those things that you just kind of continue to hold out and you hope that you have enough firepower or your friendos have become strong enough to hold out. So like this becomes another one of those, like me, Rick, Rock, and Mac all go in with our chosen method of destruction and then just hold out for as long as we can.
Is there someone that looks like they're like a healer or like an ammo holder of sorts to like help? Like, does every team have their party construct, or is it like we're all kind of the same, but maybe some are a little tankier with the guns?
That's a good question.
Yeah, that is a good question. It seems like there are at least a couple of different classes, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because there are enhancements that you can get. There are also loadouts, so you might be able to change that in between rounds, it seems. But it seems like you are interested in being healer. There appear to be 8 classes. And yes, Mac, now that I have found the screenshot, Medic is in fact a class that can be played. In addition to Medic, there is Soldier, Sapper, Engineer, Scout, Brute, Scientist, and Android.
Scientist?
Wow.
What does that mean? Are you like making stuff? Are you throwing potions? What are you doing?
I wonder if they get to use
curious.
pets.
Yeah,
like
that sounds
pets
cool.
and stuff. They can
Oh.
like mind control the enemy or
On the-
something.
yeah, on the bugs, they're now like on your side and defeating their own.
I am so down for that. Sick the bugs on the bugs. Let's be honest. I'm gonna play Pyro. I don't know why I'm looking at any other class like I'm gonna consider
Same.
like, I'm going to play the Android or the Engineer. Burn it all. Burn it all. Jungle fight, building fight, fire squared. I don't care. We're setting it all on fire.
What's the game? It's Vampire Survivors. That's what I'm seeing this as, because as you level up, you get to choose different abilities for your class.
Oh.
So your class probably has a lot of abilities, but it's how you want to build them.
Okay.
So you guys, if you guys were on this planet right now, what insect would you not want to run into?
A spider.
All of them. Okay, well, this looks like a deserty kind of planet, so I'm assuming there are other probably like fire bugs. And I feel like a bug that can like throw fire at you would probably be the most terrifying thing in the entire world.
That does sound pretty terrifying. I think for me, it's like either a praying mantis or a centipede. Like if it was like large.
Nope.
Yeah.
Nope.
Yeah, burn it.
Nope.
Burn it all. I'm gonna give you a sciencey answer. You ready?
Mm-hmm.
Daddy long legs.
Oh, I hate those things.
They are one of the most venomous spiders on the planet.
But they're just a little guy.
They are little, and their mouths are too small to be able to pierce human flesh. So they have this very venomous that can't penetrate through our skin.
Mhm.
However, if they're the same height as effing Shaquille O'Neal over here, like some of these bugs are, then that protection of, oh, well, they can't bite you because they're too small, no longer applies.
Out the window.
Out the window. I mean, shoot,
Burn 'em.
I saw a daddy long legs. I got one in near my house or somewhere in my house. And I just left him there because I was like, yeah, you do you, buddy. And then I walked by him the other day, and he had a spider, all wrapped up, big old spider too. I was like, geez, dude, what are you doing? Yeah,
Bitches, baby.
I was
I
like,
thought you-
huh?
I was gonna say I thought you were gonna say you didn't see it, and then I was gonna say you need a new house.
No, I'm gonna keep daddy long legs now because they'll eat other spiders. So he'll stay right where he is.
So Rock's whole thing is, oh, I see a spider. Look over there. Look back. Oh, I no longer see the spider. Well, it's time to move.
Yep,
It's
basically.
been nice. It's been a great. Okay. I'm gonna say this, and I might not make fans with this next segment. I'm gonna say, I try really hard to not kill spiders if I see them in my house.
I try to let them outside.
Same with
I will
me.
capture them and let them go outside.
Mm-hmm.
There is one room that if they show up in, though, they gotta die.
Bedroom.
100%.
Or the
If you're
bathroom.
in
I'm
any
not
other,
trying to get big
even
or
the
vulnerable.
bathroom, I will capture them and set them free. If you show up in my bedroom, it's nothing personal. It's a little personal. If they're in the bedroom, they have to die. Okay, I'm just saying. You
I
can hang out
agree.
anywhere.
Well, mine is if you're in my house. I'm sorry. Outside's fine, unless you're a daddy long legs. Then I'm perfectly fine. Or in the garage, you could be in the garage. That's okay.
Our own executive director, Tim Collins, is giving this game a Starship Troopers vibe. And I totally agree. I play Starship Troopers with my LARP group. And definitely giving like the kill bugs, survive, get to the extraction point kind of moment.
I have to say it. I'm from Buenos Aires, and I say kill them all. Like that's just how it goes. There's
Really
a
get
lot
'em.
of bugs. All gotta go. I'm sorry. Nope, burn it. I get that there's a lot of cool classes, and we've even seen all of these cool classes here. I saw the flamethrower. That's the only thing that matters. It's burn them, burn them, burn them, burn 'em.
Burn, baby, burn.
Disco burning.
Arachnid Inferno? Arachnid Inferno.
So, as you said, it's multiple time dimensions. So they're going to the same planet at different times or different planets.
The way I'm understanding it is that we're going to different dimensions. So we're going to different places across those dimensions. So from what I'm seeing in the Steam website, totally not the Steam application or anything that looks like the Steam application. Stop looking at me in that tone of voice. I promise you I don't have it open. But it looks like it is, you're just jumping around from dimension to dimension trying to survive as long as possible against this mysterious insectoid race. You need to collect resources for dimensional travel, these reality crystals. Now, whether or not you die or survive, the crystals will still be returned to your dimension, which you then use to unlock more weapons, characters, and enhancements for future loops. But it seems like if you make complete challenges and spend your crystals to unlock additional character classes, abilities, weapons, and enhancements. And it does say, and this is important, you can enter the Rift Gate with up to 3 friends in online co-op. So it's not just local co-op. You can connect with friends. One person can be here, one person can be in Europe, one person can be in Asia, one person can be in Australia, and you can all wipe out bugs together. So I have to ask, if you could choose any 3 people, regardless of job, tier of like status, any 3 people to join you in this bug killing bonanza, who would you choose?
I have no idea.
Engineer, baby.
Okay, engineer is good.
Like a botanist, maybe.
Botanist is a good choice. Okay.
Yeah, I think Pyro for me.
Dig that. Okay. I am going to choose. This is going to seem weird. Student debt collector.
What are they going to do?
I know, right?
Meat shield.
I need that money.
Meat shield.
Juices in
I
chat.
just need to
thinks
know.
Chuck Norris.
That's unfair. That's not. That's not fair. That's
I don't know. It seems pretty fair. You said anybody. It's under
Yeah,
your
that's
parameters.
true.
Chuck Norris was eligible.
Okay, all right. I can't argue that. And the reason, Rick, that I'm picking student loan debt collector is because at some point you're gonna get overwhelmed, right? And at that point, I don't have to outrun the bugs. I just need to outrun the student loan debt collector, and then I'm fine. Am I advocating sacrificing another human being to bugs? Maybe. Depends on their profession. That one, I might triple. I'm just saying. I got student loans to pay, okay? And if somebody has to pay for them, it's going to be them. If Chuck Norris was a student debt collector, well, it's been fun. I gotta go now. I gotta.
So I saw on the Steam page that you can actually select the weapon for your character before you go in. And on the little snippet that it showed, it had 3 weapons, like 3 guns, but it looked like you can get a lot more. So I'm curious at the different weapon styles that they'll be showing for either the different classes or everybody shares the same gun. Yeah.
I mean, let's be honest. There's something that's it does seem like this says down at the bottom auto pistol for the demo that's going right now. But again, we saw flamethrower. Like, oh, there are missions as well.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'm sure there are other weapons, and that's fine. But who's not choosing? If you're having to deal with hordes of enemies, are you really going to choose like an auto pistol or a machine? Shotgun, flamethrower. Those are the only acceptable options. When there's
all
that
the way.
many
Flamethrower is the answer to this
Mhm.
question.
Flamethrower, flame grenade, flame bombardment. What else? What else is fire?
flame mines, flame turrets,
Oh,
Molotovs.
flames on toast,
Flame grenades.
flames on rice,
flames.
flame
on toast.
burrito. Wait, no, now I'm thinking of lunch.
Now you're making
sorry.
me hungry. But hey, thanks for all coming around, checking us out. We'll be right back with some more 6 Online.
Kitchen Sink Aloha is a kitchen management RPG set in Hawaii. Join 2 siblings on a quest to reopen their family's restaurant and restore it to its former glory. Make delicious Hawaiian food in tropical kitchens across the island. Coordinate a team of 2 chefs to cook tasty dishes together and clear your customers' hunger points. No pressure. The clock will stop any time you need to make a decision. Each chef has their own personality, playstyle, and relationships to develop with others. As characters cook together and play together, they'll become closer, improving their teamwork, finding friendship, or even romance. Customize your recipes, organize your kitchens, and amaze the island with your food. Kitchen Sink Aloha is coming to PC and Mac later this year. Visit our Steam page today to wishlist us and try the demo.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Six Online. I'm Rick Jur, one of the many great hosts for this event. I'm joined today with Matt, the developer of Kitchen Sink Aloha. Matt, tell me a little bit about your journey on making this game.
Hi, as Rick Jur just said, my name is Matt. I'm a solo developer here at Lemon Pepper Studios. This is my first independent game, Kitchen Sink Aloha. It is a kind of a unique cooking game. You take on the role of a head chef of your family's Hawaiian pop-up restaurant. And as head chef, you command all of the chefs in your kitchen to play a cooking game that's more traditionally like games like maybe Overcooked or Played Up, except since you're in charge, you're sort of playing a strategy game. You're giving orders to all of your cooks in the kitchen. They execute those orders, they cook the food, you tell them to cook when they want to cook it, they work together with your help. And in doing so, you turn your sort of reopened family business into sort of the thriving eatery on the island.
Oh, wow. Okay, well, let's take a look at that, shall we? So what about Hawaii wanted you to create a game based off of this culture?
Yeah, it's a couple of things. My mom's family is from Hawaii, so I grew up around a lot of Hawaiian cooking. I visited Hawaii a lot, and it sort of has this magical place feeling to it. And I wanted to make a relaxing cooking game. And so for me, the intersection between a place that's really relaxing and a place that has a great food culture is Hawaii. If I'm a solo dev, I have to write about everything. All the text is me, so I chose somewhere that I had some background in and sort of just formed the triforce of reasons why to use Hawaii, and so that's why the game's set in Hawaii.
Now, were you born and raised in Hawaii?
I wasn't. So I was born and raised in San Diego, but because my mom was from Hawaii, we went back every other year or so. We stayed with family all the time. We still do. So we still go to Hawaii almost yearly or bi-yearly to see family and just chill out.
Awesome. So I see that you're setting up things in your inventory. They're like pots and pans and things like that to cook specific meals.
Yeah, so as head chef, you're in control of everything in your kitchen. I joke often that you're the tactician, you're the general of the kitchen as the head chef. So that means you choose your troops, you choose your chefs, you choose your appliances. It's very much an RPG game. So there's skill trees on each of your chefs. You can customize them. You can build their abilities. You can mix that up with the appliances in your kitchen, with the dishes on your menu. You can customize the dishes on your menu. So there's a whole bunch of ways to express yourself as a chef or as a strategist, depending on what your interests are. If they're both, you can do both.
Oh, wow. I like the idea of customizing your characters or the people that help you with like you said that there was like a skill tree in there. Like what skills do you enhance in those characters?
Yeah, so every chef, there's 8 playable chefs in the game, is unique. They all have different stats, so they might cook faster. A couple critical hits just happened. That critical hit rate is, chef to chef, depending on their stats. The types of dishes they're good at might be different. The type of appliances that they're good at using might be different. So you can fine-tune some of that. A lot of it is based on characters have sort of innate skills, that skill tree we were talking about before, that as you level them up, they'll sort of build into certain ways that are pre-designed. And then on top of that, there are cookbooks that you can give them, sort of tweak them in various ways. So if you like the way that chef on the left drew the surfer guy, he's a fast chef. So if you like that he's fast, you can either decide to double up on that by giving him even more speed, or you can say, hey, you're already fast. Instead, I'm going to make it so you're better at cooking this particular type of dish. Now you're a better cook instead of a faster cook.
Oh, wow. So if they cook a dish long enough or more of that dish, they get skilled, like more skills into that dish?
It's not necessarily based on familiarity with the dish. The skill trees will have skills, for instance, that say, improve your quality when cooking a crispy dish, or while cooking at a mixing bowl or a pan. So You don't really have to grind them in that way, if that makes sense. Like you can, based on their personalities, they'll sort of have a list of things that they're good at, and then you can, tweak it or lean into it or whatever you want with their skill trees.
So these two characters that we just saw, are they working together or separately?
Yeah, so they work together. You, as the head chef, are giving them orders where to go and what to do. So every time they need orders, you'll notice the game is pausing. This is not intended to be a high-stress game. It's supposed to be a strategic, planful, chill game.
Oh, nice.
Anytime someone needs something to do, the game's just going to ease up, give you a chance to decide who's doing what. And then after you've told everyone what to do, you'll go ahead and hit that go button. It'll light up in a second after I decide what Pele's going to do. There we go. And then they'll go into action. Then the timer will start going. So they're working together with your guidance to try to cook the best food they can as quickly as they can.
Oh, okay. So you said that there's eight characters. What's the difference in all their skill types?
Yeah, so from an RPG perspective, the different characters will start out with first the differences in stats. Some will be faster, some will be better working together, some are better solo operators. The next level is their skills. So some of them might be, for instance, I'll use the characters on the screen. So Drew, the character with the blonde hair, you'll notice he moves faster than other characters. He's the only character that has movement speed boost in the game, actually. So he just walks faster. So if you're interested in having big layouts where you need chefs to move around and do a lot of things, he's really good at that. This other character, Pele, she's actually based on critical hits. So she's a little bit slower, but her chance of getting those criticals is a little higher. So she might occasionally end up outperforming other chefs because of that.
So with it being a cooking sim, is it also like I'd say that there's like conversations that you can have with them? Are they talking with each other, or are they talking with you, the character playing?
Yeah, so there's sort of the standard RPG visual novel style conversations and story. But one of the features that's actually on display here that players liked a lot so far in the demo and the beta has been a feature called support conversations. It's familiar to people who have played maybe the Fire Emblem series. Any two characters in the game, not just your own character, can develop a relationship together. So it's not just a sort of build your relationship with all your characters, it's build the relationships between all your characters. So neither of these characters are main characters in the game. But because I chose to pair them together, their personalities click in a certain way and they'll have their own relationship that ends up getting built. So in this case, I just got them to the friends level because I used them a few times in a row. Eventually, the longer those characters work together, they can build up more in-depth relationships. Sometimes it leads to romance. Sometimes it builds new skills. There are new special abilities you can unlock unique to various pairings. So this is a feature I actually talked about last year at 6 and got a lot of good reception for, tested it out online, and people loved it. So I leaned into it a ton since last year. It's one of the major investments.
I really love that about 6. You're able to get more feedback for your game. So you'd be like, okay, I want to actually focus on this now. And it actually enhanced your game a lot more. It developed a new type of style or like something else into it that you didn't expect that you would get out of it.
Yeah, that's the thing about game development. You can always sort of throw a dart at where you think things should go. But once you start getting real feedback from players, and especially once you see them getting excited about certain things, the right thing always feels like taking that and then moving your focus more towards it. There might be things that you thought people would love that they don't love as much. And then there's those things that like, hey, this is a side feature. And people are like, I just want that, So that's definitely one of the things that I leaned into for Kitchen Sink. Like the support system is actually the anchor for a whole bunch of stuff, different ways to customize your recipes, unlock a huge number of side quests, and really make the experience change from playthrough to playthrough.
Wow, I really like that depthness that you put into the game to be able to like RPG aspect of leveling up your characters, as you said, and then like developing relationships with them to enhance their skills. Like that's really good. I like that about it. I also really like your art style. The art style that you went towards is really well done. It's like very almost like homey in a way. It's like smooth. There's not a whole lot of just like extra to it. They look very simple and real.
Yeah, the art direction for the game, this is my first project as an indie art directing my own game, so it's definitely been a learning process, but a lot of the inspiration came from food anime. Actually, one of the reasons I even started Lemon Pepper in the first place was because I got into cooking through food anime, and I always wished there were games that could do the same thing for people who maybe weren't into anime. So I started with that same background for a lot of the art direction of this game. Shows like Otherworldly Izakaya or Food Wars, another popular one, PG, G-rated Food Wars.
Yeah.
A lot of that influence I tried to extract while sort of keeping some of the artistic familiarity elements of games like Fire Emblem or Final Fantasy in there too. Because ultimately it's supposed to be a blend of those genres. It's supposed to feel like an RPG and it's supposed to feel like a cooking game.
Yeah, it definitely shows, especially in the food design. Like I'm getting hungry just looking at that, especially that egg on top of that hamburger patty.
You gotta try Loco Moco if you haven't had it before. It's really good.
Oh, I love Loco Moco. Out here, there's a place called something Brothers, Hawaiian Brothers, or something like that. It's a small chain that started opening up more.
Yeah,
and they it's all Hawaiian food, and I just love going there at least once a week to get food from them.
Yeah, there's a ton of great options. Actually, in the game, they're all Hawaiian dishes since the game takes place in Hawaii. So we got some like 24, 25 different Hawaiian dishes in the game.
Oh, wow. Well, hey, Matt, it's a really cute game, and I'm going to pick this up and play it. I saw that there was a demo on Steam, so I'm going to definitely get that and check it out. But thank you for taking your time to talk with me about it. And thank you all for watching, and enjoy the rest of the stream. Bye.
Oh.
Hey, everybody, and welcome back to 6 Online. I'm Rick Jur, one of the many great hosts, and I'm joined by Rockagoff, Mac and Cheese, Please, and Alchemist. How's y'all stream going so far?
Gouda.
Yep, pretty good.
Don't say Gouda. I haven't had lunch yet. Then I just watched people sing Aloha, and I just heard my stomach actually say, rah!
But we're here looking at Slumber. It's like a space underwater.
Yeah, we saw this in Hype Hour.
Yeah. Now, I went to look this up on Steam, and it's a completely different game when you type in Slumber.
Is it really?
Is it?
Yeah, this is the Slumber I saw was a point and click, but this is different unless...
Oh, well, I know Tim has said that this was made at a game jam, which I think is actually really impressive considering the time constraints of a game jam. So this looks really good.
Yeah, it's really beautiful, and I love how they're using the light to kind of lead you around the city.
Sure.
Yeah, it's really beautiful.
And all the little glow elements too, to be like, there's something down there. Let's go explore it.
Got a little spookiness since you only have a flashlight to see where everything is.
Oh my god, I can't. That couldn't be me.
Oh, yes, no fall damage.
Well, you're underwater, so you should be good.
Float.
The reason we didn't see this on Steam is because this game is on itch.io. So there is a link that is in chat now for this game. I have a confession. Scary games don't scare me because I
None?
normally
Zero?
find a shotgun. And once I have a shotgun, it's real hard to be afraid of things.
How about a game like Outlast where there is no guns?
Then I know that I just run. It's easy. I'm not gonna be brave because there's no reason to. I'm out. Especially like Outlast Trials, where it's you and teammates. I don't have to be faster than the things chasing me. I have to be faster than the slowest person in my group. However,
Which is gonna be me.
I would love to tell you I'd come back and save you, Mac, but I still
You
remember. I remember that game of Among Us, and I remember that game of Republic of Jungle. Both times you sold me down the river. So I'm just saying.
I'm not above it.
But this game, even though I have weapons and I have rockets, is scary for one important reason. You're underwater. When you're underwater, you're no longer the top of the food chain. Listen, I will jump out of an airplane. I will fight anything on land with my own 2 feet and a rocket launcher. Once you're underwater, not a thing anymore. There are things that have been under there for millennia that have not undergone patches because they haven't had to. Not a fan. This game is terrifying to me.
Well, and what's interesting about that is like I don't think this is meant to be a scary game, but similarly, Subnautica wasn't meant to be a scary game, and it just kind of brought out the like little subconscious fears in people, you know. And so I think this is going to be similar, just like with the light aspect that Goth was talking about.
And it's Metroidvania too, so you're gonna have to
I love
track
being
past scary
Metroidvania.
things. I love Metroidvanias until I'm underwater in a mech suit.
I love scary games as well, and I don't get too scared from them, but there are times where it gets me. Like I was playing Remnant 2 the other night, and when you get into a battle, the music changes. It's like, dun-dun-dun, and you're like, oh, I don't see anything, but okay, that's cool. And it's like, I round the corner, and there it was, and it actually made me jump. I was like, ah! And I proceeded to take it down. But yeah, every now and then it gets me.
So they just fell down through coral that didn't seem like it was actually a hole. It seemed like it was ground. And I don't think there is a big enough... I don't think you can jump infinitely. I think you only have a certain height. So you're just down here with whatever this is now.
Unless
So,
there's upgrades. Well,
Okay, there's a
hang
double
on.
jump.
Oh,
Maybe
to
you-
get
maybe you
more
can.
like of the propelling compulsion stuff, you know, like get more oomph.
This person's about to... Okay, they got to heal it. I was about to say, you're about to oomph your way into a...
You're like, you're about to have a
watery
bad
grave.
time, but he figured it out.
Yeah, I saw that. I was like, wait, where was the healing item, though? I didn't see that.
I think it was one of the things that dropped off one of the enemies. Yeah,
Yeah, I think it's pretty terrifying when you're forced to be in a space that you really don't want to be in.
Mm-mm.
And I think, you know, that's what makes a pretty effective horror game. Even if this isn't a horror game, like just being underwater where it's so dark that you
Can't
can like
see.
you can barely see. Like that's terrifying to me too. Do you guys have like other places that you would not want to go if you were forced into that space and made to experience like some kind of adventure?
Yeah, definitely water. Like, I'm not afraid of
Same.
water, but in caves, like if you're cave diving and it's surrounded by water, that's scary.
So my phobia, it's actually a phobia. There's a name for it. I don't know the name for it, but it's like specifically a fear of water that you can't see the bottom of, you know? And so, like, I know it's totally irrational, but like, even like a bathtub with like bubbles, I'm like, there's a shark in there. Like, even though I know there's not, like, there is, you know? And like, this like extends to like black toilets because I can't see the bottom. And so I'm like, I'm not sitting on that. Like, I'm good, you know? And so, yeah, I just don't want to be anywhere forced where I can't see the bottom of the water, like a lake. I'm good.
I'm gonna butcher the word because I butcher words anyway. Thalassopedia.
Elassophobia.
What'd you call me?
Elassophobia?
Yeah, that's it.
Elassophobia.
I'm good. I don't want it.
I think other than deep water, and when I say deep water, I'm talking like require pressure suit deep water. I don't think there's a lot of stuff that I'm really afraid of, which is dangerous and stupid. I know, because I get told that often. But yeah, I don't think there's any other places that I'm afraid of. I've done haunted houses in some interesting spots, and none of them have been too bad. But yeah, deep water is probably the one where I'm like, nah, I want to go diving with sharks. Like I want to go underwater in like shark cages where I know that it's like full on cage. Is it smart? No. Do I want to make sure that cage could stop an M1 Abrams? Yes. But I want to go there to fix my fears. Like I jumped out of planes for a little while, and the thing that most people, when I tell people I jumped out of planes, they're all like, "Yeah, no, that makes sense. You're silly. That makes sense." But what people don't realize, and this is an important factoid, I was deathly afraid of heights before I started jumping out of planes, and I did it in the military. So there's a whole lot of no choice. It's not like I went up as a civilian, like I'm gonna go jump out of a plane, and then you get up there and you're like, "Nope," because that's not how that works. It's like, no, you're going out the back of this plane. Now, what you do when you leave the plane is up to you, but you're going out this plane.
But your parachute pulls, though, when you leave instantly.
For a static line jump, sure. Not every jump is a static line jump. Sometimes you have to pull your own chute. So if you can't pull your own chute, well, you will make a lovely footnote on a report somewhere. But I want to go... This game just gives me the feeling of like the Call of the Void feeling. Like, I don't know if anyone has ever heard of that idea where if you're looking at something that you're afraid of, right? Like deep water or like on heights and you're looking over the edge, you feel like it beckons to you to like dive in or jump. Like if I go to the ocean and I'm on like a cruise ship and I see the ocean, there's this little voice that's just like, just jump in. It'll be fine. I don't listen to that voice because he's insane. But does anyone else have that Call of the Void? Like if you're up somewhere high and you look over the edge and your brain goes like, what would happen if you jumped?
All the time.
Not in a negative way. It's just there's
in a negative way.
Yeah, there's a psychological term for it. It's called the Call of the Void. I promise I'm not making that up.
Oh yeah, I've heard of this.
I used to work in chemical plants, and I used to be like 150 feet up in the air all the time. It's just like, whoa. Man, yeah. What happens if my foot slips? Oh, that's what happened. Oh, well, nope, ain't gonna let that happen. Is my safety harness on? Yes. Okay, good to go.
Oh, crap.
But this game, like the music's very chill. The combat's not crazy either. It's like pretty subtle. I mean, there was one instance where it was like, 15 little fish around. Mm-hmm. And that took one rocket launcher or a shotgun blast and it blew them all away. So it's just like, oh, okay, yeah, this works.
Speaking of bye-bye, I think we're getting about to that point.
It is about that point. But this game's great. I can't wait to see more. And with that, we're gonna go for a little break and we'll be right back. Y'all don't go anywhere.
Found on our new planet, Planet's Route.
All right, guys, let's see what we got on this one.
Uh-oh, sorry I'm late. Coming in hot.
Where'd my head go?
Head by me. Okay, I'm ready.
Yep, ready.
Gotta switch into Wasp. His head has barrier ability?
Dude, you gotta see my new legs. Just the wet meat hitting the ground. I gotta hit a couple of reps in.
Definitely going with electric eel.
Oh, what's happening?
Now we just need a torso.
Here, I got it. Oh no, meat sword, meat sword.
Oh my god, what is that?
Oh, I got laser. laser. Guys, let's get out of here. We're done.
All right, call in the harvester.
Oh, that's sick. All right, on my way.
Oh, Lord. They're just going to keep coming. Oh, my God. So much XP. What the hell?
Dude, get on the ship. Get on the ship.
You going to get in?
I know.
Come on, man. Oh, Lord. Too close. Too close.
Processing the meat science.
Ooh, nice. I got the ninja head.
I think we could squeeze in one more.
Yep, let's do it. What do you got, Helm Hop?
Here's a bread and some meat.
All right, let's go.
Everybody, and welcome back to 6 Online. We're looking at Swap Meet. I am your host, Rick Jur, with my other fellow hosts, Rockagoth, Mac and Cheese, and Alchemist Joker. What do y'all think about this game?
I know Swap Meet was the one that you were excited for during Hype Hour. I just love that you can play it with friends.
Yes, 4 players going through PvE. It's like it feels like Risk of Rain to me, but with a escaping aspect, because it's just like, all right, we got everything. Everybody, get in that ship. Come on, get in the ship.
Get to the chopper. No.
In that video, it was just feet and a head. What? How does that work? How do you hold a gun? What are you doing?
Does it actually say congratulations, you do not suck when you finish a level? Because that's evil.
It might say congratulations, you suck when you die.
Probably so. The trailer for this game had a sentence in it that I think is probably the most dangerous sentence in a co-op multiplayer game, which is, I think we can fit in one more game. Because what inevitably happens is it's 4 o'clock in the morning, the sun is starting to rise, and you realize you have work in 3 hours.
Oof.
And you're like, what happened? Oh yeah, this game happened. I dig this game. The thing that I'm most curious about is how the progression works. Just because it seems like you can swap your body parts with your teammates. So like you can go, oh no, I brought the wrong legs for this. Oh, I didn't bring enough chest armor. Switch. Like, how does that work? How can I swap my meat parts? There's no way to say that sentence that's not gonna make. I am a 12-year-old. I'm trying really hard.
Aren't we all?
But how do I swap my parts without, like, I need to understand how
I'm
to
sure,
swap.
I'm sure we'll see in a minute in this video, hopefully.
But I really love that idea of being able to steal somebody's abilities. I mean, I've played games where, I'm one character, I ended up picking a character, but I really want that other person's abilities, or I want, if I'm playing a fighting game, it's like, oh, I can do this, this, and this, but like I'm lacking all these other things. Like, you can just go take it. I think that's pretty awesome.
I like that it warns you when your parts are about to be destroyed. So it looks like all your parts have individual health or durability.
Sure. Just go find a new leg somewhere.
That bro currently, he was just a torso.
Oh, spider legs, let's go.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
I thought we were opposed. Wait, are we pro spider or anti spider? I'm
Hey,
confused now.
listen, if the legs are giving us like a speed advantage, I'm pro spider, right? So like if all these like little swappy parts give us certain advantages, I'm here for it.
Same.
Chat, I'm still with you. We're still anti spider. I'm not changing sides just because I get a speed boost all of a sudden. We're still.
I'm changing sides. You can buy
now,
my
if I can
love.
run up walls, I might consider it for running up walls. Chat. Maybe.
Oops, swap the head.
It does seem very, very chaotic though. But I do like the extract. I wonder if you call in the extraction on your own, or is that something that happens after a certain amount of time?
Find a harvester site. It looks like that there is a timer going down.
Okay.
So you have to find the site, call it in. When the harvesting is done, you escape through the ship.
Okay.
Ooh, a blinder? Blinders. Those are so good.
What is it with all of these games and making sure that I am thinking? The puns. Swap Meet is a co-op third-person shooter where you raid in the weirdest worlds and angriest aliens in the universe for their meat. Swap meat with the enemies you defeat, steal their abilities, and augment your hero on the fly, and fight alongside your friends to bring home the bacon.
Yeah, we kind of joke about it being like a weird improv group. Like,
I knew
team in general, and
that
visual side,
joke was coming. I knew
he had
that
these muscle men walking around.
I really wish I could have taught. We could have had time to talk to the devs for this game just because I want to know if they are as goofy as this game would let on that they are.
I mean, I assume that the 4 playing right now are the devs.
Yes, I believe so.
Is that 3 people playing and then a pile of meat?
Game side are
it's 4
Bitch man.
to Helldivers.
4 people playing from what I saw.
There's 4 people playing in game, but the upper right camera does not look like a person. That looks like a swap meet VTuber.
Yeah, he that's one of the developers that has one of the models from the game as his avatar character.
What we call a gobble gazer.
That is what we call dedication to the craft, ladies and gentlemen. That's how you do it. If I'm gonna make a game, I am going to be me from that game. Again, our producer is with me on this 100%. Commit to the bit. If you're gonna do it, I'm gonna do it all the way.
Yep.
All right, here's a question for all of you. If you were playing this game and you could steal the abilities of any athlete, soldier, singer, actor, whatever, what body part would you steal from who?
Ooh.
You only get one.
Mariah
Oh, we
Carey's
only get
voice,
one.
so I can just like, like make people
Shatter
just
glass.
perish.
All right.
I think for me, I would take using Bolt's legs so that I can run really fast.
Good choice.
Stallone's arms.
Good choice. Okay. I did say living or dead, right? Did I say living or dead? Or I didn't
It doesn't
say that?
matter.
Well,
Doesn't matter, but-
it changes it because if it's living or dead, then I'm taking Stephen Hawking's brain. Just give me.
Okay.
Am I going to be an astrophysicist? No. But I'll feel really clever. If it's someone that has to be alive currently, then I think I think Usain Bolt's legs are the ones I would have chosen, but I gotta choose something different now. Maybe I don't know now. I'm trying to choose something different. Usain Bolt would have been the way to go. Oh, Lenny Kravitz's hands to play guitar.
What?
Lenny Kravitz's hands to play guitar.
Oh, his hands.
Yeah. What did you think I said? His hams?
I heard his pants, and I'm
Nah.
like, what?
I'm not
What is
stealing his pants unless those aren't attached. I hope those aren't attached. Please, Lenny, tell me your pants aren't attached. Anyway, I'd take Lenny Kravitz's hands. That sounds like a good idea. Mike Tyson. Tim says Mike Tyson's fists. Yeah, that works too.
Yeah, that works too.
Just, do you know what these fists have done? I will. Long as you take his fists and not his teeth. Okay, his fists are one thing. His teeth are very specific in what they can attack. They can only attack Evander Holyfield's ear. Moving past this joke, since we're talking about swap and meat, this feels like another one of the. I think this is purely co-op. Also, the very big legs on the very small body right now.
With little bitty hands.
Little bitty hands, little bitty. Just pew 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 pew. I love that he's committing to that bit so much. Also, he's in a room full of steak.
Just noticed that.
It's amazing. I love it. I'm here for the memes.
I am too. why is it that the back half of these shows always make me hungry? I probably shouldn't be hungry watching a game where I'm playing as,
bosses,
these people. But he was in a room full of steaks, so that's my excuse.
Uncooked steaks too.
Which means they just need fire. I got fire in there.
But hey, if y'all curious about this game, they are doing a playtest. So if you go to Steam and add it to your wish list, I believe that it adds you to the playtest, or there might be a different location for the playtest, because they are looking for people and feedback for this game. I'm going to be one of them.
I just went to Steam to take a look at the page, and there's a version of your character you can make that looks like Davy Jones.
That's pretty neat.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm kind of partial to pirates. So also they say their bosses are based on Souls-like and MMO bosses, but there's only 4 of you. So either those fights are going to be real fun or an absolute nightmare. And I do not Cowlision. That says Cowlision. Did I miss it saying Cowlision the first time?
Yeah.
Chat, we need a pun counter for this game.
No, I hate puns.
There's a ton of them in here.
Mac,
No puns, please.
There's all the cows.
Mac, your community would love this
Oh,
game.
they torture me. They torture all day, every day. They torture me with puns. Oh,
I might have to gift this game to Mac so that
stop it.
she
No,
can play
I won't
this
play
wonderful
it.
game
Don't
with
do
her
it to me.
community.
Yes.
No.
Do it.
Don't do. I won't
So that
play
she
it.
can be
No.
slightly punished.
Stop. I gotta go. Tim, see you later. No.
All right, everybody. Thanks for coming around. We'll be right back with more 6 Online. Don't go anywhere. Hey, everybody, and welcome back. I'm Rick Jur, one of the many great hosts here at 6 Online. I'm joined with Rocka Goth, Mac and Cheese, and Alchemist Joker. We're here looking at Tether.
Is a 2D physics platformer inspired
This one looked really fun during Hype Hour. I'm pretty excited for it. It looks like a good time.
I don't know if y'all noticed, but the hands are actually buckles.
Oh, really?
Mhm.
Yeah, it's the
He's a chalk
three-pronged buckles that go in.
Yeah, because he's a chalk bag.
The physics-based nature
You're helping a chalk bag
Oh,
turn
that
by
makes
himself.
sense. Okay.
at times, but also very rewarding.
I love climbing. That was one of my things when I was working out and stuff, was rock climbing, and it really helped me out a lot.
So, a gym is a collection of routes.
It seems like a lot of fun, but the part that I'm so excited about is the physics part. Because watching someone slingshot themselves around something feels like it's going to be just up. Absolute. Right here. And slingshot.
Woo!
Grab
it. I love when the physics are like kind of unpredictable and you don't know what's going to happen or where you're going to end up.
You can also do that.
Boing, launch.
I noticed that when you're on certain colors, the background changes to those colors. It's not doing it in here, but
it'll come with a code.
Yeah, I think this is just the lobby for the room, but it seems like you have to follow a route for each of these. So that seems cool.
Ooh, leaderboards. Play with friends.
I'm not competitive. You're competitive. I'm totally not already thinking about inviting my friends to this game after I've been playing it for 3 years. That would be rude.
Whereas the other ones are more like maybe a minute at most. Adventure mode will probably take you.
Ooh, they have longer routes, they were saying.
4 hours on your first try. Yeah, not for the faint of heart.
I love it. I love like the, I don't know. It just, it's giving It's not the same style game, but the graphics are kind of similar. It's called Snipper Clips.
Yeah!
Right? It's giving Snipper Clips. And that game is just really fun and silly. And so it's different in style, but yeah, it just reminds me of Snipper Clips.
This feels like Snipper Clip's older brother that like decided to go like to school on a climbing like fellowship.
Yeah.
And it's just ridiculously hard.
Get
Because I
past
remember
puzzles,
Snipper Clips.
yeah.
Mhm.
And adult Snipper Clips.
Yeah, this is. I just want to see how far I can slingshot myself. I tried playing. What was it? Getting Over It. And I really enjoyed it. Yeah, I know that makes me a psycho to say that I enjoyed Getting Over It, but the only thing that really frustrated me about it was that it felt like there were points that were made specifically to frustrate you. And this feels like if you like that idea of climbing up and kind of advancing up without the intentional, I'm here to see how hard I can get you to throw your mouse. This seems like the perfect game for it.
If one person makes it across something difficult, turn into Rocky and help your friend.
You can also turn into
a ton of friends.
This is dope.
I like it.
You can use
I'm here for
friends
this.
as ladders.
Just be careful not to let go while your friends are holding on.
No. Could you imagine? It's Jimmy's fault. Jimmy!
Jimmy, no.
Jimmy, how dare you let go of your friends?
Mac, you know good and well that you would 100% ditch me.
Oh yeah, I would drop you in a minute. No, I'm kidding. No,
Just
we
be
love
at the
you,
top.
Alchemist. We love
Mac,
you.
No.
If you're wondering
This
where
is
this
for the
from,
puns.
it stemmed from an Among Us stream that we all did. And Alchemist was the sussy one, and then like pitted everyone against me, and everyone thinking I was the sussy one, and I never let him live it down. I was so mad.
That was 3 years ago.
And I will never let you live it down. So that's why there's this like angst in games, because like he got everyone against me when it wasn't me, and I was so sad. And so now any chance I get to drop it, and we do it.
There are games. There are games that are purely cooperative, and Mac was like, "I don't think we can trust Alchemist." I'm like, "There is no traitor mechanic." She's like, "I don't know, no trust." Maybe a lesson to you, chat. Be careful who you cross, because you never know if they're going to be a sentient chalk bag helping you climb a wall 3 years later and go, "Remember that Among Us game?"
Oh, I didn't
Mac,
even notice that. It is a chalk bag.
Right? I didn't notice that either until Alchemist
didn't
told
know
me.
that. Yeah.
I wonder if there's going to be other chalk bags. Because I know when I was at the gym, people would find stuffies or just stuffed animals and convert them into chalk bags.
Oh, that's interesting.
That's awesome.
Ooh. It looks so cute.
Wanted to get one.
I love the art too. Like it's giving like the floor of like an arcade or bowling alley in like the 90s.
Yes. Oh yeah, those old school colors and shapes.
Yep.
The thing I'm curious about is he said that you can turn into Rocky to help your friends, right?
Yeah.
So physics wise, right?
Mm-hmm.
One friend turns into Rocky. Other friend is Chalky. Chalky then spins around Rocky to build up momentum and then launches. And then Rocky turns back into Chalky and grabs onto that bro as he's flying through the air. Could you just perpetually slingshot yourself through a stage?
Well, in order to grab onto somebody else, they have to be Rocky.
Right. But when you let go, is it only when you're Rocky that you can hold on?
Only when you're Rocky.
Well, shit.
That's what I've been seeing in all the videos. Is everybody else is like they're at the same time grabbing things, and sometimes their grab overlaps somebody and they don't grab them.
Gotcha. Okay. Can you turn into Rocky while you're not holding on to something becomes the question.
Ooh, yeah. That's a question.
Because if you
Like
launch yourself
midair?
and then immediately turn into Rocky in midair, you become a projectile. And then someone latches onto you, and then they turn into Rocky as they're gliding over another friend who then launches up. You could. I want to know if I can go to the moon, chat. That's all I'm saying. I want to go to the moon.
Oh, that'd be a fun stage. A moon wall.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that would be fun.
That looks so cool.
I want to know. I want to know all the stages.
Again, still haven't launched Steam.
It
However,
says, yeah, available on Steam now. So this game is out. You can get it.
and
Or
it's
wishlist it if you
$4.99.
want to.
I totally don't know that somehow. Also,
No,
don't know the
this looks
size of
really
it.
great.
This does look really great.
Heather, there we go. It is on Steam. Awesome. Is there DLC for it already? I don't think so.
Not that I see, but I do see the update that they recently had where they added in Rocky the Chalkbag.
Ah, Rocky was something new. Gotcha.
Mm-hmm. You can only become Rocky if you hold the space bar and stay still for 3 seconds. They have already thought about how they're going to get around my launch ourselves like a bolo into the universe idea. However, I see that Whale Shark Noises is in the chat, and that is, just make sure that I'm not losing it. Yep, that is the publisher. Hey, Whale Shark Noises, if you could do me a solid and put in a good word for the devs to let me and a friend turn ourselves into a self-propelling bolo. I'm not asking for much, just for you to break the physics of the universe for my own amusement and whims.
Oh
Not
my
much.
gosh, don't listen to him.
just small. See, they think it's a great idea.
Man, the chalk bag handles, like I know that it's clips, but it reminds me of the snowman from Ski Free.
I remember. Oh god, I remember him.
Just like how they're just moves around, just reminds me of that snowman.
I get that.
But I'd be down. I'd be down to climb some rocks. Haven't done it in a while.
Is it up to how many multiplayers was it again? Is it up to 8?
I think it's 8.
Oh my gosh, that would be so fun.
Yeah, that sounds like a lot of fun.
It's a single player.
Chaotic.
But from what we've been seeing a lot of people in there. So
friends, there's gotta be. Actually, why are we trying to guess this? Hey, Whale Shark Noises, can you tell us how many players this game can support? We know it's at least 4 because that chain of Rockies was 4.
Someone's comment was, "Yep,
Oh,
online
God.
multiplayer,
No
limit."
Oh wow.
Whoa!
Could you imagine how chaotic this will get?
Very.
Does everyone need to cross the finish line?
Could you imagine doing if everyone has to cross the finish line, then what you do is you just have one person get right to the end and then become Rocky. And then the next person gets right to the end and grab onto them and become Rocky. And then you just create a ladder down to the start point. And then people just go zoop, 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 zoop. And you just bring everyone up.
Assuming you don't drop everybody, right? Like Jimmy did.
Well, that's why we don't invite Jimmy to the game.
No,
and again,
Jimmy.
if he lets go, then it becomes real simple. Next time we see him in person, we just
curb stomp him.
No.
What?
Just kidding.
Mac.
No.
What? I didn't suggest violence. What?
We need to take a break and talk to Mac about her curb stomping techniques.
That's
that was
true.
Mac. We don't
Just
tell people
kidding.
we're doing the curb stomping on stream. We do that off stream. We talked about this.
But hey, everybody, thanks for coming around, checking us out. We'll be right back.
Greetings, wonderful human beings of Earth. Gather round as we take you on a fantastic journey where Geek Girl Con and Project for Awesome join forces to reduce world suck. Located in the quaint town of Seattle, Washington, Geek Girl Con is a haven for geeks of every stripe, coming together to revel in their passions, showcasing the power of inclusivity and the strength of unity. Geek Girl Con meets the remarkable mission of adding awesomeness to the world by celebrating the accomplishments of geeks in underrepresented communities and creating a safe place for cosplayers, fan fiction authors, gamers, nerds, and geeks alike. It's not just about fandoms and collectibles, folks. It's about making a positive mark on this great big world of ours and celebrating that everyone is a geek at heart. It's a tale of joy, resilience, and a shared commitment to sprinkle a little goodness wherever you go. At GGC's annual convention, you can show off and admire carefully crafted and creative cosplay, explore the wilds of an expo hall paradise featuring local geek artistry and diverse creators, watch video game demos from local creators, discover a new board game and play your old favorites, rub shoulders with geeky professionals working in nerdy industries, listen to your fellow geeks talk about what makes them tick, and most importantly, geek out. GGC is a non-profit organization run entirely by passionate geeky volunteers who are only able to make their convention happen because of generous donations from geeks like you. So, join us on our thrilling mission to reduce World Suck by voting for Geek Girl Con on the P4I website, or check them out on Twitch or on your favorite social media platforms. We can't wait to see what makes you geek out. Geek Girl Con. Every geek, everybody.
That's right, I'm a geek. Everybody, welcome back. Rick Jur, followed by Rockagoth, Mac and Cheese, and Alchemist Joker. The guest here at 6 Online. We're here checking out Bonnies?
Bones.
Bones?
Vagabonds, yeah, like vagabond.
Vagabonds.
Like a vagabond, but it's vagabonds because they're dogs.
Oh, they're dogs. It's
Or like
cute.
foxes, maybe?
No,
Animals,
those are dogs.
cats?
Maybe different animals.
The animals.
Different animals. I saw boss battles.
Oh my gosh, so cute. Look at the little wizard guy.
Yes, magic. Let's go.
4-player co-op.
Yeah, I love the colors.
I know,
Yeah,
I'm
very
on stage.
vibrant, very saturated. Very Comic Sans.
Skills, huh?
I know, I love skills, like acquiring skills and seeing what they are.
This feels like
It
a
all-
roguelike.
It almost reminds me of Magicka.
Hmm.
Ooh, I like that one. Hey,
You can
oh, that's
grab
cool.
teammates with a banana ring.
A banana ring.
That's what Trish called it earlier, and I'm just sticking with it. All right, banana ring is in fact the correct thing to call that.
I am a banana. It's a very cute game.
It looks adorable.
It looks like that you're fighting dogs.
Yeah, a multiplayer roguelike dungeon crawler.
Ooh, I wonder if the dungeons are oh goodness,
Swords boy.
randomly generated. Basically.
Oh, sure.
Oh,
Different every
procedurally
time.
generated?
Yeah, procedurally generated. That was the word.
That wouldn't surprise me. Choose an ice cream dog and your favorite class to ascend the Dark Tower, battle fierce foes, collect treasures, play mini games, and defeat the Calico King. We will finally be able to settle the age-old dispute of cats versus dogs.
What are the implications?
Well, considering we are playing as a dog, every time you quit the game without beating it, you are in fact supporting our cat overlords.
Okay.
So the implications are both cats and dogs are both spectacular, and we don't have to choose one or the other. I'm not trying to make chat upset.
So they're different breeds. I saw one of them was a wolf.
And I think the yellow one's a fox.
Want to know what that pink one is? Pink one looks like a raccoon.
Beagle, maybe?
No, too fluffy of a tail. Puzzles. Let's get some puzzles. Teamwork. That's what I'm all about. Especially when you have to like figure out the puzzles together.
Yeah, love
that's
that.
fun.
Puzzles are
like-
so much fun.
It's like stay on the button. Okay, I'm coming across. Wait, why'd you get off the button? No.
Now, Trish mentioned something earlier that this actually would be a lot of fun for her to play with her son as well. Because, like, it seems like it's lighthearted enough that you could play with a kid or a niece or maybe even someone that wants to experience gaming, but they may not feel like they're the strongest gamer, because you could like go through and teach them the ropes with a game like this. Plus, it's a roguelike, so it could be different every time.
Yeah.
Like, especially if it's procedurally generated, like hours of play.
Oh yeah,
Over
so
it.
much fun.
Magical Quest. I mean, this does look pretty magical. Everything's all like rainbow stuff. The cute colors, the sense, it's the level simplicity that they have. So I'll pause it here so we can.
Fox. Yeah.
A Tanuki.
Caramel Fox and a
Neapolitan Tanuki. Oh my gosh, I love this.
Oh, when it says ice cream, okay, that's the flavor. They ice cream flavors.
Oh,
okay.
Oh.
So Neapolitan Tanuki, salted caramel fox. There was a wolf and a coyote, I think.
It's like Blue Moon Wolf.
Mm-hmm.
Hey.
If they're all ice cream doggos, does that mean that if a bad guy eats them, they will end up with brain freeze?
If it's fast enough, sure.
When they hit us to take a stun.
Yeah, like they get stunned by us, not the other way around. Yeah.
And then you get, all right, grappling hook. Oh, you could stun your friends? Yes, please. Okay. I mean, no, please.
Nope, your true colors have come out. Mac, we know who we have to watch out for now. It is no longer each other.
Because you pick them up and throw them in the water, right? That's what just
they're
happened.
using the boomerang. They're the item they just got.
I love boomerangs. I think more games should utilize boomerangs.
Yeah.
You don't see enough of them.
It's true. It really does add
Don't throw
a
it into the
deftness.
Go, 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 go.
And then he comes back.
You could also
Yeah,
use
that's
the
pretty
ride
cool.
one to the exit, like come here. Oh, please tell me the bombs can't hurt each other.
Oh, I'm pretty sure they can.
We're about to find out. Oh, but you can take bombs. You see, I took the bomb from the other one. Like, give me that. Don't run around with that.
Yep. Oh no, he didn't get hurt.
Okay. So bomb go boom does not hurt you or teammate. Okay.
Cute music so far.
Oh yeah.
All right. Can we pause right here?
Yeah.
What class is each person choosing?
Ooh.
I like range, so I'm gonna go archer.
I'm gonna go the one that Miley was. He was the cutest.
Okay. Was that the priest?
I'm not sure. I think it's the one in the top right corner that we can't see at the moment.
Yeah, I think the bell is the priest. Because they're both currently sword boy. Yeah, priest.
Oh, okay. It is priest.
All right, Rock, what about you?
I think I would have to be the thief. I need the 5-finger discount.
Ooh.
Okay. I'm gonna have to go sword boy. Nothing, the sword and board all the way, baby.
So we have our team, baby.
Let's go.
All right, so now here's the thing. Who's the first person to boomerang their teammate and throw him into the water?
Me.
So we know.
You said it like, yeah, it's happening.
I got a test. I'm sorry.
So we know who we throw to the wolves first. Wait, wolves are friends. We know who we throw to the cats first.
There we go. Oh,
And because
the
Richard's
enemies.
playing ranged. Wait, you can't actually throw your teammate off, can you?
Yeah. Oh,
Do you hear the
if
squeaky sound?
Yes.
Squeaky.
Squeaky, squeak. Whoa. What was that ability?
No, that's how you level up skills.
So a random star falls into the sky at some point, and then
Yes, so this was a bonus wave, it said. So once you clear out a section, you can go back, and they went back to get the bonus wave here, and they got a bonus level up. So it improves the reason to backtrack to get more skills.
Is that a bear? Looks like a bear.
Look, it does look like a bear.
The black.
So once you
bear.
clear a section of enemies, they're gone forever. But occasionally, when you come back through an area you've been through before, you get the bonus stage, and they get to come. Oh, memory!
Oh,
I love memory games.
Me too. I have a terrible memory, but I do
Yes.
like a memory game.
Are you? Oh, it's time based.
I was like, what's happening here?
They got that just in time. I like memory based stuff.
I dig this. What's your go-to technique for, like, especially in a game like this? I feel like the fastest thing to do would be to just stand on one spot and just have your teammate just go running around the other ones. Like,
But is there a penalty for like too many wrong guesses?
Oh yeah, that's right. If it's not just time based, and then only way we're gonna find out is if we try it out. Enemies have a higher chance of dropping hearts. This is hitting all the roguelike, all the roguelike buttons.
Itches.
Okay. And so now you get the ability, and now you can go back to open up other areas.
So you can't get locked out of progression, because you will always be able to go to an area to get the next thing to go ahead. This is too stinking cute.
It really is. I like love the art. It's adorable.
Bloody hell! I gotta go check this now.
Like the mini map at the bottom, it's simple.
It
Since
is very
like a square based type pattern.
Well, this will be the first time that I have bad news for you guys. All we can do is wishlist this one. There is not currently a demo.
No.
So we will have to only wishlist, and when the game launches, by wishlisting it, you will know when it is available. So I'm not suggesting that you wishlist this game like right now so that you know when it's coming to Steam.
But
However,
hear
you
me
should
out.
be wishlisting this game right now. Also, it is procedurally generated, so it genuinely. So this is literally the perfect infection vector for gaming as a whole, because no matter what your friend's level of skill is in a game, you can play it with them. You can have them play a priest that's doing the healing, and you make sure to take care of all of the other stuff in the background. You don't have to worry about like, oh well, I'm not strong at solving puzzles. That's fine. We can solve the puzzles together.
That was a creeper.
Legally distinct green exploding person, not a creeper. Legally distinct green explosive.
Green person with a bomb.
And then that would be the end of the demo. I have so many questions about this game.
Well, we got to play the demo or watch the demo, so but it's better if you're in person and doing it with a getting in shenanigans with your friends.
Oh yeah.
Speaking of shenanigans, we have so many more games coming up. I can't wait to talk about them. But right now, we're going to go take a quick little break, and we'll be right back.
All right.
Hey everybody, and welcome back. I'm Richter, one of the many great hosts here at Six Online. I'm with Rocket Goth, Mac and Cheese, and Alchemist Joker. We're here looking up "Wish Upon a Llama."
It's so cute.
It's super cute. Yeah.
So cute. Look at the
The
little
developer
doggy.
name is Million Hair Studios.
That's the name of their studio, Million
Million
Hairs.
Hair Studios. The cute overload is profound.
I like that you get to name all your animals. It's my
Oh
favorite.
my god, the Christmas decorations are everything.
Look at that cute capybara. All the different versions of capybara. What a family tree.
Yeah, that's all of the capybaras that have come before Blueberry.
Oh.
I showed this to my
I
girl,
love it.
and all she said to me in all caps was, "I'm gonna raise geese and take over the town." And I was like, "I love you, honey, but I don't know if taking over the town is a thing you can do." And she goes, "Don't care, geese army." And then she realized that there were goats, I think. And then she goes, "Never mind, I'm making a goat farm." So I think this game is in my future. Definitely.
Ooh. So you're breeding your pets, but I wonder if like. Never mind. She's about to say.
In the about section, it said there's an area that says pregnant, and next to it said, "Nah, this one's a dude."
Hey, they had a baby.
It's so cute.
and see which traits they inherited from their parents.
Oh.
Oh,
Cool. You mix and match and gets different traits and stuff. Nice.
There's a green llama.
You can cultivate relationships with your animals.
Oh, they're so cute.
Playing fetch, petting them, giving presents,
Fetch.
and various other activities. Keep in mind that animals interact
What's that llama doing in the water?
depending on their personality.
Taking a bath, hanging out, vibing.
Animals will be happier and can unlock new skill sets.
See? Pregnant. No, this one's a dude.
Oh, it's so cute.
I wonder if they're going to talk about it. They probably will. But I saw in the video same-sex marriage, which was really cool.
Oh, yeah, I love that.
For your character. Yeah.
Beautiful.
Whoa.
Pretty.
That's my favorite area. I would live there if I could. Can you choose where you live? Because I want to live there. Oh my gosh.
You can have them follow you around.
Pick 5 animals to start your
But to
farm.
be able to unlock new species of animals, you must find them in the wild and befriend
Capybara.
them. Please note that
You can
certain
have
types
them
of
do a
wild
happy
animal
dance
species
with
can only
you.
be found in specific locations that must be unlocked as the game progresses.
And it makes them
One of
more
the
friend
primary
with you.
storylines is you
That's too
connecting
cute.
animals through an adoption matching process with the residents around
Adoption.
town. You'll still be able to see the animals around town and say hello, but you're
What?
supposed to foster
That's so sad.
bonds between the town folks and animals to provide
No.
care within
This
the
is you letting people temporarily adopt your animals, I think.
Oh, so like they take care of them for you while you're like out doing stuff?
Well, I
That's what
mean,
it looks like.
it's their animal now, and it's going to be around in the town, and I guess the animal follows them around. You get to see them and be like, "Oh, hey,
'Cause
how
might
you
only
like my
have-
pet?"
Yeah, because you might only have so much space for your own animals, so you might have to. Oh, I need to know: is that me adopting out my animals or me adopting other people's animals?
Squirrel.
Maybe you could do both.
That would be fine.
Yeah.
Looking to go out and have some fun? You can join your friends.
Oh yeah, jump roping, let's go.
Trivia games and spelling bees. There's never a dull
Although
moment
I
in town.
didn't I sucked a lot at the Final Fantasy lightning dodge thing.
Characters make up a spectrum of
Yeah, I
backgrounds,
wasn't
such
good
as
at that
disabilities,
either.
races,
But
cultures, identities, and
there's a
social
park
backgrounds.
cleanup contest
The storyline celebrates
You know what's gonna happen?
diversity through
I'm gonna
quests
spend the
and
whole day on
interactions.
some
Llama Town itself
sweaty.
is inspired by different
And then
architectural styles.
after my stream, I'm gonna raid into someone else, and then I'm gonna play this for the next hour.
You're like, I need this in my life.
Yo, this is so cute.
It looks so
There we go.
relaxing.
Yeah, yeah. There we go. The same-sex marriage.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you
I
get
saw
children
two
too?
brides.
What?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Can you adopt kids as well?
I mean,
Welcome, I guess. Don't ask me for any help. And then she says tips are appreciated. Ma'am, your customer service needs some customer service. I'm just saying.
okay, so there is a building aspect. Cool.
I just want to raise llamas and alpacas and bunnies and capybaras.
Capybaras.
Yeah, I can see this becoming like really addictive.
Oh yeah, easily.
But as y'all see in there, it's on wishlist. You can go wishlist it on Steam right now.
I
know they would really appreciate it too.
I technically can't wishlist it on Steam because I've already wishlisted it on Steam. It also has
smash it. Smash that button.
Like
it
already
technically has 12 animals in the teaser area, and it's only shown off 8 of them.
Oh.
So you can raise llamas, rabbits, geese, who are the most dangerous animal of all time. I don't care what anyone says. No, I will not be taking questions. Capybaras, pigs, sheep, fish, and frogs. So we still have 4 more types of animals that we can raise that we do not know of yet. And there are 4, 8, 12, 16, 20 townsfolk, and they have only revealed 11 of them. Lily, Lori, Jason, Colin, Daisy, Sammy, Judy, Evan, Scott, Prisha, and Big Ace.
Big
They're
Ace.
all dateable, or if certain ones are like limited or off limits.
I would hope so. Start your own family and guide your children as they grow, go to school, and make their own friends with the loving support of nearby grandparents. That's cool. Also, Mac, that mushroom area,
Yeah.
you might actually be able to live there. Because it says unleash your creativity and it says, unleash your creativity and personalize your dwelling and surrounding land. Fill them with decor to make your one-of-a-kind dream home. You might actually get to live in Neon Mushroom Town.
I love that.
I
like it.
This is looking really cool.
So my question is I guess you make money by selling animals, not by farming.
I don't know, actually. Yeah, you don't. Yeah, you can optionally assist animals in finding their. No, that's not even.
So
needed.
like
You don't even
giving
have to
them
do
up for adoption is the goal.
No, that's an optional thing. You technically can keep all the animals you have.
Oh.
The ways you make money, it would seem, are activities like jump rope, town cleaning, trivia games, spelling bees. You could technically, from what
My
I'm
job
reading,
can be jump roping. What?
it says challenge your friends to activities like jump rope, town cleaning, trivia games, spelling bees, and more, which it rewarded you with gold in the game. So I am It also says that optionally assist animals in finding their ideal home by facilitating an adoption. So you don't have to, but if you do get them adopted, you will see them around town and you can check up on their well-being. I would assume that if you match them into a good home, then you'll see them continuing to be happy wherever else they're going to be. So I just kind of need. I never thought that this kind of game would be my thing, but I'm bloody here
You're
for
sold.
it.
Yeah.
Sold.
Like, give me more, please.
Just dealing with animals all the time, sold. Make money by doing jump roping, sold.
Right.
Live in a
Double
mushroom
sold.
forest, sold.
Now I have to say something that matches my personality, so please forgive me for this. But an army of geese. I played Untitled Goose Game.
I have too.
I'm going to make an army of geese and then take over Llama Town. I'm just saying that's the way it needs to go.
I'm mad at it.
I am not installing games. I promise.
We know secretly you are.
I am.
But it's okay. It's okay. We get it. They're too great to pass up to do it right now, right? I mean, it's just better to do it now, get it over with. So after the stream, you're like, all right, I can sit down. I got my chocolate milk and my candy bar, and I'm ready to just play some games.
Chalky milks.
And I have protein shakes because I still got to go to the gym after this. So it's like chalky milk, except chalky milk.
Yeah. Yum.
All right, everybody. We'll be right back. Y'all don't go anywhere. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Six Online. I am Rick Jur, one of the many great hosts here, and I am joined by Rocket Goth, Mac and Cheese, and Alchemist Joker. We're here looking at Worm Signs.
And this is my game, Worm Sign.
We only got to get like a little teaser, so now we get to see the
Oh
whole
yeah,
thing.
now we get to know.
Worm Sign is a short, meditative experience where you play as a sandworm roaming across the desert.
It kind of reminds me of Journey a little bit.
It reminds you of what?
Journey.
Yes, I was going to mention that.
I actually played it. You can play it on the website right now. I played it a little bit last night, and I thought it was a lot of fun, and it was kind of hard to stop.
I can play this on the website now?
Right now.
Ooh.
But not
Don't
right now because I'm streaming and I'm hosting, and it would be exceptionally bad for me to, start playing a game while I'm here.
No distracties.
Right, no distracties. Totally no distracties. I'm not, would never dream of doing anything
Your
like
glasses are giving you away, sir.
They're not giving anything away.
I could see it in your glasses, sir.
I am looking at the game info list and the run of show. I promise.
I don't believe you.
Worm Sign.
Game info list. If you go into the game info list, you will see my whole face here. That's all you'll see. You totally won't see anything else.
Itchy.io.
Yeah, and it looked really peaceful too. Like the music, the whole thing feels like a vibe.
Mm-hmm.
I really like their use of sound and lights in this one too. It's just like, I guess the goal is to like jump through the little spots at the right spot in the perfect time. So you have to have the right timing, and then like the sound goes off, and it's very like musically driven. Like I really liked it. I really enjoyed it.
I am just saying that I think this game is going to be a lot of fun. I am totally not going to be able to answer whether or not it is fun in about 20 seconds.
Wait, what? Stop.
I'm not doing anything.
Why'd your mic go out? What?
My mic
Hello?
did not go out. My mic is still fine.
I
Nice,
can't
nice
hear you.
try.
What? Huh? I can't hear you through the line.
Nice try. Nice try. Ha ha. But that is not what's going on here. It's all still working. I don't even have the address to where I would go to find it. So now what?
Oh, it is in the Twitch chat. So I'm sure people there are going to be clicking on it, taking a look at it.
Is Mr. Meowmers, is this your game?
This is technically
is
the
really
second
awesome.
game they've had at 6 because last year they had Abbott Scamble.
Mm.
If I'm not mistaken. So
Mr. Meowmers
then that
says
game was
yes.
also a lot of fun.
We got a good game here.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Really beautiful, like peaceful. I thought it was going to be scary when I saw the worm. I was like in hype hour and it was just so ominous. I was like, is this scary? It's like a Dune moment. And no, it seems really lovely.
I mean, technically it is a Dune moment, except you are the sandworm.
Yeah. Gobble him up, everybody.
Sandworm.
It does look very peaceful.
Everybody.
Yeah. And it's a browser-based game, so I don't have to install anything. I would assume. I totally haven't clicked it to check. But, you know, it's a browser-based game, so I don't have to.
Yeah, I mean, when I played it, I didn't have to install anything.
See? And it runs really, it would run really smooth as a browser-based game.
Yeah,
Totally.
it really did.
So,
Wait,
wouldn't
Gotham,
even notice.
right now too.
I would definitely like to see more of this, though.
There's no way I can be playing it with both my hands here. I couldn't play. Look, both my hands are here. I couldn't be playing it. How would I be playing it with both my hands here? See? Both hands here. Totally
You
not
forgot to
playing.
hit the jump button. You need to jump.
You don't need to jump. I mean, no. I mean, I don't know that you need to jump. I haven't played it yet. I'm just going by the trailer.
Oh, that looks so cool. Like, I like how fluid the jumping is.
Mm-hmm.
This goes up and then like it goes back in. The sand just rolls right over it. That's some really good animations.
All jokes aside, I actually am not playing it right now, but I do have it queued up so that when the stream is done, I am going to try it.
Well, we are going to be taking a quick ad break, so you do got a little bit of time to check it out. All y'all, if you want to check out some of these games, go check them out while we're on ad break. But hey, come right back because we'll be right back in a bit. Later. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Six Online. If you are new to Seattle Indies, we are a nonprofit organization dedicated to fostering a vibrant community of independent game developers in the Seattle and Puget Sound area. We strive to provide inclusive and accessible spaces for all who wish to pursue game development as a hobby or profession. Our focus is on hosting events and activities that empower people to build their skills and their professional network, making games, making friends, sharing feedback, and showcasing their projects. Join the Seattle Indies Discord to continue the conversation with our communities. Link on seattleindies.com or seattleindies.org. Check out 6.seattleindies.org for more info on all the games you are seeing today. Also, don't forget about the Steam sale, because that's going on right now, and you can get a lot of these games that are on sale right now, or they might not be on sale, but they'll be on a wish list, and you never know. Just pick them up. There's a Steam sale happening now. which you can find the link in chat, get discounts on some of the release games you were seeing today, and wish list the games that aren't out yet, so you'll get notified when they are released. And you can even download and play some free demos of the games you are seeing today. If you want your very own 6 t-shirt, 2024 t-shirt, like I think Alchemist has the 23. Is that what it is?
This is the OG one.
Oh, the OG one. But you can head on over to our store page at seattleindies.org and buy one for yourself. Patreon. We also have a Patreon. So if y'all want to come and support us, 6 wouldn't be possible without our generous Patreons, our sponsors and Patreon supporters. For as little as $1 a month, you can support Seattle Indies and help us put a great event like 6. Go to patreon.com/Seattle Indies to find out more.
And thanks to our headline sponsors, Hooded Horse. Hooded Horse is a publisher of strategy, simulation, and role-playing games, including Old World, developed by Mohawk Games, Terra Invitica, or I hope I said that right, developed by Pavonis Interactive, Falling Frontier, developed by Stutterfox Studios, Alliance of the Sacred Sons, developed by Cat Hawk Studios, and The Way of the Wrath. Check out their publisher sale happening right now on Steam. And also Magboot. Magboot is an indie game studio dedicated to crafting epic experiences for digital and tabletop gamers alike. Our focus is on building games that are not only just fun to play, but also are fun to look at. We have a dedication to preserving the true aesthetic of human quality that makes art entertaining. For this reason, Magboot is delighted to partner with Artistry.io, which helps companies detect generative AI in their content pipelines. This partnership allows Magboot to support the culture and community of artists from all around the world. Since launching in late 2023, we have focused not just on our games, but supporting the community around us at the same time. Magbot is proud to sponsor Seattle Indies and all the indie game devs creating the next generation of games. Magboot is also privileged to support gay gaming professionals by sponsoring 2 great scholars. Looking forward to spending time with them at GDC this year, and congratulations to all the GGP scholars. Our board game favored Ire will be coming to Kickstarter very soon. If you'd like to stay up to date or be part of our playtest, please join the community on Discord. I believe we'll link that in chat.
And a huge thank you to our champion sponsors, Play Everywhere, Premac Rogers PC, 4Culture, Megacrit, Perfect Day Games, and Exola, as well as our partner sponsors, Premac Roger Downs PC, Geek Girl Con, Magboot Games, Venture Mechanics Startup Launchpad, Better Gaming Agency, as well as our community sponsors, Unbound Creations, AIE, Seattle Composers Alliance, REPC, SOBA, Diversity Collective Plus, Nimble Workforce, Clove Experimental, and 6 is dedicated to the memory of Steve Zapata. We'll be right back.
Combo!
Hey there, welcome back. Today I'm here with Mac and Cheese Please and Alchemist Joker, and we have the dev for Avalon Arena. I don't want to butcher your last name, but Ross.
And we are the founders of D20 Studios, a self.
You are currently muted.
Ross, we're muted.
Game here called Avalon Arena.
Can you hear
So-
us? Can you? Oh, muted.
Oh no.
So I had this issue earlier, so we're gonna stall to give Ross time. We're gonna just distract everyone from this.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to start this
Pressing
story.
now.
There he is.
Oh, there he is.
All right, I
was
guess
just
the
gonna
Yeti
say
mic doesn't want to work. I'll use this one. Okay, I got multi mics for the situation.
it spazzes out. I was just about to actually start talking about a story that happened at 6 IRL because Ross and I have a small amount of history around Abalon.
Oh.
So during, I want to say it was 6 last year, I ended up seeing Abalon at 6 IRL and then got the chance to play 6 on my stream. And Ross joined me for it. And we were going through and I was playing through the desert level, which he suggested that I did not start at, but I'm stubborn, so I did it anyway. And I got through a couple of stages and I got a couple of cards. And then Ross was in the process of explaining some of the mechanics and how some tiles have unique events that you can get into. And I went, oh, okay, cool. Like what? And I go into the next tile and I step on a twig and get ambushed and taken to the arena. He goes, like that one. It's actually one of the worst ones you could have gotten because I don't know if you're going to be strong enough to beat this. And I'm like, I'm sure I'll be fine. He goes, no, really, dude. I think this is going to go badly. And I, as a throwaway joke, was like, well, if I happen to survive this, then you totally have to put a card in the game in my honor. And he goes, sure. If you survive this, I will put a card into the game in your honor. Now, I don't know how much interaction you have with streamers. And I don't know if this is all streamers, but I am stubborn. So when he said that was a thing, I just had to.
Okay. You went full on, let's go. We're doing this thing.
Full on action. And I ended up surviving the arena. And after the stream was done, I was like, dude, that was so much fun. He goes, I don't think, completely serious, I don't think you understand how difficult what you just did was. I would have given you a 5% chance to survive.
Wow.
And I was like,
that's awesome.
Oh, wow. Okay, you weren't joking when you said that. He's like, no, I was not joking. I fully expected you to die. Little while later, he sends me a message on Discord and he goes, hey, you should really take a look at the patch notes that are coming up for our next release. I'm like, oh, okay, cool. You want to send it over to me? I'll take a look at it. He goes, yeah, you just can't share them. I'm like, of course. So I get the patch notes and I'm scrolling through and I see my name. I'm like, that's interesting. And then I see him talk about the arena fight. I'm like, that's interesting. And then I see that a card had been added into the game in my honor.
I love that.
That's so awesome.
So I'm in Abalon. Fast forward to this 6, and Abalon Arena is here. Now, Abalon Arena is a multiplayer game. So you can imagine that there's only one person I wanted to compete against in Abalon Arena.
Ross, naturally.
I will let Ross pick up the story from here as to what happened and what was on the line.
So we were battling for the creation of a alchemist card within the game. At this point, I've already invested in creating a card for him. I'm like, I don't know if we can afford to do another right now, but yeah. So we were fighting for another card battle. I said, all right, well, I'm gonna make sure we bring it then, and not let you off the hook so easy this time. So
I got cooked, chat.
Oh yeah,
turbo cooked. Yeah. It felt like it was a close match at the end because of the life totals. I need you to understand that he hit me for 13 points of damage in one turn. It was never close. He was just sitting there going like, okay, I'm gonna let him get close.
I was sweating a bit. I'll be honest. I was sweating a bit.
With all of that being said, tell us about Abalon Arena.
So this is a multiplayer tactics game inspired by Abalon, the single-player roguelike. And the idea is we're trying to create what I like to call the go-to coffee break game for any fans of Magic the Gathering, D&D, fantasy battles, tactics, that kind of stuff here. So this is a game that you'll be able to play on Steam. It will also be supported on mobile, and it does crossplay. In the video you're watching here, it's actually my wife and I playing a game together. She's on the computer, and I'm playing on my phone next to her. And this has got to be probably one of the most fun games to play if you have like a lunch break, you go out, or you're out for coffee at work. I spend a lot of time myself playing this with like my other fellow developers on it. We'll go out to like a barbecue while we're waiting for the food. We'll just pop a match open, get a quick game in, kill each other, find it funny, and then it's like, well, that was cool. And then we spend the rest of the time just talking about how epic the match was. So it's like the game lasts about 5 minutes, but then after the 5 minutes, you're talking for like another 20 minutes afterward of all the fun things that kind of ensued during it. So that's sort of the angle we're going for with it.
So I think I read somewhere that there were mutant squirrels. Like,
yeah.
what dynamic did the mutant squirrels add to Avalon Arena, and how did the squirrels become mutants?
So this is actually a cool story. We started when we started the development of this game. We queried a lot of we had a lot of player-driven studios. So we actually had early virtual calls with some of our players from our first game, like way back that we made or a couple decades ago, and asked them kind of what things they'd like to see in the new game we were working on. And we just asked for like ideas, pitch us ideas about different things would be kind of cool. And one of them mentioned they like the Princess Bride, and they like the rodents of unusual size. And he's like, I want to summon like just crazy rodents like rats or squirrels and have them become mutant creatures I can summon overwhelm the army with it. And so we're like, that's a pretty sweet idea. So we just kind of took it and ran with that. We had this druid character we were working on that was going to be kind of like the animal, driven character. And initially when we designed her, it was like she just sort of summoned a squirrel as like one of her abilities. And we're like, that's kind of cool, but how can we make that even more signature? So we decided like, how about what if her attack was just like throwing the squirrel at somebody? So she actually hurls the squirrel and then it hits the guy and it turns into a little unit you can control. And then you can play cards to mutate it into a mutant squirrel. And it actually, this was kind of a cool thing. We were experimenting with our like tech engine we were building at the time. And my buddy Peter, who's our animator for the game, had come up with a way to like add humanoid armatures to like existing models. And so we were kind of like just toying with the idea, like, what if we just like took the squirrel head and put it in like this other animal, like humanoid's body, and it made the mutant squirrel happen. And so I was like, oh, that looks cool. Let's just make that a thing. And so we did. And then we had other cards that like could turn it into like a little like rodent grenade. It could like explode if it gets attacked and destroyed, it explodes. Or you could breed it, or enrage it with a bunch of spells. And so we just started throwing all kinds of ideas under that to kind of pile on the theme of the mutant squirrels. And then you could mutate them and then breed them, and they have like an army of mutant squirrels and just overrun the enemy with the crazy, like they all get enraged spells, stuff like that. Yeah,
it's all fun and games until there's 6 4/4 extended reach armored squirrels surrounding your character. You're like, I'm not worried about the squirrels. They're only 1/1s. Oh, okay. They're not 1/1s.
I really love this like multiplayer aspect of it, because in Avalon you're yourself, right? You're playing against the game, but here you get to play against your friends. Is it just for 2 people, or can multiple people all battle in?
Yeah, so we're doing a 1v1 here. There's also, it'll support up to 4 players at a time. So you can do 2v2, like 2v2 battles. You can do 4-player free-for-all, and you can also do 2-player co-op versus the AI as well. And
oh my gosh, that's so fun.
Yeah, it's pretty sweet. And then we're gonna have like a kind of like a cooperative campaign ladder too, which will be like the 2v2, but you'll be able to play as either like a pitched battle where you kind of just be like, I want to just do one quick fight, and then you pick your opponents and you all battle each other. Or you can do like the arena where it's like you get like kind of progressive challenges. So the idea with that would be kind of like you're doing like gladiatorial matches in sequence, and then between those you'll get like rewards to like upgrade, and then eventually you'll have to like fight bosses and more powerful kind of guys together as well.
What are your top 3 like favorite cards?
Oh gosh. Well, the one I just played actually is definitely one of my favorites. So there's a card that the Void characters have, like the Lich King there. He can drop an entire army of skeletons with a single card. And that one's just super fun because it's just very satisfying. It looks like, oh, I'm defenseless right now. Then I just drop this card that summons a whole army of skeletons. So that one's my favorite. I like the Pyromancer has a card I really enjoy called Conflagration. And what it does, it just sets the entire board on fire.
Oh.
And so what's cool about that is it'll wipe out all those 1/1 squirrels. So it's like the natural counter to like swarm armies. But what it also does is it burns all the terrain of the board. So if there's like trees, like with leaves, they typically block your line of sight. You set them on fire, it burns all the leaves off. So they still made an obstacle, which is good because you want that tree blocking them from getting to your caster. but then you can see through the branches. So now you can cast fireballs through the branches. So it's like a double whammy.
I love it.
Or you can make it so that the druid can't use animate tree to protect themselves from the 13 damage that's coming directly at their face.
I don't know. This
Cough,
sounds like
cough.
a real life story, Alchemist. Just saying.
I'm
this
not.
game's
I'm not
sorry.
bitter. I'm not bitter.
It's not bitter.
I don't know. It sounds like bitter.
It sounds like you're like having flashbacks of something that happened.
Oh yeah, we had a rematch too. We had I think
He's
after,
reliving
after,
it.
after the epic fight where like, we did another battle at each other at 6. It was a lot of fun. Yeah,
I won
I
that
had a
one when it
blast
didn't
at
matter.
6, by the way, it was just like playing this with other people on the floor and seeing the reactions to fighting each other. It was just like that's the moment I live for as a game dev. You know, to see people just play it and have that look where they get it and they're like, oh yeah, like yeah, darn right. Then you get like those dynamic friendships, like I said, and those stories they tell. Like afterwards when they play, like they're sitting there chatting about it, and that's the part I get so excited about. Is like they had a moment of like just sheer bonding, like mind to mind. You know, you're getting to know people on an intimate level. Like, are you the squirrel hurler? Are you the mind gamer that likes to like noodle people and counteract their strategies? Are you like the brute fork guy that likes to beat face with the warhammer? I mean, it's just I love that.
So Ross, can you tell us where the chat can find Avalon Arena?
Yes, you can get it on our website, d20studios.com. Super easy to remember there. And it's also on Steam, Avalon Arena. And yeah, you can pre-register for the mobile as well. It's coming out next month. So check out all those places and hit us up.
Thank you so much, Ross, for being here.
Absolutely. It was a pleasure. Thank you, guys.
And we'll be back after the break. Hi guys, welcome back to 6 Online. I am here with Mac and Cheese, please. Alchemist Joker. And today we have the dev of Astral Haulers here today.
Hello, my name's Cade.
Hi, Cade.
Hi, Cade. Can you tell us a bit about Astral Haulers?
Yeah, so Astral Haulers is a real-time package management game. You receive color-coded packages that you have to route to the matching color station. Packages come in waves. Everything starts out slow and manageable, but the game quickly becomes chaotic. It's all about your ability to think on your feet and quickly identify optimal routes.
Oh, that sounds like a lot of fun. Like, I love games where you get to see kind of like there's like a chain of production, and it's like, oh, you make this one thing, and then you need that one thing to make something else. It's a lot of fun.
Totally.
Oh, sorry. Did you want to?
Oh, I was just saying. Totally, yeah.
So what unique challenges do players face when managing their delivery routes in Astral Haulers, and how do you encourage strategic thinking in the gameplay?
Yeah, so I think one of the base things is each station has a limited number of connections. So right at the start of the game, there's a phase where you have to connect up all your stations, or you can modify them if you're later on in the game. So there we limit it to 3 connections per station. So it becomes a question of which connections make the most sense. Let's say I have 2 pink stations for all the pink packages. Maybe I connect two other stations to that station, to that pink station. So you can have 2 quick connections there, and then maybe you only have 1 connection for your other pink station, since you already have a pink one connected. So yeah. There's also just the chaos. We just like to like overflow everybody with a ton of packages towards the
I love
end.
chaos.
Yeah, so it becomes like an automation game. You can queue stations on a ship's route by shift clicking. And you can have them auto pick up packages. So later on, when it starts to become more chaotic, you'll see the station or the ships just kind of go on their own. So yeah.
So I'm seeing in the left hand corner we have the 1 and the 2, and then some of those lines have colors. There's a plus and a minus. Is this our how much gas that ship has? Can you explain what's going on with that?
So that is our kind of like our ship infographic. So the number represents the matching ship. So 1 is for 1 and 2 is for 2, obviously. The lines are for which stations are queued up. So like right now, you see that 2 has a green and then 2 pinks. That's just 1. So it's going to go to the green station, which it just did. And then once the game continues, once it's dropped off its packages, it'll continue to the pink station. The little button on the end there is the auto pickup button. So once that's selected, instead of having to manually like pick up packages and move them to the ship, it'll just pick them up automatically.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
So when it comes to creating puzzle games, I always wonder what technique people use to develop the puzzles. I know that there are some people who develop them from they know what they're going to give at the beginning and then they solve through to the end where they might come up with multiple solutions. And then there are people who go, okay, this is the solution. Now I'm going to build the puzzle backwards. Which technique did you use when it came to developing the puzzles or the challenges in Astro Haulers?
It's kind of it was almost, I feel like it was less of like a logical, like how should we develop this puzzle? It was almost more of a numbers thing. Like we wanted there to be a point where, you know, the chaos was at an enjoyable level, and then, you know, it was at, you know, as opposed to being either not enough to where it, you know, the decisions you're making aren't fun, or they're, you know, it's too much and you just can't comprehend what's going on. So it was really just kind of just trying out all sorts of combinations, you know. Does a package rate at this amount feel good? Does it, you know, it's just that kind of A/B testing we did with just internally and then with players in general, like playtesters. It was partly that, and then part of the puzzle too is how many stations of a certain color we should have, and then when does that create like kind of awkward scenarios that the player has to work around. So for instance, here we'll have like I don't know if on this level specifically, but let's say we have that a green station on the left side of the map. Just to kind of mess with people, we'll put a green station on the right, totally on the right side of the map, and that just kind of creates a new awkward situation that they have to plan around. They have this convenient green station over here, but now they have this other green station on the far right that they have to account for. So,
gotcha.
So we talked a bit today about like pixel art kind of hitting that nostalgic button. Why did you make this artistic style decision for this game?
Frankly, because I mean, we didn't at this point at our studio, we didn't have any like professional artists, and so it's a bit of like the programmer art solution. We love the style, the look of it, but it also made developing easier for us.
It's so cute.
Thank you.
I would think it also, like, since it seems like it could be a very complicated game, like I think it really suits it because it does make it appear like a bit more simple to like see what's going on. There's not too much going on around the area, so it's very clear.
Yeah, and that's actually an interesting thing we had when we started. I had my own go at doing the art, and we got a lot of feedback that it was really hard to read. Like the packages were like way too small. The stations weren't like quite clear. Like the way I had done the pixel art, their like colors were like slightly off. So then if the colors are off from the packages from the station, that's going to cause some confusion. So
Sure.
yeah, that was definitely like something we had to work on. And making it as clear as possible was an interesting problem. You kind of had to work around. So yeah.
So I've seen different delivery methods for games so far today. We've seen some that have been on Steam, we've seen some that have their own website, and we've seen some that have been on like itch.io or other browser-based sources. What made you settle on putting this on itch.io or a browser-based source for this game as opposed to like Steam?
So I think this is our first game as a studio. Our goal was to make something start to finish in like 3 to 4 months. And I think Itch as a platform just was just our clearest route to being able to do that in that time frame, and for what we wanted. We didn't want to charge anybody for this game. We just wanted to show what we could do in 3 months, and Itch was just a very easy platform to put this on and set that up. And it also like we were able to get our game out through by shouting out on LinkedIn and Instagram and YouTube, but just that platform itself brought in people. Itch, so yeah, it made a lot of sense for our game. We are planning on putting it on Steam after 6. We got a lot of great feedback. We've gone back and worked on it a little bit more. So we're a little bit we're proud of what we've done. So and we have a little bit of spare cash, so we wanted to put it on Steam too. But for launching in that 3-month timeline, the Itch made a lot of sense.
So for launching in 3 months, what would you say was some of your like biggest setbacks or your challenges when making this?
It's kind of a slightly unique game. So we talk about this a lot, and we had some trouble finding the fun. Like, we had this game idea. We wanted to make a package manager, but we didn't. I don't know. First tests was tough. We didn't know that balance between chaos and something way too slow and super manageable. So there was definitely a point there where we put in effort and we put in the time to make the tech work was built up, but the design, the numbers weren't working out. So that was definitely like our biggest there wasn't any real setback in time, but it was a bit of a deterrence. We were like, oh, okay, this is not working the way it is. How are we going to work around that? And I'm really happy with the way it ended up turning out, especially in 3 months. We're pretty happy with it.
Yeah, well, it looks like a really, really fun game. Can you tell our chat where they can find you?
Yeah, so we have a link tree. I think our producer CEO guy will send it, but I also it's the link tree / Sprint Studios. It has a link to our LinkedIn, Instagram, and then Astro Haulers. The Astro Haulers page itself is just fern-sprout-studios.itch.io/Astro Haulers. So.
All right. Thank you so much for being here and telling us about Astro Haulers.
Yeah, thank you guys so much. I super appreciate the opportunity. It was super fun to get feedback and appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, you guys will be back.
Captain Soda.
Hey, you guys, welcome back from the break. This is Six Online. I am joined today by Mac and Cheese, please, Alchemist Joker. And can you please introduce yourself, Cole?
Hi, I'm Cole. I am the solo developer of Rayflower Games, and this is my game.
Can you tell us a bit about Captain Soda?
It looks awesome, by the way. I'm so stoked for this.
Yeah, it looks like a lot of fun.
Yeah, Captain Soda. It's a very soda-fied arcade shooter. It's a lot similar to Towerfall or Super Crate Box, if anyone's familiar with those games. It's a single screen, kind of screen wrapping shooter. It shares a lot of similar elements to classic arcade and like NES games. A lot of people compare it to Bubble Bobble, Pac-Man. So it has a lot of these like arcade elements. The game itself it's pretty challenging, but it's also really satisfying. All the effects and animations and everything kind of builds up to this really satisfying, squishy, challenging arcade shooter.
Something in Hype Hour that we had noticed almost immediately was the little sound effects that like every little thing seemed to do. And what was your like decision behind adding sound effects for even just picking stuff up?
The sound in this game I paid a lot of attention to. I wanted to like put as much soda things in the game as possible. So just about every sound effect in the game has some kind of like soda element to it. So you play as this soda character, and when you walk around, it sounds like like glass walking.
Sure.
Like bottles jumping around. All the weapons and effects have like bubbles or splashes. You'll have like a shotgun that shoots a wave out, so it sounds like a wave crashing against the enemies. You'll have like bottle rocket launchers. You'll have like a vending machine you can whack enemies around with. There's a lot to it, and I made sure to give like special attention to everything to make it like really satisfying, kind of poppy.
Super noticeable. You did a great job.
I have a silly question. So during Hype Hour, when we were talking about this game, we came to the realization that different regions refer to carbonated fizzy beverages as different things. So in the Midwest, it's pop. East Coast, soda. In the South, sometimes they all call them they call everything a Coke, even though they want a Sprite. Where are you from, and what is the preferred nomenclature for fizzy, sugary beverage where you're from?
For me, I guess it's just pop.
I like the way Captain Soda sounds, though. It sounds very fun and whimsical.
Captain Soda does.
It wouldn't be the same if it was called like Private Pop or something like that.
Oh, that's pretty fun. So how did you come up with the soda theme?
I had a lot of ideas when I was trying to figure out what game I wanted to work on. One of them was just like this soda game. I thought it was really cool because there wasn't a lot of games out there that did much with soda. And exploring soda mechanics and soda themes, like having a character and all their attacks and stuff are like really soda-fied, I thought would be really interesting. I could explore like different beverages, different effects. Originally, I wanted to make this as like a MapleStory kind of like game where you have like an action RPG element to it. But that was like way too huge in scope. So I kind of shrunk it down a little bit to this kind of arcade game as you see here. But as for like soda games, there's a lot of games out there that are called soda this or soda that, but they don't do anything with it. They're just like, it's just in the name or some little part of the aspect of the game. I'm kind of tired of this. I want a game that actually is soda something and does something with it.
Yeah, that's a lot of fun. So I feel like soda in the 90s is kind of seen different from soda from today. And it sounds like this game was kind of had some inspiration from like 90s shooters and arcade games. How do you think, what kind of feel do you think you were going for with soda? Is it more of a modern feel or like the soda feel of like the 90s?
This game is definitely a very modern take on classic arcade games. So it has the traditional arcade stuff like level-based, high scores, hard challenges, and a lot of it's like your own fault if you lose. Very simple mechanics that kind of build together in interesting ways. But there's a lot more modernness to it in the music, in the sound effects, the mechanics. The controls themselves are really smooth and fluid. There's customization in the game, so you can choose your own set of weapons and accessories. It gives you quite a bit of control over what happens. You can see here that there's this little shadow guy following you around. That's one of the game's features where you can change your soda flavor and it'll change how the mechanics work.
Stop! I love that.
So in this case, you're playing as I forget he's a bubble tea. I forget his very specific name.
I think it's matcha bubble tea. I think.
Yeah. Major matcha bubble tea. That's what it was. And his effect is he spawns like little shadow Marios that follow you around. If you kill them, they'll like spawn into projectiles that'll attack everything. So it makes the game harder, but it also, like, if you're good at the game, you can clear out levels a lot faster and easier.
Oh yeah, I noticed there's a time that the mission was complete. Does it save all your best time so you can keep trying to beat your own personal best records?
Oh yeah. So each level has best records for damage taken, soda used, and time taken.
Oh wow.
So it's very speedrun friendly and like high score friendly. People can compete for the highest scores per level. There's even settings in the game to increase the game speed. So if you're a speedrunner and you want like a really, really fast real life time, you can just increase the game speed and just go as fast as you can really handle it. So I think there's a pretty good skill cap for speedrunners if they're looking for a good speed game.
I think as far as stylistically, there's like some like kind of dark elements to this game and like grunginess. What were your intentions behind that?
The art style of the game actually based off of The End Is Nigh.
Okay.
So like it's a very silhouette kind of based art style. It's pretty dark. It's this like evening styled like darkness kind of fading everything out with light coming through. Silhouette based style, which is really nice. It's really simple. And in the later levels, I do a lot more with the different color palettes. You'll have like blues and greens. There's one world where it's like cotton candy colored, almost candy looking. There's a lot of like art elements going on, and I'm a big fan of color, so I wanted to include as much like color elements and interesting stuff like that as possible.
The purple really like contrasts against like the black and kind of almost muted background. It looks really great.
Are we not going to discuss the giant boss character that's slithering his way through the stage?
Oh,
The
it's
giant
fine.
snake
It's
chasing
like
you down.
whatever.
Listen, so first of all, I already dig the art style of this game and the gameplay of this game. I watched Cole switch to the bat, and I was like, okay, melee is normally stronger than gun. This is good. And then I saw that thing. That is scary. Well, not really. How do you balance enemy difficulty when you can take any kind of weapon into a stage? Do you have to pay special attention to, okay, they could end up kind of with the worst possible loadout. Can they still beat this boss with that?
The weapons in this game, I tried to balance in such a way that it allowed you to play how you wanted, and each weapon has its own behavior, so you can create a loadout that caters to one specific thing.
Mhm.
You could be more melee based. There's a jet dash in the game where you can get up close and personal to enemies for if you have like a really short range based loadout. So you have a melee weapon and a long range weapon. You can pick and choose the ones that you want. If enemies are far off, you can use the long range weapon, or if they're right up close, like a shotgun or something, you can kind of blast them. with the big snake boss, you can use kind of any weapon you really want. There's a lot of situations in the game that favor more short range or more long range weapons, but all the levels kind of take into account all the weapons that the player has, keeps in mind the different strategies the player might come up with, and along with the soda flavors you can change out and the accessories you can pick from, it aims to have as much variety in different scenarios or challenges that the game offers for players.
Cole, thank you so much for being here. Can you tell our audience where they can find Captain Soda?
You can find Captain Soda on Steam. You can wishlist it, and there's a free demo available right now. Actually, the game has a campaign mode, which is what you're seeing here, but it also has a endless roguelike kind of mode that is more high score based. So if you want to try out the demo, there's actually that high score mode available as well.
Sounds awesome. Thank you so much for being here with us today, and we'll be back after the break.
Thanks for having me.
Hey, everybody, and welcome back to Six Online. I'm here with Mac and Cheese, please, and Alchemist Joker, and Jaden of Legends of Astravia. I hope I pronounced that right. Hi.
You did.
Okay, cool.
Astravia is correct. Yeah.
Okay, awesome. Could you tell us a bit about your game?
Yeah, so Legends of Astravia is a charming retro RPG set in a world of magic. You play as the mystician Oliver on a quest to uncover some dark secrets and some motives from a dark organization, rather, and the truth behind his murky past. It's inspired by late 90s and early 2000s Japanese RPGs, and it features a exciting battle system where you use time as a resource, which we can see here, and a vast overworld filled with discoverable secrets.
Oh, wow. I love the aesthetic. So what roles do the companions play in the narrative of Astravia, and how do their unique abilities influence the dynamic battles and dungeon exploration?
Oh, that's a really good question. So each character that joins you in your party, they all have sort of a unique basic attack, and they all sort of have a unique, like, special ability. And they kind of balance a little bit differently, but at the same time, you can kind of swap them out at any time and use whatever combination of characters you want in battle. You can have up to 3. And in terms of dungeon exploration, there isn't really a whole lot that they do, but each character has their own sort of stake in the story at the very least.
Okay.
You mentioned time being used as a resource, and I noticed on the, for lack of a better term, because I'm not playing the game currently, I know that bar has a name that's not HEB bar, but for the sake of explanation, on the time bar at the top.
Time bar is correct, yeah.
I noticed that there were moments where the characters would kind of switch past. Is that a thing? Let me slow my brain down, because I'm already really excited with the implications.
Past and future.
Well, it's not so much that, it's more like we're racing to get to the finish line. And if I'm explaining this wrong, Jaden, please by all means tell me to shut up. But it feels like
no, I'm kidding.
Enemy and ally are racing to get to the end when your action is done. So some actions might get you there faster. So
Yes.
you may be able to head off an enemy during a fight just by blitzing them with certain attacks. Is that Am I reading that correctly?
Pretty much, yeah. So the like exciting part of the battle system is you're always seeing that bar at the top, and you want to get to the end before the enemies, right? Because you want to get your attack in first. There will be abilities that slow your enemies down. There will be abilities that speed allies up. Some skills go faster than others. Some go slower, but pack more of a punch. It is inspired a little bit by Grandia, which had a similar system where you could like intercept, I intend to have some abilities too where you can even cancel an enemy's attack altogether. So if an enemy's charging up something really big, maybe there's a way you can stop them from using that ability by intercepting with something else.
Okay, I'm sorry. JRPGs, especially this era of JRPG that you're kind of going for, are probably one of the most formative periods of gaming in my life outside of like OG Legend of Zelda and Castlevania. So I have another question, and you could, if this is a spoiler or if this is something you don't want to tell everyone, that's fine. But one of my favorite hallmarks of early 2000s JRPGs was the idea of super punishing bosses that would be kind of hidden throughout the game. When it came to Legends of Astravia, did you have to resist the urge to add in one of those super bosses, or is it one of those moments of like, if you're not careful, you're gonna run face first into a wipe screen that you're not gonna be able to escape from?
It's a hard balance to strike because I too really enjoy that. I kind of like when a game is punishing, but at the same time, I do want the game to be approachable. I want, everybody to be able to enjoy it. There certainly will be optional bosses and optional secrets and things that give you that challenge that you're looking for. And if not, there will certainly be a difficulty mode that gives you that experience, because I think I personally like that sort of, if I'm ill prepared, I deserve it. I should have built up my characters a little bit more before just rushing in. But some people just want to experience the story, and I want to make sure I give them that experience too. So
some cases it's not even ill prepared. It's just, hey, I walked into the wrong fight, and look at that. That's Gabriel Celesta handing me my butthole through my eardrums.
Oh no.
So you did mention that you want the game to be approachable. Did you add any accessibility features for people to kind of customize their gaming experience?
Definitely. It isn't in the demo yet, but there will certainly be difficulty modes. There is an option to change the speed of the battle bar so that if it's too fast or too overwhelming, you can slow it down. There are a few other little accessibility things like screen shake and camera movement and that kind of stuff, because I actually am kind of affected by that too, even though I'm making a video game. So things like that to tune the experience for sure.
Awesome.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, no, you're good.
Do you think there's a difference between RPGs that come out today, like action RPGs, and things to that effect, against RPGs of the 90s, and what are they missing?
Oh,
I know. I'm sorry. Those are
no, it's
words,
a good, it's a tough question because I also don't want to upset people.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. I would say I have to admit that I don't really play a whole lot of newer, more modern RPGs. I think they've evolved over time and they've gotten more. And I think the new RPGs, some of them are easier to play, and I think some of the old RPGs of the past are can be kind of clunky and stuff, and have some mechanics that are really punishing, like we were talking about. But at the same time, there was a certain charm, I think, to these old retro RPGs, and that's kind of what I'm trying to capture with Legends of Astravia. This it's hard to explain that feeling, that whimsical sort of discovery and enchantment that I remember as a kid and that I don't quite get from new RPGs as much. I couldn't really tell you what that is. It's hard to describe with words, but yeah.
That was a very diplomatic answer.
So the art style of this game is really striking, and I really dig it a lot. Tell me a little bit more about how you kind of came to the decision you did for the art style in particular, because trying to channel that genre of game is not just about gameplay mechanics; it's also about the look of it. So, like, how did the artist on your team kind of come to these decisions?
So it was definitely like there's that Japanese anime influence, especially with the character art. But you know, I don't have that background. So like the character portraits on screen, I drew those, and a lot of like the character designs I sort of came up with. So it's kind of that like that Japanese anime with a little bit of like a Western flair to it. And then for the pixel art and stuff, naturally I went for like the more colorful, like Golden Sun-esque design. Golden Sun had a lot of influence on the game for sure. That like those bright popping colors, but still that like really retro pixel art look. Kind of like there's a bit of a mix between the more modern designs and then the that retro look from the past.
I'm going to spend so much time playing this game.
Yeah, it's perfect. It's lovely in every way.
Oh, thank you so much.
So, Jaden, can you tell our audience where they can find Legends of Ostravia?
Of course. They can find it on astraviagame.com or studioalemni.com. It is on Steam and itch.io. There's a free demo available, so you can get your hands on it now. And definitely wishlist it on Steam to get more info about it and when it's going to be coming out and whatnot.
Thank you so much for being here, and we'll be back after this break.
Thank you so much.
Welcome back to Six Online. I'm here with Mac and Cheese, please. Alchemist Joker. And I can't see your name. I'm so sorry. Otto, thank you. I'm having
also known as the
reading today.
owner of the most gorgeous mustache I've ever bloody seen in my entire life. How do you make that? Okay, this is not related to game development at all, but it must be asked. How? How do you make it curl so pretty?
Well, it's just a natural curl, and I use a little wax to emphasize it. I just got lucky.
Okay, let's hear about the game. So while I cry into my inability to grow a mustache.
Well, thank you.
Could you tell us a bit about Puzzle Depot?
Yes, so this is a retro-inspired puzzle game. You'll be pushing boxes, you'll be fighting giant bugs, collecting items, and solving a lot of puzzles.
I love puzzles.
It looks super addictive too.
It does. It honestly does.
So how does the level editor in Puzzle Depot enhance the gameplay experience? And what kind of creativity can players express through it?
So everything that you're seeing here was made in the editor. All the levels in the story were made in that same editor, and we're just giving the players all those same tools to make their own stuff. And that's probably where we're going to see the most creative things, I'm thinking. Some of the stuff I'm just kind of scratching the surface.
So the stuff that we can make in the level editor, can we then send that level to our friends so that they can also try and beat it?
Yeah, pretty easily. These are actually pretty small files that are pretty easy to transfer around. And we're going to find some options for having like a directory where people can share and download each other's levels. Possibly we could get some integration with like Steam Workshop, for example.
Oh, that's great.
We'll
This is
set
going to
up
be
a-
awesome.
Lots of options there.
Perfect.
This level in particular that we're seeing here was made just for Six, just for the convention, and probably for some future conventions too. But this was just put together using some new rooms and then some existing rooms from other levels that are copied over and kind of put together into this like showcase.
So what were some of your inspirations behind Puzzle Depot?
A lot of old puzzle games, like no one's really played it, but Adventures of Lolo on the NES back in the day. Sokoban is kind of the core inspiration. That's just, you're pushing boxes around a warehouse, one of those kind of games. It just takes that concept and just runs wild with it, with all these different objects and mechanics working together.
So how hard is it to come up with the puzzles? Like what on an average amount of time, like how long would it take?
Oh, it can take hours just on one puzzle sometimes, just depending on the complexity. Some of them come together pretty quick, but yeah, you can spend a while just in each room kind of fine-tuning things.
And is there more than one way to solve a puzzle?
In general, there is. So each level has a bunch of optional goals, like get through the whole level without taking any damage at all, for example. So that would be usually some much harder solutions to solve on some of the puzzles to get. So yeah, that's kind of baked in where there's alternate routes or alternate solutions. You might find better ways of doing things as you gain more experience.
What are some of the obstacles that a player might face playing Puzzle Depot?
So we've seen some of these roaches running around. Those are kind of like your main enemy type. And they have a particular movement where they will always back away from you unless they are adjacent to another roach, and then they get a little bolder and they're not going to get pushed around as you they're going to fight back a little more. So we see those quite a bit. There's some different versions of those. In that last room, we had some of these rust mites, or specifically dynamites, which are a lot like rust mites, only they explode.
Oh.
We'll see some more rust mites in this room. They can rust metal objects like this crate.
Oh, which then could change how the puzzle interacts with everything.
Yeah. So in this case, a rusty crate doesn't conduct electricity, so it changes that room a bit.
So what's the story behind the aesthetic? How did you decide how you wanted it to look?
So I wanted to hit that sort of like 16-bit era kind of look. But even then, it's a pretty limited color palette. There's about like 32 colors total on the whole palette. I just was really enjoying working with the limited palettes at the time. I think you get a lot of cohesion that way, just visually.
So where actually is this happening? Where is the Puzzle Depot? Are you like in space? Are you on a ship?
Well, it's a little bit part of the mystery is these characters are kind of coming out of cryogenic sleep and trying to figure out what kind of where they are and what's going on. So this is a post-apocalyptic Earth, where these invasive giant insects have basically taken over, and
We love lore.
all kinds of robots run amok, running around in industrial ruins, and everything's just kind of a wreck.
Alchemist, I just see you here like looking and you're looking, and what's going through your mind right now? You're muted.
We'll never know.
Sorry.
We'll never know.
I love puzzle games like this, and as I'm sitting here watching it, I'm trying in my head to like get the solution before it happens in the stage. And there's a question that I wanted to ask that I know I've asked earlier today about the direction of puzzles, like in which direction do you make your puzzles? And since you mentioned that there are multiple endings, I imagine that you, for the most part, go here's start point, here's objective point. I'll put a couple things in here to kind of get to that position. But when you then design it with a non-damaging or a damaged version in mind, how much more effort does it take to kind of create different solutions to that as opposed to the one singular solution?
Well, sometimes they come up pretty organically just as they're designing the puzzle, which is nice. But it can be difficult because things change depending on what sort of resources the player has when they enter a room. Like in this case, we picked up a crowbar, which is great because you can smash wooden crates, you can kill roaches in one hit, stuff like that. But if you run into any rust mites, they will eat your crowbar and then it's gone. So it's also a bit of a liability because you got extra things you have to watch out for now. So yeah, you have to kind of like plan out some of these rooms like in layers.
And a follow-up question to that. How do you figure out when is the best time to introduce like a new mechanic or a new enemy into a puzzle game? Because I know that there's a very delicate balance between, okay, I want you to master these mechanics before I throw something new at you, especially when you add combat in. How did you go about balancing those things?
So each level has some new things that it brings. And I tried to be careful about the pacing, like especially early on, because there's so many different objects and things. So some of it's just dictated kind of by the environment that the level takes place in too. Like, for example, second level is a much more sort of outdoorsy, exploratory level. And so there's more things like these giant pill bugs that you run into rather than some of these more mechanical elements. So then we explore those. And then the next level has like these patches of oil. Like it's a new type of movement you have to deal with. So you have to deal with that. And it'll take elements from the previous levels and work them in new ways kind of as you go. So try to like piece it out so it's not too much at once.
Okay, so we're just learning that you were here at 2017 with this game. So what have you changed from then to now?
Yeah, that was a long time ago. We were there when Slay the Spire was there, which was fun. Yeah.
Love that game so much.
Yeah, a lot changed. So the level editor kind of like changed pretty much every aspect of the game. Just you could do so much more with it. But like looking back at the old version that we had then, that had like almost nothing that we have now. It's kind of crazy. We certainly didn't have this boss battle.
Sure.
I was just about to say, listen, I have a brand, and my brand is fighting large monster. Don't go away from the.
Oh, you never get to know.
I will get to know because I'm gonna go wishlist this game on Steam right bloody now, just like everyone else should be doing, right, chat?
Don't threaten chat.
That wasn't a threat. That was a promise. That they're gonna go and wishlist the game.
Otto, thank you so much for being here. Can you tell the audience where they can find Puzzle Depot?
Steam is great, especially if you wishlist us, please. We're on all the social media. If you go to laughingmanatee.com, that's probably the easiest way. We got links to everything from there.
All right, thank you so much. And I believe we will be back after the break.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Six Online. I'm Rick Jur, one of the many great hosts of this event. I'm joined today with Lucas, the developer of With Shining Eyes. Lucas, tell me a little bit about the thought process of coming up with this game.
Oh, more or less, the thought process behind this game was I want to develop and create a game on my own. Obviously, if you've played the game, I hope people do play the game, but it is, adventure game, surreal, abstract. So very colorful. I like all of those things and those aspects, but more than anything, I really just wanted to prove to myself that I could, develop and release a game on my own.
Yeah, because you're the solo developer of this game. So
that is correct. Yep.
That's a lot of work to do.
It really is. After getting to be a part of Six and seeing all the cool games that groups of people make and, just seeing like, oh, wow, if there were, 4 of me or something, who knows what we could do. So it was, it was really cool to see all the teams of people making stuff. And definitely after this project, I'm more open to collaboration.
Oh, nice. See, that's the best thing with Six is that you're able to like talk and interact with other developers that are doing the same thing that you're doing and able to like get help from them as well. That's the biggest thing because it's just like, hey, I'm stuck on this. I don't understand how this works. And somebody chimes in and be like, hey, I can help you with that.
For sure. Yeah.
But with speaking of help in games, let's take a look at this game.
Sure.
And as you said earlier, it's all colorful. I really like that aspect of it.
Thank you.
Really sets like the mood of how your game is going to play out.
Yeah, I'm definitely really interested in games with strong, what I like to call just strong vibes. I intentionally went into this development process with like, I don't want to make a super challenging game. I want to make a game that is very experience-based, that's very, atmospheric without being like moody or like, dark and brooding or something. I wanted to make a game that I felt like is the kind of game that I like to play, or I feel like is representative of me as a person.
Yeah, and I could see, and as I believe we said earlier, it's a puzzle base, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you have to like go around and figure things out as you do in life as yourself. So you just want to put that out there, right? And just be like, maybe this is something that I've gone through that kind of like was complicated, and I want to put it into what I'm making.
For sure. Yeah. And, I have like an education background. I've been a teacher for many years, and the game takes place in a school. So very much, there's that aspect of my own personal experience with being an educator and, what it also means to learn on your own and grow as a person, especially through arts and, creative practices. So it's definitely, stuff I think about a lot, especially when I'm working.
Wow, a teacher. That's actually pretty awesome to teach the youths of like what craft that you want to show to them, or what it was that you went into for teaching. Art is a big one because that really like expands everybody's minds.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, the thing that I appreciate about art and always have is that it kind of lies at the intersection of all these sort of disciplines. And I think it's very similar to games too. Like what originally drew me to games was I grew up as someone with a lot of interests and passions and things like that. Like I was a musician, I was a 3D artist, an animator, programming, all sorts of things.
Wow.
And, I was doing them all sort of segmented. And then I kind of came to the conclusion of, if I just make a game that's one project, but it has all of my interests in it, So I think art in a similar way, where it's like I can have various interests or be thinking about multiple things at once, but the final product is, a solidification of all of these ideas.
And it's good that we can use games for that outlet.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So I see in here there's like mechanics of pushing buttons.
Sure.
to activate certain dialogues, I think.
Yeah, so more or less, there's 4 classrooms. Here, I'm going to put my hands up here. There's 4 classrooms, and in each classroom, you have to solve a puzzle. When you solve the puzzle, it basically gives you greater insight into the history of the school, but more importantly, it gives you insight into the background of the current headmaster, who you meet at the beginning of the game. Her name is Anya Ashby. And so, for instance, you get a plant at the end of each level, and she's commenting on like, "Oh, I haven't seen that in a while." This memory, maybe it wasn't didn't have the best ending, but that's okay. Not every memory has to have a good ending, So,
is she following you around into each room?
That's
not.
not.
I saw like a big old giant person.
Yeah. There's a big old giant person. The way I kind of view it is like when you go into each classroom, you're more or less going into like her mind or her psyche. So you see parts of her throughout the world, and it's also throughout different stages in her life too. Like, so for instance, I think the next room that we're going to go into, it's at just various stages throughout maybe her young adulthood. And then later on, you go into a room and it's kind of her looking back as an old woman. It's just, tripping through the psyche of her mind.
Interesting. How do you come up with your puzzles? You said that you like puzzles. Is there like something that you, what's the word I'm thinking for, benefit from or more pull from to get these ideas? Inspiration. There we go. Got it.
For sure. So the way I designed like all of these rooms was I started just 3D modeling, which I know from a design perspective, that's not the correct way to go about that. But I love 3D modeling. And when I 3D model, I tend to figure out a lot of things like what I'm doing, how the flow of the level will go. And so, I just kind of started working on different rooms. Like I wrote some notes beforehand, like going into each classroom. But a lot of the times I just, I start making, and then kind of whatever comes of it is the direction I'll go. Sometimes people like the more like cerebral puzzle style. I also love logic puzzles too. But I think for the scope of this game, I wanted it to be more like, go down easy instead of it being like, super logic heavy.
So I see that they're placing items into each one to do an action. Is there a specific way you have to do this, or can you just mix up?
So there's specific, there's like correct items to solve each puzzle. Yeah.
Okay, it gives you a hint, and then you look around the room at the items.
Yep.
Okay. I do like this one, how it's like a layered aspect, and each one you do, it brings the goal closer to you.
That's correct.
Did you play a lot of games that were puzzle-based?
So my the two genres I primarily play are like first-person adventure games, such as this, and I do also love puzzle games like dearly. Like if you put like 2D squares on a grid and allow me to interact with them in a satisfying way, you got me. Those are like my jams.
Yeah, my jams. Oh, I like them too, because I like to think a lot. Some of them are pretty tough, and I'm just like, I don't understand. I'm gonna go to Google. Somebody else did it.
Yeah, for sure. But those are the two genres I typically stick to, and they're the kind of games I like to make too.
Awesome. Yeah, I can't wait to see more. I mean, it's always a jumping point somewhere to make your first game. Yeah. And then from there, it's anything. It's
absolutely. Yeah.
Whatever you want to come up with, because you've already gone through the troubles of trying to figure out certain things is like moving around a world, or even creating that world and all of its items within it.
Yeah. Objects, puzzles,
Objects.
whatever. Whatever's on screen. Yeah.
I blanked on the technical term.
For sure. For sure.
So with each person in this room, are they connected to those doors?
That's actually, yeah. Yes. So this is kind of like a backstory of the school. So each of the people on these pedestals, they're statues of former headmasters. And so if you read some of the plaques, they talk about the creation of the school. They talk about certain headmasters founded certain programs, like for instance, like the gardening program, or the room we were just in, I call the art room. I don't, is that apparent? I don't know. But, one of the headmasters founded the art program.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you call it the art room. I mean, I would see it as the art room because it had a bird cage. Almost all painting classes, it's like paint the bird cage. You're like, oh,
exactly.
all right.
Works for me. Sounds good.
Yeah, right. Oh man, this is actually a really pretty game. The music is very subtle.
Yeah,
I like the
made
text,
that too.
The text audio that you put when each like letter comes in, it makes just like like it's the subtle things. It really makes the game.
Thank you.
But hey, I'm glad that you were here to show off this great game.
I appreciate it.
Let's kick it over. Let's kick it right back over to ourselves. Wow, a very interesting game. And thank you, Lucas, for taking your time to talk with me. Thank you all for watching, and stay tuned for more to come.
Cool.
Later.
Thank you, and thank you, Six.
Well, you guys, I've got bad news.
No.
This is it. I know. This is the end. But you guys, what are your thoughts? What are your favorites? Chat, do you guys have any favorites? Let us know in the chat.
Demon Mirror.
Okay. Let me come up with an actual. I'm gonna be honest with you. I have two. I have one favorite that is going to be a favorite to play on stream, and I have one favorite that's going to be a favorite to play off stream.
Okay.
My favorite to play on stream is going to be Wish Upon a Llama, because I will be able to name different animals after members of my chat in a way that is very safe. They know that they will not be. The worst that can happen to them is that I give them to a kind home that takes care of them. It's not like the playthrough we did of Cult of the Lamb, where some of my followers didn't quite make it. So I'm looking forward to playing that one on stream. The one I'm looking forward to playing off stream is Kitchen Sink Aloha, just because I'm looking forward to playing it, seeing food, and then getting up from PC, going into kitchen and making said food, and then shoving that food ingloriously and gloriously into my face afterwards. That's my answer.
I love it. No, I think for me it's Demon Mirror, even more so after talking to the dev and like the extra component added to it. It's not just a card game, it's more than that. I'm excited to see how complicated and strategic it gets, because I love strategy games. I think that I'm really good at them. And so I'm excited to like figure out all the little strategies and make it really fun. So that's the one I'm most excited for.
I can't pick one, so I'm just gonna shout out all of them. Battle Train, Battle Train. Chairs, oh chairs.
Cheers for the memes. Let's be
Mhm.
real
Right.
here.
Hyperbeat, because I gotta have my music games. And I think Swap Meet. Who can't forget about Swap Meet? Because I mean,
Yeah.
swapping all the body parts and things, playing it 4-player. That's my
about to
jam.
say, I want to set up a LAN party and play Swap Meet like an old school. Bring your computer and drink a bunch of Mountain Dew and Doritos.
Hells yeah, I'll be down.
Play all night.
I'm mobile.
Yeah, there's so many like space games and nostalgic games. Like it's so hard to pick.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because I think it's just right up my alley. But I'm definitely think after this I'm gonna play Worm Sign since it's just ready to go.
Yeah.
You're just ready to do it.
Just ready to
There's
do
just,
it.
something for everybody, really. Like whatever genre you want to play, there's everything. I mean, we didn't get to look at the card game today, but we saw that in Hype Hour, and that looked like I watched some people play that when we were judging the games, and they were having a blast. So definitely something else to check out on their Kickstarter.
Tim,
I actually have an in-person tabletop 6 success story. Last year, there was a game called Caloria that I got to see at 6 IRL, and I have both expansions for Caloria and the map because I got to see them at PAX outside of 6. So it's always cool to see what 6 does, not just within 6, but there are games that then go on to go outside of 6 and have success. There's a game that we have seen in trailers twice now that I have not gotten to talk about, and that's Just Crow Things, where I get to be a chaotic airborne weapon, or a caw, as it were. And it's just every year, 6 always brings something for everyone. The only person that's ever upset at the end of 6 is my wallet.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, speaking of Just Crow Things, like Just Crow Things, Foul Damage, and Desktop Explorer are all games that were at 6 in the past, and they were all at the PAX Rising booth this year. So that's kind of the point of 6, is to give them that platform to like try it out and get to learn how to show your game at an exhibit in a less, you're not paying thousands of dollars for a table at 6. You're just there to show your game, and you get to learn and hopefully go on to bigger and better events. Not that we think events are better than 6 because we think it's the best, but maybe a few more people go to the other ones.
Well, and that leads into the question I wanted to ask you, Tim, is how do people get involved with 6? How can people be on 6 and get to showcase their games IRL and online?
Yeah, so we opened up submissions, or typically in early May. We might do that a little earlier next year. Then there's like a month and a half long judging process where people from our community, volunteers, sign up to judge the games. They get assigned games. They play at least 5. They leave feedback. You only pay $6 to apply to 6. And for that $6, you'll get feedback from experts in the industry. Even if you don't get in, everybody gets feedback, and it's always what people say is a great part about 6. So you'll have game developers playing your game and giving you feedback on what they like and don't like about it, or what they think what could be improved. And then we picked this year. Usually we pick the top 25 games, but this year we had so many submissions and so many great submissions. We added a few extras. We brought up to 32, which I was thinking about while we were doing this broadcast, and this is the 5th 6 online that we've done with y'all. And so we've seen roughly 150-ish games in all that time, which is like a crazy number to think about.
That's crazy.
Wow.
My heart, so big. So many games.
I think I legitimately own, no shit, not trying to be funny, I think I legitimately own 100 of those 150 games.
Wow,
I will
that's
never
awesome.
make it through my Steam backlog. I will pass my Steam backlog on to my kids at this point.
I did. I created a folder in Steam and said "need to play" and just loaded them all in there. And every now and then I'll just click on one and play for about an hour and go, okay.
That's so smart.
Yeah, and you can get all the information on our website. SeattleIndies.org has all the information for all of our other meetups and events that we do. You can hit the link to our Discord that's there and meet. There's thousands of game developers in our Discord, and it's super active and helpful and friendly place to be if you have questions about making games. We have events that'll help you along with that too. Every Saturday we get together at the Armory in the Seattle Center at AIE and do a co-working session from 1 p.m. to 7 p.m. People bring their laptops and work on their games together. And then there's social meetups where you can just get out and grab a drink with your friends in Capitol Hill, and we just started one up in Linwood, and there's one down south in Burien and Kent. There's one in Redmond. There's one up in Ravenna. So we're like all over the place now.
Wow.
Lots of cool stuff happening. Yeah. Yeah. And then we have just want to also shout out and say thanks to all the people behind the scenes who are making the show go so smoothly today. Carolyn and Vance and Jaden and Mark and Shayna, Ruby, and Nick, who were moderating the Twitch stream. Yeah, just thanks so much for all your help. It was really, everything went great.
You're leaving someone out. I think us four hosts would also like to thank Tim for running production for this show and keeping us on schedule. Like, I even occasionally heard the Wrap It Up music playing in my headset, which was nice because it was like, all right, you right there, shut up for a second. We got to go to break. So he kept us on schedule, kept us on track, and for helping us be a part of this. Like, this is genuinely, and I'm going to speak for everyone. I don't care. I'm sorry. Y'all just gonna have to suck it up. This is one of the highlights of my convention season, is being able to do 6 IRL and 6 online. Like, this is one of the things I genuinely look forward to. So thank you for letting us continue to be a part of this.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Thanks for always being here and being such great hosts. Thanks to I forgot to mention Angel, who's been with us most of the day, helping us on the Twitch stream, one of our board members. Thanks to Steph, who would have been here today hosting, but was a little under the weather today. I know she was watching and in the chats. And thanks, of course, to Trisha for being here earlier today for the hype hour to get that going and get us all excited. So making it a great day. And thanks, of course, to our sponsors, everybody that pitched in to make this happen, and our Patreon supporters and all of the members who have been watching and having a great time watching today.
We love you guys.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Yeah, it's so much fun to be able to do this. I mean, just to be able to check out games that don't even get up on the radar, and 6 allows for that, and it's just like, oh, this just like fills my heart so much because I'm able to check out all these games and talk with people about them.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Thanks to you all from Soba and Kenley and the whole leadership team there that makes all this great stuff possible, and the partnership we've had with you for the last 5 years, and hopefully it'll continue to grow on into the future.
100%.
If you're out there watching and you're wanting to learn how to be a content creator yourself, look up Seattle Online Broadcasters Association if you're in the area, and go to their meetups, meet their people. They're there to help you, just like we're here to help you make games. They're there to help you get your content creation career off and running. So they're great people too.
And if you're an indie game dev and you want to get your game in front of other content creators like the 4 of us who will happily play your game on stream and show it to a wider audience, you can always go and check us out there as well. We're hopefully going to be opening up things more to have more indie games in the actual space. Maybe a little bit of a spoiler. So there might be a moment where, coming soon to a Soba meetup near you, you might get to play the next Just Crow things or the next sandworm sign. I keep wanting to call it sandworm sign, but it's not the sandworm sign. It's worm sign, which is a sandworm making signs. And there's the connection. Okay. Sometimes my brain is very small.
You got there.
We got to do the thing. Let's go around and tell everyone, all of our lovely hosts, where can people find you?
Well, I am Richter. Richter Scale is the full name. You can find me on Twitter, Instagram, Twitch, I think that's about it. I just go by Richter Skill. I think on Twitch it's just Richter, but everything else is Richter Skill.
I'm Rockagoth, and you can find me pretty much everywhere under Rockagoth. I play Tekken on Tuesdays or every other Tuesday on Twitch.
King of Iron Fist Tournament 8.
Me? I'm Mac and Cheese, please. You can find me on YouTube, on Twitch, on Instagram, on Twitter, on TikTok, anywhere where you get your Minecraft content, wherever it's sold. I don't know. You can find me. Yeah, I'm Mac. Hi. And then you, Alchemist, tell us about you.
I'm Alchemist Joker. You can find me literally everywhere at Alchemist Joker. Twitch, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube. Now starting to get it more into that. TikTok. If there is a content platform and you type Alchemist Joker into it, you will find me. So it's been a blast. I don't know about the rest of you, but I can hear my stomach growling. So we are going to get ready to head out. I believe we're also going to say hello to our initial hosts. So we're going to be raiding into Trish so we can go and say hello and goodbye to her as well. So Tim, I will leave it to you to close us all out.
Yeah, you can find Seattle Indies on everywhere online at Seattle Indies on basically every platform. I dropped our Linktree link in the chat. You can find all our socials there. Hope to see you at a live event or on the Discord, and hope to see you all face-to-face at some point soon. Thank you for being here with us for such a long and enjoyable day, and enjoy the rest of your Sunday evening.
Yeah, y'all too. Bye, everybody.
Bye. Bye.
Thanks for watching, and congratulations to all of the 6 2024 nominees. Thanks to our sponsors, volunteers, and community jurors who helped make 6 possible. Hope to see you in person or online. Go to 6.seattleindies.org for more info.